Preface of The Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in April 2021. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole, Professor of Arabic at Trinity College, Dublin. He who hath not seen Cairo hath not seen the world. Her soil is gold, her Nile is a marvel. Her women are as the bright-eyed houris of paradise. Her houses are palaces, and her air is soft, with an odor above aloes, refreshing the heart. And how should Cairo be otherwise, when she is the mother of the world? Preface. Cairo is in the fullest sense a medieval city. It had no existence before the Middle Ages. Its vigorous life as a separate metropolis almost coincides with the arbitrary millennium of the middle period of history, and it still retains to this day much of its medieval character and aspect. The aspect is changing, but not the life. The amazing improvements of the past 20 years have altered the Egyptian's material condition, but scarcely as yet touched his character. We have given him public order and security, solvency without too heavy taxation, an efficient administration, even-handed justice, the means of higher education, and above all to every man his fair share of the enriching Nile, chrysoris in the truest sense, without which nothing else avails. For all these, and especially the last, the peasant is grateful in his way when their merits are pointed out to him, but not so the Cairene. The immediate blessings of the irrigation engineer are not so prominently brought to bear upon his pressing wants, and for the other reforms of the Pharangi he cares very little. I should be sorry to draw any discourteous comparisons with the Ethiop, but whatever time and association with Europeans may do for the comely, and to my taste not too swarthy, skin of my Cairo friend, I am convinced that he will keep his old, unregenerate medieval heart in spite of us all. Happily for purposes of study, I am not treating of ethics, the East changes very slowly, and the soul of the Eastern not at all. The Cairo jeweler who will chaffer with you for an hour over a few piastres, though he mixes reluctantly, shrinkingly, in the crazy, bustling 20th century life of Europe that rushes past him, is not of it. In his heart of hearts he looks back longingly to the glorious old days of the Mamluks, to which he essentially belongs, and regrets the excitements of those stirring times. What good, he asks, comes of all this worry? Justice? More often a man had need of a little injustice, and a respectable tradesman could usually buy that from the Cadi before these new tribunals were set up. As to fixed taxes and no extortion, that is chiefly a matter for the stupid Fellachin, and after all, the old system worked beautifully when you shirked payment, and your neighbor was bastinadoed for your share. Then all this fiddling with water and drains and streets, what is it all for? When Wilcox or Price Bay have put pipes and patent traps and other godless improvements into the mosques, will one's prayers be any better than they were in the pleasant pervasive odor of the old fetid tanks? The streets are broader, no doubt, to let the Ferengis, Allah blacken their faces, roll by in their two-horsed Arabias and splash the faithful with mud, but for this wonderful boon they have taken away the comfortable stone benches from before the shops, and the Cairo tradesman misses his old seat, where unlimited kaif and the meditative shibuk once whiled away the leisure of his never-pressing avocations. No, pure water and drains, and bicycles and tram-cars, and a whole array of wretched little black-coated effendis pretending to imitate the Kafirs may be all very well in their place, but they are ugly, uninteresting things, and life at Cairo has been desperately dull since they came in. In one of the suggestive essays in his delightful book on Asia and Europe, Mr. Meredith Townsend has shown how interesting life must have been in India before England introduced order and all the virtues. The picture might have been drawn in Cairo, with trifling alterations. Life undoubtedly was interesting in the old unregenerate days. There were events then, something to see and think of, and possibly fly from. Plenty of blood and assassination, perhaps, but then you could always shut and bar the strong gates of the quarter when the Mamluks or the Berbers, or, worst of all, the Black Sudanese were on the warpath. Now the gates are taken away, and there are no cavalcades of romantic troopers, beautiful to behold in their array, to ravish your household and give color to life. In those days it was possible for any man of brain and luck to rise to power and wealth, such wealth as all Cairo could not furnish in these blank and honest times. Promotion was ever at hand, and the way was open to the strong, the cunning, and the rich. What were a holocaust of victims, an orgy of rapine, even the deadly ravages of periodical plague and famine, in comparison with the great occasions, the gorgeous pomp, the endless opportunities, the infinite variety of those unruly and tumultuous, but never tedious days? This is what the true Cairene meditates in his heart. His ideas, for good or ill, are not as our ideas. They date back from the Middle Ages, like his dress, his religion, his social habits, his turns of speech, his calm insouciance, his impenetrable reserve, his inveterate negation of worry. Outside the official class he is still the same man whom we saw keeping shop, or taking his venture to sea in the faithful mirror of the Arabian Nights. Even his city preserves its medieval tone. Much has been destroyed by time or innovation, but the European fringe is still a fringe, and the old Muslim city for the present defies Western influences. It has been rebuilt time after time, and every fresh rebuilding will take away more of its charm, but enough remains to show us what Cairo was 500 years ago. The crowded streets of the old quarters, the immemorial character of the houses and markets, above all the historical monuments, carry us back to the Middle Ages. The aim of these pages is to clothe the vestiges of the medieval city with the associations that lend them their deepest interest. Many of the buildings of Cairo, especially the later mosques of the Mamluk period, are exquisitely beautiful, and may be admired as works of art without regard to their history. But there are many more, ruined courts, crumbling arcades, mere fragments of walls or inscriptions, which appeal rather to the archaeological than the aesthetic sense, and must be almost meaningless until their story is revealed. In tracing the growth of Cairo, I have tried to surround the remains of its buildings with the atmosphere of their historic associations. Mere topography has charms for the antiquary alone. It is only when the material growth of a city is interwoven with the life of its people and the character of its rulers that topography acquires an interest for all. At the same time, I have sought to keep closely to the subject, the growth and life of the city. This is no general history of Egypt, and many things are passed by because they bear no intimate relation to the development of its capital. The authorities upon which I rely are sufficiently cited in the footnotes. The greatest Arabic source is of course the elaborate Kitat of El-Makrizi, frequently referred to as the topographer, who wrote in the early years of the 15th century, but used various topographical and historical works of much earlier date, many of which are not otherwise accessible. The remarkable accuracy, completeness, and research of his detailed description of Cairo need no praise of mine. They are universally recognized. Other writers, such as El-Masudi, Nasir-i Khusrau, Abd el-Latif, Ibn Gubeir, the extracts from whom I owe to the kindness of my friend, Mr. Guy Lestrange, the historian of Baghdad, and our most learned authority on the geography of the Caliphate, Ibn Sa'id, Ibn Dukmak, Es-Suyuti, Abu al-Mahassin, El-Ishaki, El-Gabarti, fill up the picture, and add valuable personal and contemporary touches. Lane's Cairo 50 Years Ago has the merit of presenting an account of the city as it was in 1835, before the Europeanizing movement begun by Muhammad Ali and carried to the extreme by Ismail had had time to work much change in the characteristic aspect of the town. In archaeology, I am especially beholden to the researches of M. Max von Berchem, Ravès, and Casanova. One exception I must note to the generally full references to my sources. There is something repugnant, if not to modesty, at least to the sense of propriety, in frequently citing one's own books. Writing constantly on the subject of Cairo, its art, its monuments, and its history for many years past, it was inevitable that I should sometimes repeat what I have said before. Indeed, when we have written what we have to say in the best shape that we are able to devise, it seems mere affectation to try to seek a different form of expression. I have therefore quoted, but sparingly, from my Art of the Saracens in Egypt, published for the Committee of Council in 1886, my Cairo Sketches, 3rd edition, Virtue, 1898, my History of Egypt in the Middle Ages, Methuen, 1901, and any extracts to which no footnote is appended must be understood to refer to one of these books, generally the History. I trust I may be permitted to say that for a more complete account of the history than would be possible or desirable in the present volume, the student should consult the last of the 3 books above cited. Were there any other work in English of similar scope, I would gladly substitute its title. For a much more detailed narrative of the history of the Copts than could be here included, the reader may turn to Mrs. Butcher's Story of the Church of Egypt, 2 volumes, Smith, Elder & Co., 1897, a work full of sympathy and appreciation for a neglected and persecuted community, though open to criticism in its Mohammedan relations. I have not troubled the reader with an elaborate system of transliteration of Arabic names. An acute accent is used merely to show where the principal accent falls, not necessarily to indicate a long vowel. The vowels are to be pronounced as in Italian, and the letter G is employed to represent the Arabic consonant that in Cairo is pronounced hard, as in get, but elsewhere usually soft, as J in jet. Those who are curious to know the exact transliteration should turn to the index, where every Arabic word is given in Roman letters with diacritical points and distinction of the long vowels. The illustrations have been chosen with a view to showing the medieval city as far as possible before it suffered its European change. Nothing could be better for this purpose than the drawings made between 1826 and 1838 by Robert Hay of Linplum and by his companion Owen B. Carter about 1830, the originals of which are preserved in the print room of the British Museum, and some were lithographed in Hay's Illustrations of Cairo. These represent the medieval remains as no modern sketches could depict them, but Mr. J. A. Symington has skillfully supplemented them when no older drawings could be obtained. In conclusion, I should wish to draw attention to what I have said in the last chapter on the subject of the Commission for the Preservation of the Monuments of Arab Art. To its vigilance and unremitting labors during the past 20 years, we owe the fact that the mosques and other remains of Saracenic architecture are secure from demolition and, as far as the conditions admit, guarded from decay. Never in the history of Cairo have its monuments been in such safe keeping, and everyone must be grateful to each member of this invaluable committee. In the last 5 years, since Lord Cromer used his influence to improve its financial position, the Commission has been enabled to undertake very comprehensive works of scientific restoration, and all who visit Cairo should make a point of examining the results of its labors and inspecting the collections gathered under the care of its chief architect, Hers Bey, in the Museum of Arab Art. Stanley Lane-Poole, Trinity College, Dublin, January 31st, 1902. End of preface.
Section 1 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 1. Chapter 1. The Two Cities, Part 1. There are two Cairos, distinct in character, though but slenderly divided in sight. There is a European Cairo, and there is an Egyptian Cairo. The last was once El-Qahira, the victorious, founded under the auspices of the planet Mars, but it is now so little conquering, indeed has become so subdued, that one hears it spoken of as the native quarters, or even in Indian fashion as the bazaars. In truth, European Cairo knows little of its medieval sister. Thousands of tourists, mounted on thousands of donkeys, do indeed explore the native quarters every winter, but these do not belong to European Cairo. Birds of passage they are, not inhabitants. The true resident who has his cool shaded house and breezy balcony in the Ismailia quarter, surrounded by hundreds of similar comfortable villas, does not by any chance ride donkeys, and is only dragged to the bazaars rarely and with obvious reluctance by the importunity of some enthusiastic visitor. But even in European Cairo, there are signs that another Cairo, an Oriental Muslim Cairo, exists not far away. Let the English colony keep never so closely to itself and ignore the native quarters, except as objects for just government and wise reforms. It cannot walk abroad or even open its ears in its own chambers without becoming conscious of the true Oriental world in which it lives but of which it is not. Go to the post office, a few minutes' walk from most of the hotels, and you are at once in a medley of East and West. A German nursemaid, accompanied by the little daughter of the family, is asking for letters at the arrivée window, and an old sheikh in a kaftan and turban is negotiating a money order or a registered letter at the next bureau. Over the way, a row of public letter writers sit at their tables on the sideway, gravely imperturbable, awaiting illiterate correspondence. In the street, omnibuses and tramcars rumble by, blowing strident horns. But the passengers who sit on the seats beneath the awning are not Europeans. They are Egyptians, effendis, clerks, shopkeepers, sheikhs, often simple fellahin, come to town on business and driving in from Bulak or Kash-an-Nil. On the footpaths, always uneven and often muddy, in curious contrast to the roads, which are kept clean by circular brushes of little girl scavengers, the European element, Greek, German, Italian chiefly, is intimately blended with the Oriental. Sudani women, closely veiled with the white burqa, which sets off their swarthy brows and black eyes to advantage. Egyptian girls in blue gowns and black veils hanging loose and allowing the well-formed neck and line of cheek and chin to be seen, whilst concealing the only part a woman scrupulously hides in the East, her mouth. Horrible blear-eyed old harridans, veiled with immaculate precision, squatting in rows against the house fronts. Bedouis striding along in the roadway with their striped kufiya wound round their heads. String of camels tied together, laden with bersim, the rich fodder of Egypt, and driven by the smallest of urchins. Petty government clerks or effendis, clad in stambuli and tarbouche, hunched up on donkey back. All classes and ages and sexes mingled together in a jostling, perspiring but good-tempered crowd, and everywhere the pungent, pervasive odor of the East. Even in the European quarters, you still meet the veritable Eastern sights and sounds. As you look out of your hotel window, you will see a native musician sauntering by, twanging the lutes of the country. Then a sound like the tinkling of baby cymbals informs you that the sherbetli is going his round, with his huge glass jars lying at his side, from which he dispenses, to the unwary, sweet sticky drinks of licorice juice or orange syrup in the brass saucers which he clinks unceasingly in his hand. Late at night, sounds of Eastern life invade your pillow. The rumble of a distant drum tells you that a wedding party is perambulating the streets, and if you have the curiosity to sally forth, you will be rewarded by one of the characteristic sights of Cairo, in which old and new are oddly blended. Probably a circumcision festival is combined with the wedding to save expense, and the procession will be headed by the barber's sign, a wooden frame raised aloft, followed by 2 or 3 gorgeously caparisoned camels, regular stage properties hired out for such occasions, carrying drummers and leading the way for a series of carriages crammed with little boys, each holding a neat white handkerchief to his mouth to keep out the devil and the evil eye. Then comes a closed carriage covered all over with a big cashmere shawl, held down firmly at the sides by brothers and other relations of the imprisoned bride. Then more carriages and a general crowd of sympathizers. More rarely, the bride is borne in a cashmere-covered litter swung between 2 camels fore and aft. The hind camel must tuck his head under the litter and is probably quite as uncomfortable as the bride, who runs a fair chance of seasickness in her rolling palanquin. In the old days, the bride walked through the streets under a canopy carried by her friends, but this is now quite out of fashion, and European carriages are rapidly ousting even the camel litters. But the cashmere shawl and the veil will not soon be abandoned. The Egyptian woman is, at least in public, generally modest. She detects a stranger's glance with magical rapidity, even when to all appearance looking the other way, and forthwith the veil is pulled closer over her mouth and nose. When she meets you face to face, she does not drop her big eyes in the absurd fashion of Western modesty. She slowly turns them away from you. It is annihilating. As soon as you have turned your back on the European suburb and the hotel region and escaped from the glass shop fronts and Greek dealers of the Muski, the real Eastern city begins to dominate you. It is quite easy to lose oneself in the quaint old streets of Muslim Cairo, when only an occasional passer-by reminds one that Europe is at the gates. A large part of Cairo is very little spoilt. It is still in a great degree the city of the Arabian Nights. In that stall round the corner, who knows but that the immortal barber is recounting the adventures of his luckless brothers to the impatient lover on the shaving-stool. At this very moment, the 3 royal mendicants may be entertaining the fair portress and her delightful sisters with the story of their calamities. And if you wait till night, you may even see the good Harun al-Rashid himself, though it is true he lived at Baghdad, coming on his stealthy midnight rambles with prudent Gafar at his heels, and black masroor to clear the way. A few streets away from the European quarters, it is easy to dream that we are acting a part in the moving histories of the 1001 Nights, which do in fact describe Cairo and its people as they were in the Middle Ages, and as they are in a great measure still. In its very dilapidation, the city assists the illusion. The typical Eastern houses falling to ruins, which no one thinks of repairing, are the natural homes of ifrits and mischievous jinn who keep away good-fearing tenants. But if in its ruined houses, far more in what remains of its glorious monuments, does Cairo transport us to the golden age of Arabian art and culture. Among its mosques and colleges, and the scanty remains of its palaces, are the purest examples of Saracenic architecture that can be seen in all the once wide empire of Islam. Damascus and Isfahan, Agra and Delhi, Cordova and Granada, Prusa and Constantinople possess elements of beauty and features of style which Cairo has not, and they enlarge and complete our understanding of Arab art. But to view that art in its purity, uncorrupted by the mechanical detail of the Alhambra, unspoiled by the over-elaboration of Delhi, we must study the mosques and tombs of Cairo. The blessed conservatism of the East has happily maintained much of the old city in its beautiful, ruinous, unprogressive disorder. There are, of course, new houses and rebuilt fronts and even glass window sashes. The exquisite mashrabiyas, with their intricate turned latticework, are nearly all gone to make way for Italian persiennes, and the stone benches in front of the shops have disappeared in deference to the modern exigencies of carriages. But the general aspect of the streets has not seriously altered in recent years, and the people who press through the crowded lanes or sit in their little cells of shops at the receipt of custom are unchanged. They dress as their ancestors dressed ages ago. Their ideas and education are much what they always were, though the new schools are gradually infusing more modern notions. They are still as calm and easygoing and procrastinating as ever. The only conspicuous change is the dethronement of the time-honored shibuk, the long pipe of meditation and stately leisure, and asphodel and moly, and all that is implied in the ineffable dreamland of Kaif, in favor of the restless, undignified cigarette. But nargilas and coconut pipes for hashish are still in full play among the lower classes. The tradespeople are the conservative element in Egypt as everywhere else. The upper classes are becoming every year less oriental in outward appearance and habits. They dance with quote-unquote infidel ladies, wear franc clothes, and delight in the little French pieces played in the Ezbekiya garden. Even their national coffee cups are made in Europe, and save for the red tarbouche and certain mental and moral idiosyncrasies difficult to eliminate and unnecessary to describe, the Egyptian gentleman might almost pass muster in a Parisian crowd. It is the tradesman who recalls the past, keeps up the old traditions, and walks in the old paths. The course of the world runs slowly in the working East, and the Cairene shopkeeper has placidly stood still, whilst the Western world joined in the everlasting move on of modern civilization. We shall find this standstill mortal in one of the main thoroughfares of the city. Leaving the European quarter behind, and taking little note of the Greek and Italian shops in the renovated Muski, we turn off to the right into the Ghouria, one of those larger but still narrow streets which are distinguished with the name of Sharia or thoroughfare. Such a street is lined on either side with little box-like shops which form an unbroken boundary on either hand, except where a mosque door or a public fountain or the entrance to another street interrupts for a brief space the row of stores. None of the private doors or windows we are accustomed to in Europe breaks the line of shops. For a considerable distance all the traders deal in the same commodity, be it sugar plums or slippers. The system has its advantages, for if one dealer be too dear, the next may be cheap, and the competition of many contiguous salesmen brings about a salutary reduction in prices. On the other hand, it must be allowed that it is fatiguing to have to order your coat in half a dozen different places, to buy the cloth in one direction, the buttons in another, the braid in a third, the lining in a fourth, the thread in a fifth, and then have to go to quite another place to find a tailor to cut it out and sew it together. And as each dealer has to be bargained with, and generally smoked with, if not coffeed with, if you get your coat ordered in a single morning, you may count yourself expeditious. In one of these little cupboards that do duty for shops, we may or may not find the typical tradesman we are seeking. It may chance that he has gone to say his prayers, or to see a friend, or perhaps he did not feel inclined for business today, in which case the folding shutters of his shop will be closed, and as he does not live anywhere near, and as if he did, there is no bell, no private door, and no assistant, we may wait there forever, as far as he is concerned, and get no answer to our inquiries. His neighbor next door, however, will obligingly inform us that the excellent man whom we are seeking has gone to the mosque, and we accordingly betake ourselves to our informer and make his acquaintance instead. Our new friend is sitting in a recess some 5 feet square and rather more than 6 feet high, raised a foot or two from the ground. And within this narrow compass he has collected all the wares he thinks he is likely to sell, and has also reserved room for himself and his customers to sit down and smoke cigarettes while they bargain. Of course, his stock must be very limited, but then all his neighbors are ready to help him, and if you cannot find what you want within the compass of his 4 walls, he will leave you with a cigarette and a cup of coffee, or perhaps Parisian tea in a tumbler, while he goes to find the desideratum among the wares of his colleagues round about. Meanwhile, you drink your scalding aromatic coffee and watch the throng that passes by. The ungainly camels laden with brushwood or green fodder, which seems to threaten to sweep everything and everybody out of the street. The respectable townspeople, mounted on gray or brown asses, ambling along contentedly, save when an unusually severe blow from the inhuman donkey boy running behind makes their beasts swerve incontinently to the right or left, as though they had a hinge in their middle. The grandees in their 2-horse carriages, preceded by breathless runners who clear the way for their masters with shrill shouts, "Shimalek, ya walid! To thy left, O boy! Yaminik, ya sit! To thy right, O lady! Iftah aynak, ya am! Open thine eye, O uncle!" and the like. The women with trays of eatables on their heads, the water carrier with goat skin under arm, and the vast multitude of blue-robed men and women who have something or other to do, which takes them indeed along the street, but does not take them very hurriedly. In spite of the apparent rush and crush, the crowd moves slowly, like everything else in the East. Our friend returns with the desired article. We approve it guardedly, and with cautious, tentative aspect demand, "How much?" The answer is always at least twice the fair price. We reply first by exclaiming, "I seek refuge with God," from exorbitance, and then by offering about half the fair price. The dealer shakes his head, looks disappointed with us, shows he expected better sense in people of our appearance, puts aside his goods, and sits down to another cigarette. After a second ineffectual bid, we summon our donkey and prepare to mount. At this moment the shopman relents and reduces his price, but we are obdurate and begin riding away. He pursues us, agrees almost to our terms. We return, pay, receive our purchase, commend him to the protection of God, and wend our way on. But if instead of going on, we accompany our late antagonist in the bargain to his own home, we shall see what a middle-class Cairene house is like. Indeed, a middle-class dwelling in Cairo may sometimes chance to be a palace, for the modern pasha despises the noble mansions that were the pride and delight of better men than he in the good old days of the Mamluks, and prefers to live in shadeless route number 29 or thereabouts in the modern bricklayer's paradise known as the Ismailia quarter. And hence the tradesman may sometimes occupy the house where the great bey of former times held his state and marshalled his retainers when he prepared to strike a blow for the precarious throne that was always at the command of the strongest battalions. But all Cairene houses in the old style are very much alike. They differ only in size and in the richness or poverty of the decoration. And if our merchant's house is better than most of its neighbors, we have but to subtract a few of the statelier rooms and reduce the scale of the others to obtain a fair idea of the houses on either hand and round about. The street we now enter is quite different from that we have left. We have been doing our shopping in the busy, cheap side of Cairo, and in full view of the lofty facade of the mosque of the Mamluk Sultan al-Mu'ayyad. Its two minarets stand upon a fine old gate called Bab Zawila, or commonly Zuwaila, which people nowadays generally prefer to call the Bab al-Mutawalli, because it is believed to be a favorite resort of the mysterious Qutb al-Mutawalli, or Pope, for the time being, of all the saints. This very holy personage is gifted with powers of invisibility and of instantaneous change of place. He flies unseen from the top of the Kaaba at Mecca to the Bab Zuwaila, and there reposes in a niche behind the wooden door. True believers tell their beads as they pass the niche, and the curious peep in to see if the saint be there. And if you have a headache, there is no better cure than to drive a nail into the door, while a sure remedy for the toothache is to pull out the tooth and hang it up on the same venerated spot. Perhaps pulling the tooth out might of itself cure the ache, but the suggestion savors of impiety, and at any rate it is safer to fix the molar up. The door bristles with unpleasant votive offerings of this sort, and if they were all successful, the Qutb must be an excellent doctor. The street thus barred by the Bab Zuwaila is for Cairo a broad one, and shops, mosques, wikalas or caravanserais and fountains form its boundaries. In complete contrast, the street we are now to enter, as we turn down a by-lane and then wheel sharply to the left, has no shops, though there is a little mosque, probably the tomb of a venerated saint at the corner. Its broad bands of red and white relieve the deep shadows of the lane, each side of which is composed of the tall backs of houses, with nothing to vary the whitewashed walls except the closely grated windows. On either hand, still narrower alleys open off, sometimes mere cul-de-sac, but often threading the city for a considerable distance. In these solitary courts we may still see the mashrabiyas, which are becoming so rare in the more frequented thoroughfares. The best lattices are reserved for the interior windows of the house, which look on the inner court or garden. But there are not a few streets in Cairo where the passenger still stops to admire tier upon tier and row after row of mashrabiyas, which give a singular picturesque appearance to the houses. The name is derived from the root which means to drink, which occurs in sherbet, and is applied to lattice windows because the porous water bottles are often placed in them to cool. Frequently there is a little semicircular niche projecting out of the middle of the lattice for the reception of a kula or carafe. The delicately turned knobs and balls by which the patterns of the lattice work are formed are sufficiently near together to conceal whatever passes within from the inquisitive eyes of opposite neighbors, and yet there is enough space between them to allow free access of air. A mashrabiyya is indeed a cooling place for human beings as well as water jars, and at once a convent grating and a spying place for the women of the harem, who can watch their love lust through the meshes of the windows without being seen in return. Yet there are convenient little doors that open in the latticework if the inmates choose to be seen even as they see, and the fair ladies of Cairo are not always above the pardonable vanity of letting a passer-by discover that they are fair. In one of those by-lanes we stop before an arched doorway and tie our donkey to the ring beside it. The door is a study in itself. The upper part is surrounded by arabesque patterns, which form a square decoration above it, often very tasteful in the case of the older doorways. Sometimes the wooden door itself has arabesques on it, and the inscription, "God is the Creator, the Eternal," which is a charm against sickness and demons and the evil eye, and also serves as a memento mori to the master of the house whenever he comes home. There is no bell, for the prophet declared that a bell is the devil's musical instrument, and that where a bell is, the angels do not resort. And sometimes there is no knocker, so we batter upon the door with our stick or fist. It generally takes several knockings to make oneself heard, but this is not a land where people hurry overmuch. Did not our Lord Muhammad, upon whom be peace, say that haste came from the devil? So we conform to the ways of the land, and console ourselves with the antithetic text, "God is with the patient." At last a fumbling sound is heard on the other side. The doorkeeper is endeavoring to fit a stick, with little wire pins arranged upon it in a certain order, into corresponding holes bored at the end of a deep mortise in the sliding bolt of the door. These are the keys and lock of Cairo. The sliding bolt runs through a wooden staple on the door into a slot in the jamb. When it is home, certain movable pins drop down from the staple into the holes in the sliding bolt and prevent it from being drawn back. The introduction of the key with pins corresponding to the holes in the bolt lifts the movable pins and permits the bolt to be slidden back. Nothing could be clumsier or more easy to pick. A piece of wax at the end of a stick will at once reveal the position of the pins, and the rest is simple. Within is a passage which bends sharply after the first yard or two, and bars any view into the interior from the open door. At the end of this passage we emerge into an open court, with a well of brackish water in a shady corner, and perhaps an old sycamore. Here is no sign of life. The doors are jealously closed, the windows shrouded by those beautiful screens of net-like woodwork which delight the artist and tempt the collector. The inner court is almost as silent and deserted as the guarded windows which overlook the street. We shall see nothing of the domestic life of the inhabitants, for the women's apartments are carefully shut off from the court, into which open only the guest rooms and other masculine and semi-public apartments. After the bustle of the street, this quiet and ample space is very refreshing, and one feels that the Egyptian architects have happily realized the requirements of Eastern life. They make the streets narrow and overshadow them with projecting mashrabiyas, because the sun beats down too fiercely for the wide street of European towns to be endurable. But they make the houses themselves spacious and surround them with courts and gardens, because without air the heat of the rooms in summer would be intolerable. The Eastern architect's art lies in so constructing your house that you cannot look into your neighbor's windows, nor he into yours. And the obvious way of attaining this end is to build the rooms round a high open court, and to closely veil the windows with lattice blinds, which admit a subdued light and sufficient air, and permit an outlook without allowing the passing stranger to see through. The wooden screens and secluded court are necessary to fulfill the requirements of the Mohammedan system of separating the sexes. The lower rooms opening directly off the court are those into which a man may walk with impunity and no risk of meeting any of the women. Into one of these lower rooms our host conducts us, with polite entreaty to do him the honor of making ourselves at home. It is the guest room or mandara, and serves as an example of the ordinary dwelling room of the better sort. The part of the room where we enter is of a lower level than the rest, and if it be a really handsome house, we shall find this lower part paved with marble mosaic and cooled by a fountain in the middle, while opposite the door is a marble slab raised upon arches, where the water bottles, coffee cups, and washing materials are kept. We leave our outer shoes on the marble before we step upon the carpeted part of the room. It is covered with rugs and furnished by a low divan round 3 sides. The end of the wall is filled by a mashrabiyah, which is furnished within with cushions, while above it some half-dozen windows, composed of small pieces of colored glass let into a framework of stucco so as to form a floral pattern, admit a half-light. The 2 sides, whitewashed where there is neither wood nor tiles, are furnished with shallow cupboards with doors of complicated geometrical paneling. Small arched niches on either side of the cupboards and a shelf above are filled with jars and vases and other ornaments. The ceiling is formed of planks laid on massive beams and generally painted a dark red, but in old houses the ceilings are often beautifully decorated. There are no tables, chairs, or fireplaces, or indeed any of the things a European understands to be furniture. When a meal is to be eaten, a little table is brought in. If the weather be cold, a brazier of red-hot charcoal is kindled. Instead of chairs, the Cairene tucks his legs up under him on the divan, an excellent method of getting the cramp for Europeans. There is often another reception room, raised above the ground, but entered by steps from the court, into which it looks through an open arched front. And frequently a recess in the court, under one of the upper rooms, is furnished with a divan for hot weather. A door opens out of the court into the staircase leading to the harem rooms, and here no man but the master of the house may penetrate. Harem means what is prohibited to other men and what is sacred to the master himself. The harem rooms are the domestic part of the house. When a man retires there, he is in the bosom of his family, and it would need a very urgent affair to induce the doorkeeper to summon him down to anyone who called to see him. Among the harem apartments, there is generally a large sitting room like the mandara called the ka, with perhaps a cupola over it, and in front of the ka is a vestibule which serves as a ventilating and cooling place, for a sloping screen over an open space on the roof of this room is so turned as to conduct the cool north breezes into the house in hot weather, and here the family often sleep in summer. There are no bedrooms in a Mohammedan house, or there are no rooms furnished as bedrooms, for there are plenty of separate chambers where the inmates sleep, but not one of them has any of what we conceive to be the requisites of bedroom furniture. The only fittings the Cairene asks for the night consist of a mattress and pillow, and perhaps a blanket in winter and a mosquito net in summer, the whole of which he rolls up in the morning and deposits in some cupboard or side room, whereupon the bedroom becomes a sitting room. There is another important department of the harem, the bathroom, not a mere room with a fixed bath in it, but a suite of complicated heated stone apartments exactly resembling the public Turkish baths. It is only a large house that boasts this luxury, however, and most people go out to bathe if they care to bathe at all. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 2. Chapter 1. The Two Cities. Part 2. The inhabitants of a house, such as that described, lead a dreary, monotonous life. Fortunately, however, they are not often conscious of its emptiness. The master rises very early, for the Muslim must say the daybreak prayers. A pipe and a cup of coffee is often all he takes before his light midday meal, and he generally reserves his appetite for the chief repast of the day, the supper or dinner, which he eats soon after sunset. If he is in business, he spends his day in a more or less irregular attendance at his shop, smokes almost incessantly either the new-fangled Turkish cigarette or the traditional chibuk, with its handsome amber mouthpiece, its long cherry wood stem, and red clay bowl filled with mild gebeli or latakia tobacco. If he has no special occupation, he amuses himself with calling on his friends, or indulges in long, dreamy hours in the warm atmosphere of the public bath, where the vapor of the hot water tanks and a dislocation of each particular joint in the shampooing and the subsequent interval of cooling and smoking and coffee are all exceedingly delightful in a hot climate. When he goes out, a man of any position or wealth never condescends to walk. As a rule, he rides a donkey, sometimes a horse. But the donkey is far more convenient in crowded streets. Indeed, an Egyptian ass of the best breed is a fine animal, and fetches sometimes as much as 100 guineas. His paces are both fast and easy, and it is not difficult to write a letter on the pommel of one of these ambling mounts. While their lord is paying his calls or attending to his shop, the women of his household make shift to pass the time as best they may. In spite of popular ideas on the subject, Mohammedans seldom have more than one wife, though they sometimes add to their regular marriage a left-handed connection with an Abyssinian or other slave girl. Efforts, however, are being made to put down the traffic in slaves, and if the trade be really suppressed, as it already is in law, the Cairene will become monogamous. The late Khedive himself set an excellent example in this and in most other respects, and the better sort of Muslims are, to say the least, as moral as ordinary Christians. Facility of divorce is the real difficulty. Men will not keep several wives because it costs a good deal to allow them separate houses or suites of rooms, and plurality does not conduce to domestic harmony. But they do not hesitate to divorce a wife when they are tired of her and take a new one in her place. It is said the Caliph Ali thus married and divorced 200 women in his time, and a certain dyer of Baghdad even reached the astonishing total of 900 wives. He died at the good old age of 85, and if he married at 15, he would have had a fresh spouse for every month during 70 years of conjugal felicity. Divorce was so easy that there seems no great reason why he should not have married 9,000. One lady is said to have reduced the fatiguing ceremony of wedlock to extremely convenient dimensions. The man said to her, "Khitb," and she replied, "Nikh," and the wedding was over. Thus did she marry 40 husbands, and her son Kharija was sorely puzzled to identify his father. The governor of Upper Egypt was no mean disciple of these illustrious leaders, but the habit has become more and more uncommon. There would be much more excuse for the women to demand polyandria than for the man to ask for polygynesia. For while the husband can go about and enjoy himself as he pleases, the women of his family are often hard pushed to it to find any diversion in their dull lives. Sometimes they make up a party and engage a whole public bath, and then the screams of laughter bear witness how the girls of Egypt enjoy a romp. Or else the mistress goes in state to call upon some friends, mounted upon the high ass, enveloped in a balloon of black silk, her face concealed all but the eyes by a white veil, and attended by a trusty manservant. These visits to other harems are the chief delights of the ladies of Cairo. Unlimited gossip, sweetmeats, inspection of toilets, perhaps some singers or dancers to hear and behold, these are their simple joys. They have no education whatever, and cannot understand higher or more intellectual pleasures than those their physical senses can appreciate. to eat, to dress, to chatter, to sleep, to dream away the sultry hours on a divan, to stimulate their husband's affections and keep him to themselves. This is to live in a harem. An Englishwoman asked an Egyptian lady how she passed her time. "I sit on this sofa," she answered, "and when I'm tired, I cross over and sit on that." Embroidery is one of the few occupations of the harem, but no lady thinks of busying herself with the flower garden which is often attached to the house. Indeed, the fair houris we imagine behind the lattice windows are very dreary, uninteresting people. They know nothing, and take but an indifferent interest in anything that goes on. They are just beautiful, a few of them, and nothing more. In truth, the Egyptian ladies cannot venture to give themselves airs. They suffer from the low opinion which all Mohammedans entertain of the fair sex. The unalterable iniquity of womankind is an incontrovertible fact among the men of the East. It is part of their religion. Did not the blessed prophet say, "I stood at the gate of paradise, and lo, most of its inhabitants were the poor, and I stood at the gates of hell, and lo, most of its inhabitants were women"? Is it not, moreover, a physiological fact that woman was made out of a crooked rib of Adam, which would break if you tried to bend it, and if you left it alone, it would always remain crooked? And is it not related that when the devil heard of the creation of woman, he laughed with delight and said, "Thou art half of my host, and thou art the depository of my secret, and thou art my arrow with which I shoot and miss not"? It is no wonder that a learned doctor gave advice to his disciple before he entered upon any serious undertaking to consult 10 intelligent persons among his particular friends. Or, if he have not more than 5 such friends, let him consult each of them twice. Or, if he have not more than 1 friend, he should consult him 10 times at 10 different visits. If he have not one to consult, let him return to his wife and consult her, and whatever she advises him to do, let him do the contrary. So shall he proceed rightly in his affair and attain his object. Following in the steps of this pious father, the Muslims have always treated women as an inferior order of beings, necessary indeed and ornamental, but certainly not entitled to respect or deference. Hence they rarely educate their daughters, hence they seek in their wives beauty and docility, and treat them either as pretty toys to be played with and broken and cast away, or as useful links in the social economy, good to bear children and order a household. The fatal blot upon Muslim society is this contempt of women, which far more than counterbalances the good effects of the Mohammedan doctrine of the equality of all true believers in the sight of God, and the ease of manner and independence of opinion which result from the sense of fraternity in the sacred bond of Islam. The picture we have drawn of the daily life of the Cairene is perhaps too somber, and we should watch our tradesman at his revels in order to understand the brighter side of his life. It is true, these excitements are strictly connected with his religion, but so are the Roman Catholic holidays, and if one must dissipate, it is soothing to the conscience to do it under the auspices of a saint. The Muslim, however, takes an unnatural delight in pious celebrations. The wedding guest of Cairo has his own importunate ancient mariner in the khatma or recital of the entire Quran from cover to cover, which a worthy bridegroom frequently provides for the entertainment of his friends. When the people of Cairo wish to go in for serious dissipation, they visit the graves of their relations, and then in houses expressly reserved for cheerful mourners, they listen to the chanting of the Holy Book. Voilà un terrible humeur d'homme. Triste as we are said to be in England in our manner of amusing ourselves, even an Ibsen audience would stand aghast at the Muslim's state diversions. He certainly makes the most of curiously unpromising materials. The feast of Saint Simon and Saint Jude does not perhaps suggest exhilaration to an unimaginative Englishman, but your Cairene will intensely enjoy, in his sedate way, the holidays of his religion. There are plenty of them, and a Cairo Mawlid, or birthday, is not a one-day festival like mere Christian feasts, but lasts sometimes as long as 9 days at a stretch. Every tourist knows some of them, such as the Kiswa, or Holy Carpet procession, and the passing of the Mahmal with the pilgrim caravan to Mecca, and they are worth seeing if they happen to fall within this season. For the Muslim year still retains the unreformed lunar calendar, which shifts continually and carries the feasts round with it. There is hardly a week in the year, however, without some special rite or spectacle. It may be the Ashura, or 10th of Muharram, the first month, when people eat cakes in honor of Hussein, the martyred son of Ali, and pay their homage at the mosque of the Hassanain, where the martyr's head is supposed to rest, and watch the amazing antics of the dervishes. Since Hussein, in whose honor it is held, combining with his elder brother Hassan to form the Hassanain, is especially the saint of the heretical Persians, and has given rise, through no merit of his own, to more schisms in the Mohammedan world than any other person, it is strange that the Cairenes, or almost all Orthodox Sunnis, should pay such particular reverence to this feast. But the truth is, they are glad of any excuse for a holiday, and, after all, was not our Lord Hussein the grandson of the Prophet, and is he to be given over wholly to those heretical dogs of Shia? Whatever the argument, Hussein is deeply revered in Cairo, and his Mawlid is one of the sights of the capital that most delight the European visitor. Nothing more picturesque and fairy-like can be imagined than the scenes in the streets and bazaars of Cairo on the great night of the Hassanain. The curious thing was that in the winter after Tel el-Kabir, when I stood, for writing was impossible, in the midst of the dance throng in the Muski and struggled into the by-street that leads to the Cadi's court and the mosque of the Hassanain, there was not a sign of ill humor or fanaticism in spite of the presence of many Europeans. A more good-natured crowd was never seen. It might have been expected that at least some slight demonstration would have been made against the Europeans who wandered about the gaily illuminated streets. But English ladies walked through the bazaars, English officers and tourists mingled in the throng, and even reached the doors of the sacred mosque itself without the slightest molestation or even remark. Once or twice a woman might have been heard sarcastically inviting some Christian to bless the Prophet. But if the Christian charitably replied, "God bless and save him," she was nonplussed. And even if he did not know the proper answer, nothing came of it. The general good nature inspired by the festival obliterated all memories of war and heresy, and it may safely be asserted that no English mob could have been trusted to behave in so orderly and friendly a manner in the presence of a detested minority. The scene as I turned into one of the narrow lanes of the great Hanan Khalili, or Turkish bazaar, which fronts the mosque of the Hassanain, was like a picture in the Arabian Nights. The long bazaar was lighted by innumerable chandeliers and colored lamps and candles, and covered by awnings of rich shawls and stuffs from the shops beneath, while between the strips of awning one could see the somber outlines of the unlighted houses above, in striking contrast to the brilliancy and gaiety below. The shops had quite changed their character. All the wares which were usually littered about had disappeared. The trays of miscellaneous daggers and rings and spoons and what not were gone, and each little shop was turned into a tastefully furnished reception room. The sides and top were hung with silks and cashmeres, velvets, brocades, and embroideries of the greatest beauty and rarity, costly stuffs which the most inquisitive purchaser never managed to see on ordinary occasions. The whole of the sides of the bazaar formed one long blaze of gold and light and color, and within each shop the owner sat surrounded by a semicircle of friends, all dressed in their best, very clean and superbly courteous, for the Cairo tradesman is always a gentleman in mien, even when he is cheating you most outrageously. The very man with whom you haggled hotly in the morning will now invite you politely to sit down with him and smoke. At his side is a little ivory or mother-of-pearl table, from which he takes a bottle of some sweet drink flavored with almonds or roses, and offers it to you with finished grace. Seated in the richly hung recess, you can see the throng pushing by, the whole population, it seems, of Cairo in their best array and merriest temper. All at once the sound of drums and pipes is heard, and a band of dervishes, chanting benedictions on the Prophet and Hussein, pass through the delighted crowd. On your left is a shop, nay, a throne-room in miniature, where a storyteller is holding an audience spellbound as he relates with dramatic gestures some favorite tale. Hard by, a holy man is revolving his head solemnly and unceasingly as he repeats the name of God or some potent text from the Koran. In another place, a party of dervishes are performing a zikr, or a complete recital of the Koran is being chanted by swaying devotees. The whole scene is certainly unreal and fairy-like. We can imagine ourselves in the land of the jinn or in the city of brass, but not in Cairo or in the 19th century. Outside the Khan, dense masses of the people are crowding into the Mosque of the Hassanain, where especially horrible performances take place, and where the tour of the shrine of Hussein must be made. Nearby, a string of men are entering a booth. We follow and find tumblers at work, and a performing pony, and a clown who always imitates the feats of the gymnasts, always fails grotesquely, and invariably provokes roars of laughter. In another booth, Karakouche is carrying on his intrigues. This Egyptian Punch is better manipulated than our own, whom he nearly resembles. But he is not so choice in his language or behavior, and we are glad before long to leave a place where the jokes are rather broad and certain saltatory insects unusually active. People of the lower class, however, care nothing for these drawbacks. They laugh till their sides ache at Karakouche's sallies, and whatever they see, wherever they go, whomever they meet, whatsoever their cares and their poverty, on this blessed night of the Hassanain they are perfectly happy. An Egyptian crowd is very easily amused. The simplest sights and oldest jests delight it, and it is enough to make a fastidious European regret his niceness to see how these simple folk enjoy themselves upon so small an incentive. This is what one goes to Cairo to see, the real Eastern life in its Eastern setting. A scene like this repays one for many dreary calls, many tepid dances in the region of hotels. You may get hotel life, club life, polo and tennis and even golf excellently at Cairo, the European Cairo, but these things are common to all winter resorts. In the bazaars, among the people, you get something that the Ismailia quarter cannot give, that no other place can quite rival, something that painters love and that kindles the imagination. After all, the most interesting things are always the unfamiliar, and the first plunge into Egypt is a revelation of fresh ideas, new tones and color, and the pungent odors of a strange native life. It is in the bazaars that one feels most the shock of contact with the unfamiliar, but in a less intimate yet deeply impressive way, to drink in the full inspiration of the Muslim city, one must climb to the ramparts of the citadel about sunset and slowly absorb the wonderful panorama that spreads below and around. Unhappily, to get there, one usually passes along the most terribly defaced street in all Cairo. The worst destruction took place, one is thankful to remember, before England took the reins of Egypt. It was Ismail, under French influence, who made that unspeakable atrocity, the Boulevard Muhammad Ali, which cut through some of the most beautiful quarters, ruined palaces and gardens, and chopped off half of a noble mosque in order to preserve the tasteless accuracy of its straight line. Along its side are ranged mean and uneven offices and tenements, neither Europeanly regular nor Orientally picturesque. Old wine and new bottles are in close connection. A Muslim school elbows a grog shop for army and navy. Under the shadow of the stately mosque of Sultan Hassan, an Arab barber is cutting hair with a modern clipping machine. A gaily painted harem carriage guarded by eunuchs stands at the door of the mosque. On the panel is a sham coat of arms, that last infirmity of Turkish minds, though for that matter heraldic bearings were used in Egypt at least 700 years ago. Solemn sheikhs pace slowly along without any sign of surprise at these strange sights. Overhead the guns boom out a salute, for it is the great festival, the Eid el-Kabir, from Saladin's citadel. But the garrison are not stalwart Turkmans or wild Kurds in picturesque garb and with clanking spear and mace, such as the great Soldan led against Richard of the Lionheart, but British Tommies unbecomingly attired in khaki. The citadel itself is an arsenal of modern arms and stores, and English officers rule where once the Mamluk beys were massacred. Old and new are ever clashing in the medieval fortress, and private authorities mounts guards over the mosque of the Mamluk Sultan. But once we stand on the ramparts, the flaring contrasts vanish, and the jarring note is still. All in that wide range beneath the eye is of the East-Eastern. The European touches are too small at such a distance to mar the purely Oriental tone. Countless domes and minarets, a glimpse of arched cloisters, a wilderness of flat-roofed houses, yellow and white and brown, with sloped pans to admit the cool breezes below, a patch of green here and there with dark-leaved sycamores revealing some of the many gardens of the old city, and beyond a fringe of palms and a streak of silver where the long bright river rolls sleepily on between its brown banks. In the distance against the ridge of the Libyan horizon, in the carmine glory of the sinking sun, stand the everlasting pyramids, like the boundary marks of the mighty waste, the Egyptian land of shades. One after the other, the tall forms of slender minarets separate themselves from the bewildering chaos of roofs and domes and display their varied grace. Each has its story of victory or exile, of famine and invasion, of learning and piety to tell. On the right, northwards, the fine towers of Mu'ayyid above the Zuwayla gate recall 100 deeds and legends of that famous portal, once the main entrance of the Caliph's palace city. Beyond them rise the minarets of the Nahassin, a perfect gallery of Saracen art, and again beyond the turrets of Hakim's great quadrangle. In front of the foreground stands Sultan Hassan, the largest and most imposing of the Mamluk mosques, and a little to the left one looks into the vast arcaded square of Ibn Tulun, with its queer corkscrew tower overhanging the billowy mounds that reveal where Fustat lay 1,000 years ago. Still more to the left, a line of arches shows where the aqueduct that has brought water to the citadel for 5 centuries stretches to the Nile, and behind we can look down upon the cluster of ruined domes and minarets of the southern Carafa, the tombs of the Mamluks, and catch a glimpse of the old fortress of Egyptian Babylon and the mosque of the conqueror Amr. Looking over the Mamluk minarets, we can see the dim outlines of the cairns of Dahshur and the conspicuous form of Saqqara's step pyramid, separated from the Saracen domes by only 15 miles of space, but 5 millenniums of time. And as the glow of the sunset fades away, the evening clouds gather in the west, and the desert beyond takes up their shades of gray and blue like a vast mid-African ocean. Here we realize Cairo for the first time as a city of the Middle Ages, and more than that, a city with a heritage from the dawn of history. It is true, it has not the exquisite setting of the seven-hilled Queen of the Bosphorus. It is not even built about the Nile, which the silts of centuries have breasted away from the walls it once laved. But as one looks out from the battlements of the castle, one perceives that there are other oceans than those of water, and that the capital of Egypt can have no more fitting frame than the deserts which are her shield, and the pyramids her title deeds to her inheritance from the remote past. He who hath not seen Cairo, said the Jewish Hakim, hath not seen the world. Her soil is gold, her Nile is a marvel, her women are as the bright-eyed houris of paradise. Her houses are palaces, and her air is soft with an odor above aloes, refreshing the heart. And how should Cairo be otherwise when she is the mother of the world? End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole, Section 3, Chapter 2, The Town of the Tent, Part 1. In the view from the citadel, one sees an essentially medieval city, but of all the Arab buildings there is not one that in its present state dates back to the Arab conquest. Before the Muslims invaded Egypt in 640, there was no Cairo, and strictly speaking, there was none till 3 centuries later than that, when the Greek general laid the foundations of the palace city of the Fatimid caliphs, and it received the name El-Qahira, which Europeans twisted into Caher, Caire, and Cairo. But this is merely a pedantry of terms, and one might as well restrict London to the city and refuse the name to Westminster and Mayfair. There was a Muslim capital from the days of the conquest, and though it was not called Cairo, it was close to the present city, which is merely an expansion of the original town. The history of its growth will appear as we study its several stages and monuments, and for the moment a bare enumeration of the successive foundations will suffice. First rose the original Arab settlement Fustat, the town of the tent, in 641. To this was added in 751 a northeastern suburb, the official residence of the governors and their troops, hence named El Askar, quote, the cantonments. A new royal faubourg, or small city, was built still more to the northeast by the first independent Muslim king of Egypt, Ibn Tulun, about 860, and was known by the name of El-Katai, quote, the wards, because it was divided into separate quarters for different nations and classes. So far the 3 towns were practically contiguous, and Askar and Katai were but the Chelsea and St. James of the city, the commercial capital, Fustat. The 4th foundation was still further to the northeast, and a considerable vacant space was left between it and the almost destroyed faubourg of Katai, in order to preserve the safety and seclusion of the sacred caliphs for whom it was built in 969. This last was the true Cairo, El-Qahira, but it was not the commercial and residential capital, any more than Askar or Katai had been. Fustat, resting on the Nile bank, was still the emporium of trade and the metropolis alike of business and of culture, whilst Qahira was but a palace, a barrack, and a seat of government. When the medieval chroniclers, such as William of Tyre, write of, quote, Maser, meaning Masser, properly Misr, the usual Arabic name both for Egypt and for its capital, they refer not to Qahira, but to Fustat, or as it was commonly called, Misr el-Fustat. The emir, or caliph, or sultan might dwell and rule at any suburb he pleased to build, but the old capital remained the real metropolis throughout. There the Qadis sat in judgment in the, quote, old mosque. There the coins of the realm were issued, and there resided the bulk of the citizens who were not attached to the palace. It was only when Fustat was deliberately burned in 1168, to save it from giving cover to the Crusaders, that Cairo took its place as the real capital as well as the official center of Egypt. Saladin was the creator of Cairo as we know it. It was he who planned the wall that was to enclose not only Cairo, but the citadel and what remained of Katai and Fustat. And from his time began the building over the space intervening between the citadel and the palace of Cairo, which gradually filled up the Cairo which we now see. The growth of the city thus consisted mainly of 3 successive expansions towards the northeast, accompanied by decay of abandoned suburbs and ending in a general enclosure of the chief inhabited portions. Since the days of Saladin, whatever remained of Fustat has vanished, and only a straggling village called Masr al-Atika, or, quote, Old Masr, and known to Europeans as, quote, Old Cairo, has risen near its site, which is easily traced by the immense rubbish heaps. On the other hand, a new town has grown up between Cairo and the Nile, under European influences, but with this, pleasant winter city as it is, the medieval town has nothing to do. The narrative of the Arab invasion of Egypt is in many points exceedingly obscure, owing to the circumstances that the Arabs did not begin to write history till more than 2 centuries later, and that our only almost contemporary authority, John, Bishop of Nicaea, has come down to us in a corrupt translation. The Arabs, under the command of Amr ibn el-Asi, entered Egypt not more than 4,000 strong in December 639, in the Caliphate of Omar, the second successor of the Prophet Muhammad, and after taking Pelusium and Bilbais by siege, and fighting a battle with the Romans at Dunain, a suburb which stood near the present Abdin Palace, attacked the city of, quote, Misr, or, quote, Babylon of Egypt. This city was a northern extension or successor of the decayed but then still existing Egyptian capital Memphis, about 12 miles distant from the present Cairo, and had grown up under the protection of the Roman fortress of Babylon. It was evidently strongly defended, for the Arab general had to summon reinforcements, till his army mustered 12,000 before he could attack it. Amr divided his forces into 3 corps, one of which he posted to the north of Babylon, the second was stationed at Tindunias, probably the Dunain of the Arabic writers, and the third withdrew northwards to Heliopolis, in the hope of tempting the Romans out of their fortifications, upon which the other 2 corps were to fall on their rear or flank. The maneuver succeeded. The Romans marched out of their fortifications and attacked the Saracens at Heliopolis, but, being themselves taken in rear by the other divisions, were routed and driven to the Nile, when they took to their boats and fled down the river. Upon this the Moslems occupied Tindunias, the garrison of which had perished in the battle, except 300 men, who shut themselves up in the fort, whence they retired by boat to Nicaea. The taking of Tindunias was evidently followed by, or synonymous with, the taking of the whole city of Misr, except its citadel, which was blockaded, for John of Nicaea, from whose almost contemporary chronicle this account is taken, mentions no subsequent siege or conquest of the city of Misr, but only the reduction of the fortress. Whatever the city of Misr or Tindunias may have been, it vanishes from history as soon as it is conquered. The last we hear of it is in the treaty of capitulation granted by Amr, which ran as follows, quote, In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, this is the amnesty which Amr ibn el-Asi granted to the people of Misr, as to themselves, their religion, their goods, their churches and crosses, their lands and waters. Nothing of these shall be meddled with or minished. The Nubians shall not be permitted to dwell among them. And the people of Misr, if they enter into this treaty of peace, shall pay the poll tax, when the inundation of their river has subsided, 50 millions. And each one of them is responsible for acts of violence that robbers among them may commit. And as for those who will not enter into this treaty, the sum of the tax shall be diminished to the rest in proportion, but we have no responsibility towards such. If the rise of the Nile is less than usual, the tax shall be reduced in proportion to the decrease. Romans and Nubians who enter into this treaty shall be treated in the like manner. And whoso rejects it and chooses to go away, he is protected until he reach a place of safety or leave our kingdom. The collection of the taxes shall be by thirds, 1/3 at each time. For sureties for this covenant stand the security and warranty of God, the warranty of his prophet, and the warranty of the Caliph, the commander of the faithful, and the warranty of the true believers. Witnessed by Ez-Zubair and his sons Abdallah and Muhammad, and written by Wardan. End quote. The Arab historians connect this treaty, which has all the appearance of being an authentic document, literally copied, expressly with the surrender of the city of Misr after the Battle of Heliopolis, but as Misr means Egypt, as well as its capital, the document itself only proves that the Arab conqueror accorded very generous terms to the people of Egypt. It says nothing explicit as to the town of Misr, the name of which was shortly to be transferred to Fustat, whilst the place thereof was known no more. The only explanation seems to be that the Egyptian city decayed as the Arab town grew, and that the population migrated to the neighboring and more prosperous settlement. The remains of the walls south of, quote, Old Misr may represent part of the site. The disappearance of an Egyptian town is unhappily far from unprecedented. Memphis itself has vanished, all save a few traces of walls and fallen statues. Quote, 100-gated Thebes survives only in her temples, and the reason is that the ancient Egyptian built his abode of perishable sun-dried brick, and lavished his massive stonework only upon the tombs of the great dead and the temples of the immortal gods. Whatever became of the city, a fortress of Babylon stands to this day. Its reduction cost the Arabs a 7-month siege. The Battle of Heliopolis was won in the late summer of 640, and it was not till April 641 that the fortress was conquered. A leading part in the surrender of the place is ascribed to a mysterious personage, quote, the Mukakis, as the Arabs termed the governor of Egypt. According to the Arab traditions, it was he who negotiated the treaty cited above, which secured to the Egyptians freedom of religion and security of life, and when the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius repudiated the treaty, the Mukakis stuck to his word and threw in his lot with the Arabs, whose valor and simple earnestness deeply impressed him. When his envoys returned from an embassy to the Saracens' camp, he asked them what manner of men the Muslims were, and they answered, quote, we found a people who love death better than life, and set humility above pride, who have no desire or enjoyment in this world, who sit in the dust and eat upon their knees, but frequently and thoroughly wash, and humble themselves in prayer. A people in whom the stronger can scarce be distinguished from the weaker, or the master from the slave. End quote. Such a character was new to the Egyptians, who had long suffered under the corruption and luxury of the Eastern Roman Empire, and, whatever part the Mukakis personally may have played in what has been called the betrayal of Christian Egypt, it is certain that the population abetted the invaders. Although Christianity had been the official religion of Egypt since the Edict of Theodosius in 379, there was still a strong leaven of the old local cults, and more important still, there was a vigorous tendency to nationalism both of church and state. The rule of Byzantium had never been gracious to the Egyptian province. The Orthodox Church had been tyrannous, and when at the Council of Chalcedon in 451, the Eutychian heresy maintained by the Egyptian bishops was formally condemned, the schism became irrevocable. From that time forward, there were two churches in Egypt, the State Church, or Orthodox Greek, supported from Constantinople, and known as the Melkite, or, quote, Royalist, and the National Church, afterwards called Jacobite, and generally known as the Coptic Church. Copt is etymologically the same word as Egyptian, Greek as Aiguptios, Arabic as Kipt, and Kupt, English as Copt. And the Coptic Church means nothing less than the Church of Egypt, as separated by the adoption of the heresy of Eutyches. The Egyptian Christians were as much Copts before as after the Council of Chalcedon, but it was their devotion to a metaphysical definition, which very few of them could possibly understand, that made them a distinct church. And to this they owe at once their misfortunes and their historical interest. By their adhesion to the first Nicene doctrine of the single nature of Christ, they exposed themselves to persecution and courted isolation, and sharing in none of the developments of the other churches, they preserved in their scanty and neglected community, unchanged, for nearly 1,500 years, the ancient tradition and ritual of the 5th century. It was their implacable hatred of the royalists that threw them into the arms of the Muslim invaders. By the advice of their exiled patriarch, they helped the Arabs from the moment of their setting foot upon Egyptian soil. Eager to rid themselves of Byzantine rule, and still more of the royalist hierarchy, they embraced they knew not what as a preferable alternative, and after the Muqawqis, aided, according to tradition, by a Catholicus, probably Cyrus, royalist patriarch of Alexandria, had succeeded in obtaining a generous amnesty from the Arab general, the Copts rendered every aid to the Muslims, assisted them with labor at bridge-making, and brought them supplies. They soon discovered that they had only exchanged masters, but the Arab, despite his haughty assumption of superiority and his occasional outbursts of persecution, was a gentler tyrant than the Roman of the Lower Empire. Deprived of all support from the population, the Roman garrison of Babylon surrendered in April 641. The Delta was quickly overrun, and the Romans fell back upon Alexandria, which, distracted by factions and deprived of competent leaders, yielded to panic and eagerly accepted Amir's magnanimous terms. By the surrender of the Roman capital in October 641, the Arab conquest of Egypt was complete. There was no further resistance worthy the name. The Muslims spread over the land up to the first cataract of the Nile, and Egypt became a province of the Caliphate. On his return from Alexandria, Amr founded the town of the Tent. The great port on the Mediterranean was no suitable capital for Arab tribes, whose inexperience magnified the terrors of the deep. Alexandria, moreover, was liable at the period of Nile inundation to be cut off from the center of Arab power at Medina, and the Caliph Omar, not yet inspired by dreams of a vast Muslim empire, was chiefly anxious to keep in touch with the army of Egypt. Amr, indeed, wished to retain Alexandria as the capital. Quote, "Behold an abode made ready for us," he said. But when the Caliph heard of it, he asked, quote, "Will there be water between me and the army of the Muslims?" And the answer was, quote, "Yes, O commander of the faithful, there will be the Nile." So he set his face against Alexandria. He regarded the new conquest as a barrack rather than a colony. Amr accordingly was bidden to choose a more central position, and found it some 10 miles north of the remains of the ancient capital of Memphis, on the site of the camp which lay before the castle of Babylon. An old canal, the Amnis Trajanus, had formerly connected Babylon with the Red Sea at Suez, running past Bilbais and the Crocodile Lake, and this was immediately cleared of silt and reopened, so that tribute and corn were sent by water to Arabia, and close relations were thus maintained with the Caliph. End of Section 3. Read by J. Bev. Section 4 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 4. Chapter 2. The Town of the Tent. Part 2. The Town of the Tent owes its name to a pretty legend, which may very probably be true. When Amr led his Arabs against the old capital of Egypt, he pitched his tent on the spot where his mosque now stands. After the surrender of the castle of Babylon, he marched upon Alexandria. But when the soldiers went to strike his tent, they found that a dove had laid her eggs within and was sitting on her nest. Amr at once declared the spot sacred and ordered them not to disturb her. And when on the return from the conquest of Alexandria, The army set about building quarters for themselves. Amr bade them settle around his still standing tent, and the first Arab city of Egypt was ever afterwards known as El Fustat, quote, the tent, or Misr el Fustat, or simply Misr. The whole space between the Nile and the hill Mukatam, on a spur of which stands the present citadel, was bare at that time. There was nothing but, quote, wasteland and sown fields, end quote, and no buildings except some churches or convents and the Roman fortress of Babylon, or Babylon, known to the Arabs to this day as the Qasr es-Shema, or, quote, Castle of the Beacon, because, says the topographer El-Makrizi, quote, this Qasr was illuminated on the summit with candles, in Arabic Shema, on the first night of every month, to serve as a calendar. But it is possible, as Dr. Butler has suggested, that the name is merely a corruption of Qasr el-Khaimi, the, quote, Castle of Egypt, and that the beacon story was invented to explain it. Why Amr did not occupy the old city of Misr, we do not know. Everything connected with that vanished town is a mystery. Elsewhere, the Arabs had no scruple about taking possession of older cities, such as Damascus and Edessa, but in Egypt they preferred to take fresh ground. Misr may have been too small, or it is possible that the caliph's orders that they were not to acquire property and take root in the country led to the original occupation of the bare stretch of land between Babylon and the Mukatam hills. The first settlement undoubtedly resembled a temporary camp rather than a city. They wanted plenty of space to separate the various tribes who composed the Arab army, and who, despite their Muslim brotherhood, were liable to recall their ancient jealousies. The site they chose was ample and almost unencumbered. The tract was known as the Three Hamras, or, quote, red spots, the nearer, the middle, and the further Hamra, apparently from the red standard which was set up in the midst. The Arab clans divided the three tracts amongst them, and laid out their settlements, from the fortress to where the mosque of Ibn Tulun now stands. In the midst was the general's house, and close to it rose the first mosque built in Egypt, the, quote, Mosque of Conquest, the, quote, Crown of Mosques, as it was proudly called, but known later as the, quote, Old Mosque, and now as the Mosque of Amr. It was originally a very plain oblong room, about 200 feet long by 56 wide, built of rough brick, unplastered, with a low roof supported probably by a few columns with holes for light. There was no minaret, no niche for prayer, no decoration, no pavement. Even the pulpit which Amr set up was removed when the caliph wrote in reproach, quote, Is it not enough for thee to stand, whilst the Muslims sit at thy feet? End quote. For it was the duty of the conqueror to recite the prayers and preach the Friday sermon in this humble building. It soon became too small for the growing population of Fustat, and was enlarged in 673 by taking in part of the house of Amr, and at the same time raised stations, the germ of the minaret, were erected at the corners for the muezzins to recite the call to prayer. 25 years later, the entire mosque was demolished by a later governor, who rebuilt it on a larger scale. So many and thorough have been the repairs and reconstructions that there is probably not a foot of the original building now in existence. What we see today is practically the mosque rebuilt in 827 by Abdallah ibn Tahir, and restored by Murad Bey in 1798, just before he engaged the French in the, quote, Battle of the Pyramids at Embaba. It is 4 times the size of the original mosque and different in every respect. The, quote, Old Mosque, as the topographer calls it, was intensely revered in early times. It was there that the chief Cadi held his court, and learned men congregated in its arcades. It was a rallying point for orthodoxy in times of schism and obtrusive heresies. When Fustat was burned in 1168, the mosque escaped, though much injured, and Saladin restored it. Quote, Where he found wood and stone, he left marble. End quote. But it was as hopeless to maintain its popularity when the town it belonged to was in ashes, as it would be to induce the dwellers in Belgravia to attend the services at Beau Bells. Fustat, mostly in ruins, the congregation dispersed, and the Mosque of Amr fell upon evil days. Ibn Sa'id, a Moorish traveler of the 13th century, found the sacred building covered with cobwebs and scrawled over with the ribald graffiti of loafers and vagabonds, the remains of whose victuals littered the floor. There were few worshippers and much unseemliness. Quote, musicians and ape leaders and conjurers and mountebanks and dancing girls, end quote, says the historian Gabarty in the 18th century, desecrated the court, and so decrepit did the building become that even these abandoned it. If Murad Bey had not been, quote, anxious about his soul, end quote, for very good reasons, and made peace with his conscience by spending some of his ill-gotten gains upon the pious work of restoration, the, quote, crown of mosques would have disappeared altogether. In the early part of the 19th century, it was still a favorite place of prayer for the people of Cairo on the last Friday of the fast of Ramadan. Quote, it is believed that God will receive with particular favor the prayers which are offered up in this ancient mosque. Therefore, when the Nile is tardy in rising, and the people fear a scanty inundation and a consequent scarcity, the principal sheikhs and imams and learned and devout Muslims of the metropolis are ordered to betake themselves to the Mosque of Amr, to pray for an increase of the river, together with the priests of the various Christian churches and their congregations, and likewise the Jews, each of these persuasions arranged by itself without the mosque. Public prayers were thus offered up for rain in this consecrated spot by Muslims, Christians, and Jews, in a time of unusual drought about 20 years ago, i.e. 1825 to 28, and on the following day it rained, end quote. The outside of the oldest mosque in Egypt is not impressive. Among the rubbish hills that mark the site of the town of the tent, its long gray walls, without windows or the least attempt at ornament, look dreary, and the two plain minarets are equally unpretentious. But within, despite decay and the loneliness of neglect, the vast empty court of some 40,000 square feet, surrounded by colonnades, and the forest of columns supporting the roof of the east end, the special place of prayer, wholly dominate all mean details. Crowded with worshippers in the rhythmic bowings of the Muslim ritual, it must have been a wonderful and solemn vision. The arches are of various ages, and the columns, taken from churches, show the most diverse capitals, not always put the right side up. The arcades do not run parallel to the walls, like cloisters round a cathedral close, but open at right angles into the court. Wooden beams stretch from column to support hanging lamps, of which 18,000 were lighted every night in former times, and the effect in the long vistas must have been superb. Those nights of illumination are long over, and the Conqueror's Mosque is a melancholy ruin, the loneliness of which appeals to the imagination to people it with the zealous groups of scholars and divines, fanatics and doctors learned in the law, fakirs and holy men, who once bowed before its deserted Qibla. Not even the mark of the blessed Prophet's kurbag on the gray marble of the pillar, which, urged by the blow, despite all considerations of chronology, flew through the air from Mecca when Amr was building the mosque, nor the twin test columns between which only true believers can squeeze, and even a Turkish soldier stuck and almost died, avail to attract worshippers to the old shrine except on very special occasions. Yet it is prophesied that the fall of the Mosque of Amr will be the sign of the downfall of Islam, and it is strange that a superstitious people are not more careful of their omens. The original mosque of the Arab conqueror has gone, but at least its representative stands on the hallowed site. One cannot say as much for Fustat, the town of the tent, which he founded. Whatever may remain of this great city, which was the capital and the river port of Egypt for 5 centuries, lies hidden under the wilderness of sand hills which cover the debris and the kitchen middens of the medieval town. Here, after a strong wind has stirred the sand, you may sometimes chance to pick up curious fragments of glass and pottery, Roman lamps, coins, glass bottle stamps, with inscriptions recording the names of 8th century governors and such like relics of what was once Fustat. Of its houses, its governors' palaces, its baths and schools, not a stone or brick remains. The, quote, granaries of Joseph certainly date back at least to that later Joseph, Saladin, for Benjamin of Tudela saw them in 1170. But Mazar el-Atika, or, quote, Old Cairo, is built on land which was covered by the Nile in the days when Fustat was the capital. The rest is desolation. We shall catch many glimpses of its history in chapters to come, and read the descriptions of it written by Persian and Moorish travelers from the east and the west, but such descriptions do not enable us to realize the vanished Arab city. One monument, however, of the age of the conquest still survives, but it is not Arab. The Roman fortress of Babylon, the, quote, castle of the beacon, stands where it once overlooked the Muslims' tents and saw the Arab capital growing up beneath its walls. To understand why it was called Babylon, or as some say, Bablion, quote, the gate of On, we must go to Mataria, a few miles north of Cairo, where stands a solitary obelisk, sole relic of On, or Heliopolis, the, quote, city of the sun. In the plain of Mataria, before this lonely stone, the Turks fought the final battle that won Cairo from the Mamelukes in 1517, and here Kleber gained his victory in 1800 over the Turks. There stood the famous temple of On, of which Potipharah, the father of Joseph's wife, was priest. Here Pianki, the Ethiopian priest-king, 8 centuries B.C., washed at the, quote, fountain of the sun, and made offerings of white bulls, milk, perfume, incense, and all kinds of sweet-scented woods, and entering the temple, quote, saw his father Ra, the sun god, in the sanctuary, end quote. Heliopolis was the university of the most ancient civilization in the world, the forerunner of all the schools of Europe. Here, in all probability, Moses was instructed by the priests of Ra in, quote, all the wisdom of the Egyptians, end quote. Here, too, Herodotus cross-questioned the same priesthood with varying success. Here Plato came to study, and Eudoxus, the mathematician, to learn astronomy. And here Strabo was shown the houses where the famous Greeks had lived. Of this seat of learning and focus of religion, nothing but the obelisk remains. Quote, the images of Beth Shemesh, the house of the sun, have indeed been, quote, broken, and, quote, the houses of the Egyptian gods have been, quote, burned with fire, end quote. Beside the obelisk is an ancient sycamore, riven with age and hacked with numberless names, beneath which tradition hath it that the Holy Family rested in their flight into Egypt, and it is hence known as the, quote, Virgin's tree. Nearby is a spring of fresh water, a rare sight in this brackish land, which, it is said, became sweet because the Bambino was bathed there. From the spots where the drops fell from his swaddling clothes, after they too had been washed in this sacred spring, sprang up balsam trees, which, it was believed, flourished nowhere else. There is no evidence for these fancies, and of course the sycamore is but a descendant of the supposed original, as it was not planted till after 1672. But the circumstances that a temple was built by the Hebrew Onias for the worship of his countrymen near here, and that Jewish gardeners were brought here for the culture of the balsam trees, gives the tale a certain fitness. Heliopolis is no more, but its guardian fortress, the, quote, gate of On, still defies time and the restorer's hands, and the name of Babylon of Egypt, applied to the capital, Fustat, as well as the fort, appears frequently in the medieval chronicles and romances. When Richard Coeur de Lion defeated Saladin, the romance relates, quote, the chefsodon of Athenais to Babylone was flown Iwais, end quote. Whether or not there is any foundation for the tradition reported by Strabo and Diodorus that the castle was first built by exiles from the greater Babylon of Chaldea, the present fortress dates from the 3rd or possibly the 2nd century of our era. The exterior is imposing, though the walls have been injured and the sand has buried their feet. The greater part of the oblong outline is still sufficiently distinguishable, and 5 bastions and 2 circular towers are well preserved. The walls are built in the usual Roman manner, 5 courses of stone alternating with 3 of brick, the origin probably of the striped red and yellow decoration of the Muslim mosques and houses, and their massive aspect even now makes one realize how much the capture of such a stronghold must have meant to the early Arabs. When we enter the stronghold, the strange character of the fortress grows upon us. Passing through narrow lanes, narrower and darker and dustier even than the back alleys of Cairo, we are struck by the deadly stillness of the place. The high houses that shut in the street have little of the lattice ornament that adorns the thoroughfares of Cairo. The grated windows are small and few, and but for an occasional heavy door half open, and here and there the sound of a voice in the recesses of the houses, we might question whether the fortress was inhabited at all. Nothing, certainly, indicates that these plain walls contain 6 sumptuous churches, with their dependent chapels, each of which is full of carvings, pictures, vestments, and furniture, which in their way cannot be matched. A Coptic church is like a Mohammedan harem. It must not appear from the outside. Just as the studiously plain exterior of many a Cairo house reveals nothing of the latticed court within, surrounded by rooms where inlaid dados, tiles, carved and painted ceilings, and magnificent carpets glow in the soft light of the stained windows, so a Coptic church makes no outward show. High walls hide everything from view. The Copts are shy of visitors, and the plain exteriors are a sufficient proof of their desire to escape that notice which in bygone days aroused cupidity and fanaticism. After passing through a strong gateway and traversing a vestibule or ascending some stairs, you find yourself in a small but beautifully finished basilica, gazing at a carved choir screen that any cathedral in England might envy. In the dim light you see rows of valiant saints looking down at you from above the sanctuary and over the screens, and great golden texts in Coptic and Arabic to the glory of God, while above, the arches of the triforium over the aisles show where other treasures of art are probably to be found. The general plan of a Coptic church is basilican, but there are many points of wide divergence from the strict pattern. The Byzantine feature of the dome is almost universal, and sometimes the whole building is roofed over with a cluster of a dozen domes. The church consists of a nave and side aisles, wagon vaulted, exactly like the early Irish churches, and like no others, and very rarely has transepts or approaches to the cruciform shape. The sparse marble columns that divide the nave from the aisles generally return round the west end, and form a narthex or counterchoir, where is sunk the Epiphany tank, once the scene of complete immersions, but now used only for the feet washing of Maundy Thursday. The church is also divided crosswise into 3 principal sections, besides the narthex. The rearmost is the women's place, whom the judicious Copts put behind the men, and thereby prevent any disturbance of devotions much more effectually than if the 2 sexes were ranged side by side, as in some Western churches. A lattice-work screen divides the women's portion from the men's, which is always much larger and more richly decorated, and the men's division is similarly partitioned off from the choir by another screen, while the altars, 3 in number, are placed each in a separate apse, surmounted by a complete, not semicircular, dome, and veiled by the most gorgeous screen of all, formed of ivory and ebony crosses and geometrical panels, superbly carved with arabesques, and surmounted by pictures and golden texts in Coptic and Arabic letters. During the celebration, the central folding doors are thrown back, the silver-embroidered curtain is withdrawn, and the high altar is displayed to the adoring congregation, just as it is in the impressive ceremonial of St. Isaac's Cathedral at St. Petersburg. The carved doors and the silver thread curtain, the swinging lamps and pendant ostrich eggs, prepare us for something more gorgeous than the nearly cubical plastered brick or stone altar, with its silk covering, and the invariable recess in the east side, which originally had a more mystic signification, but is now only used for the burying of the cross in a bed of rose leaves on Good Friday, whence it will be disinterred on Easter Day. The Coptic altar stands detached from the wall of the sanctuary, which is often coated with slabs of colored marble, like the dados one sees in the mosques, or with mosaic of the peculiar Egyptian style, while above are painted panels or frescoes representing the 12 apostles, with Christ in the midst in the act of benediction. Over the altar spreads a canopy or baldacchino, which is also richly painted with figures of angels. The central sanctuary with its altar is divided off from the side altars by lattice screens. A curious part of the furniture is the ark, which holds the chalice during the rite of consecration, and scarcely less interesting is the flabellum, or fan for keeping gnats off the chalice, which is often exquisitely fashioned of repoussé silver. Similar fans are represented in the Irish Book of Kells. There is never a crucifix, but reliquaries are not uncommon, though their place is not on the altar. The Coptic Church forbids the worship of relics, but every church has its bolster full of them, and the devout believer attaches considerable importance to their curative properties. Sometimes the most beautiful object in metalwork in a Coptic church is the silver textus case, corresponding to the Irish gundach, in which the copy of the Gospels is supposed to be sealed up, though generally a few leaves alone remain inside. It is often a fine example of silver chasing and repoussé work, and is reverently brought from the altar where it reposes to the officiating deacon, who places it on the lectern while he reads from another copy. The lectern itself is a favorite subject for decoration. That from the Mu'allaqah Church, now in the Coptic Cathedral at Cairo, is covered with the beautiful inlaid and carved paneling, which is familiar in the doors and pulpits of mosques. Of the 6 churches contained within the fortress of Babylon, 3 are of the highest interest, for, though the Greek Church of St. George, perched on the top of the round tower, is finely decorated with Damascus and Rhodian tiles and silver lamps, the Roman tower itself, with its central well, great staircase, and curious radiating chambers, is more interesting than the church above it. Of the 3 principal Coptic churches, that of St. Sergius or Abu Sargah is the most often visited, on account of the tradition that it was in its crypt that the Holy Family rested when they journeyed to the land of Egypt. The crypt is certainly many centuries older than the church above it, which dates from the 10th century. The church itself is notable for a fine screen, and close to it a remarkable specimen of early Coptic figure carving, with representations of the Nativity and of warrior saints in high relief. Another example of this style of deep carving exists in the triforium of the Church of St. Barbara. Besides Abu Sargah and Qadisa Barbara, there remains a third and very interesting Coptic church to be mentioned. This is suspended between 2 bastions of the Roman wall, over a gate with a classical pediment and a sculptured eagle. It is called, from its position, the Mu'allaqah, or, quote, hanging church. It is remarkable in many ways, partly for being the oldest of the Babylon churches, and partly on account of the entire absence of domes. The Mu'allaqah has other peculiarities. It has absolutely no choir. The dais in front of the shallow eastern apsis has to serve the purpose, and it is double-aisled on the north side. The carved screen in the north aisle has the unique property of being filled in with thin ivory panels, which must have shone with a rosy tint when the lamps behind were lighted. The sculptured pulpit is especially beautiful. It stands on, quote, 15 delicate Saracenic columns, arranged in 7 pairs, with a leader, end quote. Not the least curious part about the, quote, suspended church is its hanging garden, where the bold experiment of planting palms in mid-air has succeeded in perpetuating the tradition that it was here that the Virgin first broke fast with a meal of dates on her arrival in Egypt. This is not the place to enter into the doctrine and ritual of the Coptic Church. The appalling Lenten fast of the Copts, which lasts 55 days, and involves total abstinence from food, from sunrise to sunset during each of those days no doubt suggested the only less rigorous Muslim fast of Ramadan. The Coptic sacrament of matrimony has certain elements of the grotesque in it, but most of the ceremonial of the Church possesses a dignity and the sweet savor of antiquity which must redeem any minor absurdities. No one can stand unmoved in a Coptic church during the celebration of the Mass, or hear the worshippers shout with one voice, just as they did some 1,500 years ago, the loud response, quote, "I believe this is the truth," end quote, without emotion. Through fiery persecution, they have clung to their truth with a heroism that is only the more wonderful when we consider their weakness. And however partial and ignorant their interpretation of truth, we cannot withhold the respect that is due of those who have come out of great tribulation and remained steadfast to their faith. End of section 4. Read by J. Bev.
Section 5 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 5, Chapter 3, The Faubourgs, Part 1. By the Arab conquest in 640, Egypt became a province of the Caliphate and was ruled like the other provinces by governors appointed by the caliphs. The first 4 successors of Muhammad retained Medina, the Arabian city of his adoption, as their seat of government, but after the murder of Ali, the 4th caliph, the dynasty of the Umayyads transferred the center of power to Damascus. From Damascus, therefore, came most of the 30 governors who held rule over the land of Egypt during the 90 years of the Umayyad Caliphate. Some of them were sons or brothers of the reigning caliphs, and most were naturally court favorites, inexperienced in the art of government, and ignorant of everything save their religion and their language. The object of the sovereign pontiff at Damascus was to get as much revenue as he could out of the subject provinces, and Egypt especially was regarded in the light of a valuable milch cow. Amr the Conqueror was the first governor, and from his new capital of Fustat he sent out his officers and collected about 6 million pounds, from a populated estimated at from 6 to 8 millions. When the old warrior died at the age of 90 and was buried in the Mukatam hills, he is said to have left 70 sacks of dinars. Footnote: the dinar was a gold coin of about the weight of a half guinea. End of footnote. Or something like 10 tons of gold, which his conscientious sons declined to inherit. However this may be, it is certain that the governors looked chiefly to the revenue, and did little for the country but draw the not very burdensome land and capitation taxes, and accumulate such pickings as might be safely diverted to their own use. A governor whose average tenure of office was 3.5 years, and whose future livelihood often depended wholly on his savings, was under serious temptation to make the most of his brief opportunities. There were good Wallace and bad, but the shortness of their tenure and their absolute dependence upon the Caliph at Damascus restricted their powers and energies, and they generally contented themselves with keeping order and rendering tribute to their pontifical Caesar. The position was not easy. There were some thousands of Arab soldiers at Fustat and Alexandria, and some other towns constantly increased, however, by the troops brought into the country by successive governors. but all the rest of the population was Christian and resolved to remain so. Indeed, any wholesale conversion was much deprecated, since it implied the loss of the poll tax of a guinea a head, which was levied only from non-Muslims. Still, it was dangerous to be in so marked a minority, and we find that about 90 years after the conquest, a governor, despairing of any considerable accession of native Egyptians to the Moslem ranks, was driven to import 5,000 Arabs into the Delta. It was only by very slow degrees and after much intermarriage and many partial immigrations that Egypt became Muslim, and for a long time the Arabs were practically confined to the large towns. Fustat itself must soon have attracted a numerous Coptic population from the decaying Egyptian towns in the neighborhood, not only in wives for the conquerors but in the officials. All the details of government were naturally in the hands of the subject people. The desert Arabs knew nothing beyond the patriarchal rule of the clan, and they adopted everywhere the system they found prevailing in a conquered territory. Roman offices were translated into Arabic equivalents, and the Copts, a race of born clerks and accountants, managed all the departments. For half a century the government books and public documents were written in Coptic. Usefulness does not necessarily compel toleration, and the Christians did not always escape persecution in spite of their official services. They were better treated, however, than is sometimes imagined. Grateful for their assistance in the stress of the invasion, Amr granted privileges to the Jacobites and recalled their exiled patriarch. Another governor allowed the Copts to build a church at Fustat, beside the bridge that connected the capital with the island of Rhoda, and a third, Abd el-Aziz, son of the Caliph Marwan, bought the monastery at Tamway from the monks for over 10,000 pounds when he wanted a country house. He went there in order to be cured of elephantiasis in the sulphur springs of Helwan between Cairo and Memphis, and it is curious to consider how nearly this modern health resort, now moved further towards the desert, became the capital of Egypt. Abd el-Aziz was so charmed with the climate of Helwan that he built mosques there. 695, a palace known as the Golden House, from its gilt dome and a glass winter garden, planted trees, made a lake and aqueduct, and constructed a Nilometer. Hitherto the lower Nile had been measured at Memphis, but in 716 a new Nilometer was set up on the island of Rhoda, where a second was afterwards built at the upper end of the island in 861. Subsequent governors, however, did not share the ideas of Abd el-Aziz, either in regard to the charms of Helwan or in relation to the Copts, and we read of a vexatious system of passports, badges for monks, fines and tortures, and destruction of sacred pictures, which excited such indignation that the people rose in rebellion in the east of the Delta, and the Christian king of Nubia marched into Egypt to demand the release of an imprisoned patriarch. These Muslim persecutions were not a whit more cruel than the contemporary Christian persecutions of the Jews, but this does not make them the more defensible. The monks seem to have especially excited the fanaticism of the early Muslims, whose Puritanism found no place for monastic rules. In later times, the Shia caliphs of Cairo took very kindly to the Coptic monks, but it was not so in the cruder and fiercer age of the Arab conquests. Monasticism was a potent force in Egypt from very early days. The followers of St. Mark in the 3rd century had settled in scattered communities all over the Delta and had already begun to formulate what is known as the Egyptian rule. We do not yet know how much we owe to these remote hermits. Some have held that Irish Christianity, the great civilizing agent of the early Middle Ages among the northern nations, was the child of the Egyptian church. 7 Egyptian monks are buried at Desert Ulid, and there is much in the ceremonies and architecture of early Ireland that reminds one of still earlier Christian remains in Egypt. Everyone knows that the handicraft of the Irish monks in the 9th and 10th centuries far excelled anything that could be found elsewhere in Europe, and if the Byzantine-looking decoration of their splendid gold and silver work and their superb illuminations can be traced to the teaching of Egyptian missionaries, we have more to thank the Copts for than has been imagined. That Arab architecture owes to them much of its decorative charm as among the commonplaces of the history of art. Such considerations naturally could not influence a people so wholly dead to artistic ideas as the Arabs. To them the Coptic monks were merely candidates for clerkships and owners of secret hoards to be squeezed for the benefit of the faithful. Any thought of fellowship or amity was out of the question, and the fact that persecution was not more general and consistent must be ascribed to the indolence or good nature of individual governors, and to the prudent maxim that deprecates the slaughter of the goose that lays golden eggs. Now and again we read of cruel massacres and tortures and destruction of churches, and next we hear of permission granted for the building or restoration of a church. We find the Copts quietly meeting in the fortress of Babylon, which they always occupied, to elect a patriarch, and almost at the same moment appear notices of humiliating sumptuary rules, a distinguishing garb of some ridiculous color, and wooden effigies of the devil hung over Coptic doors. Every now and then some rising or a mere street quarrel would be made the pretext for a wholesale massacre, when many churches were razed to the ground. In spite of persecution, in spite of the apostasy of the weaker brethren, the church still preserved a painful existence. There was something truly heroic in the constancy of these ignorant people, for the Coptic priesthood was never famous for learning. To the faith of their forefathers, they still persevered in the celebration of the rites of their religion, though the loopholed walls, massive doors, and secret passages of their surviving churches testified to the perils that attended such solemnities. From time to time, many of them waxed rich, as the gorgeous adornments of these churches show, for their masters could not do without their skill in reckoning and scrivener's work. Aided by this monopoly, and supported by a dogged adherence to their ancient faith, the Copts present to this day the curious spectacle of a people who have stood still for ages, and through many centuries of varying persecution have preserved their individuality and their traditions. They are still a people apart, less mixed with alien blood than any other inhabitants of the Nile Valley. Their features recall those of the ancient Egyptians as we see them on the monuments, much more than do the faces of the Muslim population. And not only in person but in language, the Copts are a remnant of ancient Egypt. Their tongue, preserved in their liturgy and recited today in their churches, is the lineal descendant of the language of the hieroglyphics and of the Rosetta Stone. For ordinary purposes, of course, they use the Arabic of their neighbors, but the sacred speech of their religion is still partly understood by the priests, and retains its place of honor before the Arabic translation in the services of the Church. By another curious freak of conservatism, they preserve this ancient language not in the script that belonged to it, the cursive development of the picture writing of the monuments, but in the bold, unsealed character of early Greek manuscripts, a people of the race of the pharaohs speaking the words of Ramses, writing them with the letters of Cadmus, and embalming in the sentences thus written a creed and liturgy which 12 centuries of persecution have not been able to wrest from them or alter a jot, are indeed a curiosity of history. The Umayyad caliphs were superseded by the Abbasids in 750, and Fustat was the scene of the final struggle. Marwan, the last caliph of the fallen dynasty, fled to Egypt, and setting fire to Fustat and the bridge that joined it to the island of Rhoda, escaped to the west bank. His precautions were vain. The Abbasid general and the men of Khurasan soon found the means of crossing, and Marwan's head was sent round the towns in evidence of the change of power. Usurpers have an invincible repugnance to dwelling in the houses of their usurped. The Abbasid caliphs left Damascus and built themselves a famous new capital at Baghdad, and their governors in Egypt, abandoning the house of the emirate at Fustat, established a new official suburb of Versailles of the Egyptian Paris, on the place where the pursuing army had encamped, and named it El Askar, or the Cantonments. The site was a little to the northeast of Fustat, on a part of the further Hamra, which had been occupied by three tribes at the time of the Arab conquest, but had since been abandoned and become desert. Here a faubourg grew up, which extended from Fustat to the hill of Yashkur, on which the mosque of Ibn Tulun now stands. A mosque was soon built, and a palace for the governor, as well as barracks for his troops. Streets and quarters and large mansions clustered round the new fashionable center, where the 65 Walis, who represented the Abbasid caliphs for 118 years, had their seat of government. One of them, Hatim, in 810, built himself a summer palace called the Dome of the Air, Kabat el Hawa, on a spur of the Makatam, where the citadel of Cairo is now built, and thither the emirs of Egypt often resorted to enjoy the cool breeze. The new faubourg was merely the quarter of the officials and court circles, and did not diminish the importance of Fustat as the metropolis of Egypt. Not a trace is left of this suburb, and the record of the governors who lived there is almost equally fleeting. They had a more difficult task than their predecessors under the Umayyads, and had to suppress insurrections of Mohammedan schismatics as well as risings among the Arab tribes and at the Copts. Fustat bore unpleasant witness to the revolts in the thousands of rebels' heads that were exhibited, and the courage of hesitating heretics was damped by the sight of their leader's skull hung up in the Mosque of Amr. The history of the century from 750 to 860 is one long chronicle of, quote, sedition, privy, conspiracy and rebellion, false doctrine, heresy, and schism, end of quote. But the disturbance has hardly affected the prosperous capital. The vagaries of some of the governors were much more vexatious to the quiet citizens. Abu Salih ibn Memdud in 779 was a meddlesome martinet who showed great energy in putting down brigandage in the country, and was so satisfied with his measures that he convinced himself of the impossibility of theft in the towns. Confiding in this belief, he ordered the people of Fustat to leave their doors and shops open all night, with no more protection than a net to keep the dogs out. He abolished the office of the watchman who used to guard the bathers' clothes at the public baths, and proclaimed that if anything were lost, he would replace it himself. It is said that when a man went to the bath, he would call out, "O Abu Salih, take care of my clothes," and no one would dare to touch them. Such security argued great vigilance on the governor's part, but his absurd laws of dress and general interference irritated the people, and his severity was worse than the evils it put down. A story is told of the famous Caliph Harun-er-Rashid, which would scarcely invite respect for his nominees. One governor of his time, Musa the Abbasid, was a man of great official experience and well disposed towards the Copts, whom he allowed to rebuild their ruined churches. When it was reported that he was harboring designs against the Caliph, whom as one of the family he might possibly succeed, Harun exclaimed with his usual levity, "By Allah, I will depose him, and in his place I will set the meanest creature of my court." Just then Omar, the secretary of the Caliph's mother, came riding on his mule. "Will you be governor of Egypt?" asked Ghaffar the Barmecide. "Oh yes," said Omar. No sooner said than done. Omar rode his mule to Fustat, followed by a single slave carrying his baggage. Entering the governor's house at Askar, he took his seat in the back row of the assembled court. Musa, not knowing him, asked his business, whereat Omar presented him with the Caliph's dispatch. On reading it, Musa exclaimed in Quranic phrase, "God curse Pharaoh, who said, 'Am I not king of Egypt?' and forthwith delivered up the government to, quote, the meanest creature." End of quote. On the other hand, a really capable ruler was sometimes sent from Baghdad. Such was Abdallah, the son of Tahir, governor of Khorasan in northern Persia, where he afterwards founded a dynasty whose task in Egypt was to drive out a troublesome multitude of refugees from Spain, who had seized Alexandria, and joined by a hot-headed Arab tribe, set the government at defiance. Abdallah, in the course of his mission, was compelled to attack the preceding governor, who refused to be superseded, and Fustat was blockaded 826. A curious incident of the leaguer was the arrival one night in the invaders' camp of 1,000 slaves, and 1,000 slave girls, each of whom brought 1,000 dinars in a purse. Abdallah refused the bribe and starved the garrison out. Unfortunately, when his work was done, he returned to Persia, and Egypt lost a rare example of, quote, a just and humane governor, a man of learning, and a staunch friend to poets. End of quote. A reminiscence of his rule may still be tasted at any Cairo hotel in the Abdallawi melons which he first introduced. A greater than he visited Ascar when the Caliph Marmun, son of Harun Rashid and himself a noted patron of learning and philosophy, came in person in 832 to put down a determined revolt of the Copts in the Delta, and did the work so thoroughly and so relentlessly that there never again was a national movement amongst them, and partly by their conversion to Islam, partly by the settlement of Arabs on the land and in the villages instead of only in the large cities, Egypt began at last to become predominantly a Mohammedan country. It was the first time that an Abbasid caliph had visited the Nile, the praises of which poets had constantly been dinning in his ears, and when El Mamen surveyed the view from the dome of the air, he was frankly disappointed. Using the same phrase from the Koran as the superseded governor, he exclaimed, God curse Pharaoh for saying, Am I not king of Egypt? If only he had seen Chaldea and its meadows. Say not so, rejoined a divine, for it is also written, We have brought to naught what Pharaoh and his folk reared and built so skillfully, and what must have been those things which God destroyed if these be but their remnants. The caliph's visit, if it put an end to Coptic insurrection, brought other troubles in its train. His interest in metaphysical and theological speculation, which encouraged the study of Greek philosophy at Baghdad, led him, among other things, to adopt the doctrine of the creativeness of the Koran, which was flat against all orthodox Muslim theory. The hated doctrine was made a test question for the qadis, or theological judges, and the consequences to those who indulged conscientious scruples were distressing. A non-conforming chief qadi of Fustat was shorn of his beard, the worst indignity he could suffer, and whipped through the city on an ass. The orthodox professors of the Hanafi and Shafi'i schools were driven out of the mosque of Amr in disgrace. The contumely was the less deserved inasmuch as in those days the judges were the one healthy feature of the Egyptian government. Upright and incorruptible as a rule, and independent of the governor, the chief Cadi, who may be called the Lord Chancellor and Primate of Egypt in one, was a firm, if narrow, interpreter and administrator of the sacred law, and would resign his office sooner than submit to his judgments being overruled. He was not, however, disposed to check his people's fanaticism, and the suppression of the Christian revolt was followed by worse persecution than ever. An orthodox reaction began after Mamun's death, and a new caliph issued a number of petty regulations for the humiliation of the Copts. 850. They were ordered, quote, to wear honey-colored clothes with distinguishing patches, use wooden stirrups, and set up wooden images of the devil or an ape or dog over their doors. The girdle, the symbol of femininity, was forbidden to women and ordered to be worn by men. Crosses must not be shown, nor processional lights carried in the streets. End of quote, and so forth. The object, of course, was to furnish opportunities for fines and extortion. There is no need to dwell further upon the period of Arab rule at Fustat and Ascar. The Arab governors left little trace, and though it is to be regretted that not a single specimen of their buildings has come down to us as links in the history of Saracenic art, it is not probable that these edifices were remarkable. The Arabs have never done anything in art by themselves. What is called the quote, Arab art end quote, in Spain was due to a mixture of other and more gifted races, and in Egypt we find no Mohammedan art until the caliphs began to appoint Turks as governors. One hears a great deal about the misgovernment of the Turk in the present day, but be it good or bad, it is never denied that he can govern. In the Middle Ages it would almost appear that the Turks were the only people who possessed the art of governing. The greatest ruler of Western Asia in the 11th century, the Seljuk Emperor Malik Shah, was a Turk. The so-called Moguls of India, Babar and Akbar, were Turks. When Europe was split up by jealous and ignoble rivalries, the great Turkish sultans of Constantinople wielded power from the Danube to the Indian Ocean and from the Caucasus to the Atlas. Most curious it is that wherever there was Turkish rule in the Middle Ages, art and letters flourished. Indeed, in many parts, art can hardly be said to have reawakened till the Turk came to inspire it. It was not that he could do anything notable himself in art or letters, for at least among the Turkish rulers of Egypt, and with an interval of less than 200 years, its rulers have been almost all Turks for the past 11 centuries. It would be hard to point to many who were distinguished for cultivation. It was rather that their strong hand preserved the order that is essential to the work of culture, and their unscrupulous levies produced the money that was needed for the beautiful and grandiose buildings in which they loved to see their power and wealth reflected. Many of them probably had a genuine love of art. Most of them were fond of luxury and display, and delighted to surround themselves with the costly products of exquisite workmanship, and a good many no doubt believed that the endowment of sanctuaries might expiate the sins of a life, remembering the words of the prophet, "Whosoever builds for God a place of worship, be it only as the nest of a grouse, God buildeth for him a house in paradise." Whatever the cause, the fact remains that the influence of the Turk is found in the artistic energy of every part of the East, from the Bosporus to the Ganges. It was to the Turks of Delhi and Agra that we owe the Qutb Minar, the Taj, the intricate graces of Fatehpur Sikri. Turks built the Atala Masjid at Jaunpur, the mosques of Ahmadabad, of Gaur, of Bijapur. Seljuk Turks were the founders of the noble buildings of Konya, Kasaria, Sivas, and other cities of Asia Minor. Othmanli Turks built the shrines of Brusa and the imperial mosques, second indeed, but only second to San Sophia at Constantinople. In Egypt we find the same thing. The first example, distinctively Saracenic art, appears only when the Turk assumed the scepter. Up to 856, every governor of Egypt was an Arab, and with the doubtful exception of the Mosque of Amr, not a single monument attests their public spirit. From 856 the governors were Turks, and 20 years later rose the Mosque of Ibn Tulun, the first and most remarkable monument of Arab art in the country. It would take us far from Cairo to explain how the Turks came to be rulers of Egypt. The movement was part of that overflow of the peoples of Central Asia which has been going on from the beginning of history, but it was assisted by the policy of the caliphs. Alarmed at the growing power of provincial dynasts in Persia and threatened by turbulent Arab tribes in Mesopotamia, the Abbasids imported a guard of mercenaries recruited from the slave markets of the Oxus, and for a while rejoiced in the protection of these stalwart young Turks. The old question, quis custodiet, soon arose, and the luxurious and effeminate caliphs of Baghdad realized too late that in purchasing these valiant slaves they had virtually condemned themselves to slavery. The Turkish captain of the bodyguard became the maire du palais of the Baghdad Rah Fanayan. The offices of state were seized by the Turks, and the government of the western provinces was confided to their friends. At first they contented themselves with the profits without the cares of office, and a series of Turkish emirs living at Baghdad or elsewhere in Mesopotamia held the fief and drew the surplus revenue of Egypt through Arab deputy governors. But in 856 the deputy as well as the fifi was a Turk, and in 868 the Turkish fifi Bakak sent his stepson Ahmed ibn Tulun to govern Egypt as his representative. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Chapter 3. The Faubourgs, Part 2. Ahmad, the son of Tulan, was 33 years of age when he arrived at Fustat, and combined in a remarkable degree the military and administrative ability of his race with the culture of his adopted civilization. He had studied under the learned professors of Baghdad and even journeyed to Tarsus for the benefit of special lectures. In matters of Arabic philology and Quranic doctrine he was critically expert. But beyond this he was a man of boundless energy, an unerring judge of character who knew how to choose and use his subordinates. His justice, if stern, was incorruptible, and his generosity was superb. Give to everyone who holds out the hand was his motto, and every month he devoted 1,000 dinars to charity. He came to Egypt penniless, save for a loan from a friend, but when he died he left 10 million dinars in the treasury, an immense establishment of slaves and horses, and 100 ships of war. Yet he accomplished his economies without increasing the taxes. Indeed, he abolished various imposts, and his revenues were due chiefly to the pains he took to encourage cultivation and to give the fellaheen better security in their land. For the first time since the Arab conquest, Egypt became a powerful and sovereign state. Ahmad soon threw over all save a nominal dependence on the caliphate, and after overcoming intrigues and subduing 3 rebellions in Egypt, he marched into Syria and occupied the whole country as far as Tarsus and the Euphrates, fought the armies both of the caliphate and of the Romans of the Sicilian frontier, and united under his sole authority the broad stretch of territory from Barca in Libya to the borders of the Byzantine Empire in Asia Minor, and from the Euphrates to the first cataract of the Nile. Side by side with this imperial policy, Ahmad expended infinite labor and wealth upon the embellishment of his capital. Quote, the government house at El Asgar, the official suburb of Fustat, was too small to house his numerous retinue and army. He was not content either with a mere governor's palace. In 870, he chose a site on the hill of Yashkur, at the northeast extremity of Ashkar, next to the house of the emirate, leveled the graves of the Christian cemetery there, and founded the royal suburb of El Khatai, or the wards, so called because each class or nationality, as household servants, Greeks, Sudanese, had a distinct quarter assigned to it. The new town stretched from the present Ramayala beside the citadel to the shrine of Zayn el Abidin, and covered a square mile. The new palace was built below the old dome of the air, and had a great garden and a spacious enclosed horse course or maidan adjoining it, with mews and a menagerie. The government house was on the south of the great mosque, which still stands, and there was a private passage which led from the residence to the oratory of the emir. A separate palace held the harem, and there were magnificent baths, markets, and all the apparatus of luxury. End of quote. The generals and officers built their houses round about, and great mansions soon covered the new site. The bazaars were even better than at Fustat, well built and filled with choice wares. The Maidan, where Ahmed and his captains played mall or polo, became the favorite resort of the town, and if one asked anybody where he was going, the answer was sure to be to the Maidan. It was entered by a number of gates, restricted to special classes, such as the gate of the nobles, the gate of the harem, or named after some peculiarity as the gate of lions, which was surmounted by 2 lions in plaster, the Sag gate, made of teak, the gate of Ed Darman, so called because a huge black chamberlain of that name mounted guard there. Only Ahmad himself could ride through the central arch of the great triple gate. His 30,000 troops passed through the side arches. On review days he stationed himself on a dais and watched the crowd come in by the polo gate, Bab es Sawagliga, and pass out by the gate of lions, above which he had a balcony, whence on the night of the great festival he could survey the whole Faubourg and see what the people were about. The view from this belvedere reached to the gate of Fustat, and to the Nile, and it was a favorite resort of the emir. The palace was supplied with water from a spring in the southern desert by means of an aqueduct, the traces of which may still be seen, not that of many arches running from the citadel to the Nile, which belongs to a much later date. The people in Eastern fashion naturally found fault with the quality of the pure water to which their own muddy wells and turgid Nile had not accustomed them. Rumors of this reached Ibn Tulun, and he sent for the learned Dr. Muhammad ibn Abdel Hakim to resolve these suspicions. I was one night in my house, he related, when a slave of Ibn Tulun's came and said, "The emir wants thee." I mounted my horse in a panic of terror, and the slave led me off the high road. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "To the desert," was the reply. "The emir is there." Convinced that my last hour was come, I said, "God help me, I'm an aged and feeble man. Do you know what he wants with me?" The slave took pity on my fears and said, "Beware of speaking disrespectfully of the aqueduct." We went on till suddenly I saw torch-bearers in the desert, and Ibn Tulun on horseback at the door of the aqueduct, with great wax candles burning before him. I forthwith dismounted and salaamed, but he did not greet me in return. Then I said, "O emir, thy messenger hath grievously fatigued me, and I thirst. Let me, I beg, take a drink." The pages offered me water, but I said, "No, I will draw for myself." I drew water while he looked on, and drank till I thought I should have burst. At last I said, "O emir, God quench thy thirst at the rivers of paradise, for I have drunk my fill, and know not which to praise most, the excellence of this cool, sweet, clear water, or the delicious smell of the aqueduct." "Let him retire," said Ibn Tulun, and the slave whispered, "Thou hast hit the mark." The monument which has immortalized Ibn Tulun, however, is his mosque, the only building of all his sumptuous little city that has survived the buffets of civil war and the slow detrition of neglect. It is the most interesting monument of Mohammedan Egypt, and forms a landmark in the history of architecture. Two features specially distinguish it. It was built entirely of new materials instead of the spoils of old churches and temples, and it is the earliest instance of the use of the pointed arch throughout a building, earlier by at least 2 centuries than any in England. They are true pointed arches with a very slight return at the spring, but not enough to suggest the horseshoe form. The topographer relates how Ahmad lighted upon a treasure in the Mukattam hills at a place called Pharaoh's Oven, and resolved to build with it a mosque large enough to hold the vast congregations that then overcrowded the mosque of El Asghar. He chose for the site the flat-topped rocky hill of Yeshkur, a sure place for prayers to be answered, since it was believed to be the spot where Moses held converse with Jehovah. Here the foundations were laid in 876 to 63 AH, and 2 years later the work was finished and public prayers were held in the presence of the emir. Ibn Tulun was at first in a difficulty how to procure the 300 columns needed to support the arcades, but his architect, who was a Christian and doubtless a Copt, footnote, he is called by Makrizi merely a Nazrani Christian, but had he been a Greek he would certainly have been given the epithet Rumi. El-Masudi gives a long account of the conversations of an aged and very intelligent Copt of Upper Egypt, a great favorite with Ibn Tulun, who used to spend much time in his company and learned many curious things from the ancient man. End of footnote. And was at the time in prison for some offense, wrote to him that he would undertake to build him a mosque of the size he required without columns. He was brought before the emir, who said, "Woe to thee! What is this that thou sayest respecting the building of the mosque?" "I will draw the plan for the prince," answered the Christian, "that he may see it with his eyes, with no columns save 2 beside the Qibla." They brought him skins, and he drew the plan. Such a design was evidently quite new in mosque building, but Ahmad saw its merits at once, arrayed the designer in a robe of honor, and gave him 100,000 dinars to carry out his plan. When it was done, he gave him 10,000 more, and the total cost is stated to have amounted to 120,000 dinars, or about 63,000 pounds. The use of brick arches and piers instead of marble columns was due partly to the emir's reluctance to deprive the Christian churches of so many pillars, but even more to his anxiety to make his mosque safe from fire. He was told that if he built it of mortar and cinders and red brick well burnt, it would resist fire better than if constructed of marble, and the fact remains that the mosque has withstood the conflagrations that devastated the rest of the Faubourg. The adoption of the new plan of brick piers instead of columns led to the employment of the pointed arch, and the exclusion of marble suggested the plaster or stucco decoration, which still preserves its original admirable designs. 5 rows of arches form the cloister at the Mecca or southeast side, and 2 rows on the other sides, arches and piers with gypsum, and the ornaments on the arches and round the stone grills or windows are all worked by hand in the plaster. The difference between the soft flexuousness of this work, done with a tool in the moist plaster, and the hard mechanical effect of the designs impressed with a mold in the Alhambra is striking. It is the difference between the artist and the artisan. On the simple rounded capitals of the engaged columns, built at the corner of each arch, there is a rudimentary bud and flower pattern, and on either side of the windows between the arches facing the court, which also are pointed and have small engaged columns, is a rosette, and a band of rosettes runs round the court beneath the crenellated parapet. The inner arches are differently treated. Quote, round the arches and windows runs a knop and flower pattern, which also runs across from spring to spring of arch beneath the windows, and a band of the same ornament runs all along above the arches in place of the rosettes, which only occur in the face fronting the court. Over this band, and likewise running along the whole length of all the inner arcades, is a Kufic inscription carved in wood, and above this is the usual crenellated parapet. The arcades are roofed over with sycamore planks resting on heavy beams. In the rearmost arcade, the back wall is pierced with pointed windows, which are filled not with colored glass, but with grills of stone, forming geometrical designs with central rosettes or stars. End of quote. The general form of the mosque is similar to that of Amr, as restored the form of every mosque in Cairo from the 9th to the 13th century. The great square court, covering 3 acres of ground, gave room for the largest assembly, whilst the covered arcades offered shelter from the sun to the ordinary congregation and to the groups of students, ascetics, and beggars who have always made their home in mosques. The southeast arcade, or Lawan, with its deeper aisles, was the special sanctuary. Footnote: the Lawan of the Mosque of Ibn Tulun has been considerably altered since its foundation. The Vizier Bedr el Gamali made some repairs in 1077, after the injuries inflicted during the troubles of El Mustansir's reign, and his son the Vizier el Afdal built a Mihrab in 1094, but the chief restoration was made in 1296 by the Mamluk Sultan Lagin, whose pulpit still stands in the mosque and bears his inscriptions. End of footnote. Where the mihrab or niche in the wall showed the direction Qibla of Mecca, towards which the prayers of the faithful must turn, and the pulpit, minbar, and platform dikka gave the preacher and the precentors vantage to make their voices heard throughout the crowd of worshippers. So far there is nothing original about the mosque. The form may have been adopted by the Arabs from ancient Semitic temples, or the great court may represent the atrium of the Byzantine basilica, and the Lawan, the basilica itself, only supported on pillars instead of vaulted roofs, with a relic of the apse in the concave mihrab, but it was too obviously suited to the requirements of the climate to need any curious derivation. The dome and minaret, so characteristic of later Cairo mosques, are here wanting. The odd-looking corkscrew tower, with external winding staircase like the Assyrian ziggurat, has a fellow in the Tower of Samarra on the Tigris, from which it was doubtless copied, but the upper part has probably been restored, though the Tower of Ibn Tulun was certainly in existence in 1047 when it is mentioned by Nasr-i Khusraw, but it is hardly a minaret in the common sense of the term. Footnote: Makrizi says, Kitab 284, that the minaret of the small mosque of Akburga, included in the Azhar buildings and erected in 1331, was, quote, the first minaret built of stone in the land of Egypt after the Mansuriya, end of quote, of Kalan, from which we infer that Kalan's minaret of 1284 was the first stone minaret known to the topographer. He would probably not call the tower of Ibn Tulun strictly a minaret, and he evidently knew nothing of the stone minarets of the Mosque of El Hakim. End of footnote. There is no dome because the dome has nothing to do with prayer, and therefore nothing with a mosque. Footnote. There is a small cupola over the niche, but this, like the pulpit and most of the decoration of the Lawan, belongs to the restoration by Lagin in 1296. The central domed ablution tank is also a later addition, replacing the original marble basin resting on columns under a roof. End of footnote. Quote, it is simply the roof of a tomb and only exists where there is a tomb to be covered, or at least where it was intended that a tomb should be. Only when there is a chapel attached to a mosque containing the tomb of the founder or his family is there a dome, and it is no more closely connected with the mosque itself than is the grave it covers. Neither is necessary to a place of prayer. It happens, however, that a large number of the mosques of Cairo are mausoleums containing a chamber with the tomb of the founder, and the profusion of domes to be seen when one looks down upon the city from the battlements of the citadel has brought about the not unnatural mistake of thinking that every mosque must have a dome. Most mosques with tombs have domes, but no mosque that was not intended to contain a tomb ever had one in the true sense. The origin of the dome may be traced to the cupolas which surmount the graves of Babylonia, many of which must have been familiar to the Arabs, and still more to the Turks, who preserved the essentially sepulchral character of the form and never used it, as did the Copts and Byzantines, to say nothing of Western architects, to roof a church or its apse. End of quote. But if there is little originality in the shape of the mosque, its pointed arches and its decoration are worth studying. Pointed arches occur also in the second Nilometer on the island of Rhoda, as rebuilt in 861, some 15 years earlier than the mosque of Ibn Tulun, and the architect of this building is stated to have been a native of Fergana on the Arxartes. There is nothing to prove that this arch was derived from the Coptic style. On the other hand, the bold and free plaster decoration designed by the Coptic architect was undoubtedly borrowed from the ornament of his countrymen. The Arabs have never been artists or even skilled craftsmen. They imported Persians and Greeks to build for them and decorate their houses and mosques. But above all, they employed the Copts, who have been the deft workmen of Egypt through thousands of years of her history. A comparison of the plaster work of Ibn Tulun with the Coptic carvings preserved in the Cairo Museum of Antiquities and those from the tombs of Ain es-Sira in the Arab Museum shows clearly the source of the floral decorations, which belongs to the Byzantine school of Syria and Egypt. The Kufic inscriptions carved in the solid wood are a purely Arab addition, and one that afterwards developed into a leading decorative feature in Saracenic art. Footnote, there are some remarkable specimens of Arabesque wood carving from the Mosque of Ibn Tulun in the Cairo Museum of Arab Art. End of footnote. The geometrical ornament of the open grilles is also Byzantine, as M. Bourgeois has established in his exhaustive treatise on the entrelacs, but it is not certain that they belong to the original building, and the star polygons suggest that the grilles may have been part of the later restoration. Home interests did not interfere with Ibn Tulun's imperial ambitions. He played a conspicuous part in Mesopotamian politics and almost succeeded in getting the caliph into his hands. The oppressed head of Islam would have gladly escaped from his tyrannous brother El-Muwaffaq, but the scheme failed and Egypt lost the opportunity of becoming the seat of the caliphate. The result was that the ambitious emir was publicly cursed in every mosque of Mesopotamia. He also failed to capture the sacred city of Mecca, but his reign ended in some glorious campaigns against the Roman emperor, in which the Egyptian forces defeated the enemy near Tarsus, killed, it is said, 60,000 Christians, and captured immense spoils of gold and silver, crucifixes, jewels, and sacred vessels. The success turned the general's head, and Ahmad himself had to march north to bring his viceroy to obedience. Quote, "It was a severe winter, and his opponent dammed the river, flooded the country, and nearly drowned the besieging army at Adana. Ibn Tulun was forced to retire to Antioch, where a copious indulgence in buffalo milk, following upon the exposure and privations of the campaign, brought on a dysentery. He was carried in a litter to Fastad, where he grew worse. In sickness the fierce emir was a terror to his doctors. He refused to follow their orders, flouted their prescribed diet, and when he found himself still sinking, he had their heads chopped off or flogged them till they died. In vain Muslims, Jews, and Christians offered up public prayers for his recovery. Koran and Torah and Gospel could not save him, and he died in May 884, before he had reached the age of 50." End of quote. His sumptuous capital received many notable additions from his successor Kumara Wei, who fully shared his father's passion for splendid building as well as his imperial policy. He enlarged the palace and turned the Maidan into a garden, which he planted with rare trees and exquisite roses. The stems of the trees were thought unsightly, and he quoted them with sheets of copper gilt, between which and the trunk leaden pipes supplied water not only to the trees but to the canals and fountains that irrigated the garden by means of water wheels. There were beds of basil, carefully cut to formal patterns, red, blue, and yellow, water lilies and gillyflowers, exotic plants from all countries, apricots grafted upon almond trees, and various horticultural experiments. A pigeon tower in the midst was stocked with turtle doves, wood pigeons, and all sorts of birds of rich plumage or sweet song, who made a cheerful concert as they perched on the ladders set against the walls or skimmed over the pools and rivulets. In the palace he adorned the walls of his, quote, "golden house," end of quote, with gold and ultramarine, and there set up his statue and those of his wives in heroic size, admirably carved in wood and painted and dressed to the life, with gold crowns and jeweled ears and turbans. In front of the palace he laid out a lake of quicksilver, by the advice of his physician, who recommended it as a cure for his lord's insomnia. It was 50 cubits each way and cost immense sums. Here the prince lay on an airbed linked by silk cords to silver columns on the margin, and as he rocked in courted sleep his blue-eyed lion Zu-Rek faithfully guarded his master. Long after the palace had disappeared, people used to come and dig for the costly mercury that had formed the emir's cradle. There was also a pavilion as large as the dome of the air, with a new device in curtains and splendid carpets, and a view over gardens, town, and Nile. In another kiosk built by his father, men chanted the Koran, proclaimed the hours of prayer, and recited verses sacred and profane, pious and amorous, triste gay tour à tour, whilst the prince sat at table with his lady surrounded by musicians. As the solemn call to prayer echoed through the merry din, he would lay aside his cup and bow his head to the earth in prostration, for he was an orthodox, though very irregular Muslim. The topographer expatiates for pages on the wonders of Kumaraway's menagerie of lions and lionesses, leopards, elephants, and giraffes, his vast stables for which whole districts were set apart to grow the necessary fodder, the lavish luxury of his kitchen, which cost £12,000 a month, and the splendor of his household troops recruited from the predatory Arabs and of the Delta. So brave, so terrible, and so gallant a figure was this superb prince that his subjects dared not speak, much less sneeze as he passed by. It is melancholy to think that of all this glory nothing remained after a few years but the traces of the quicksilver. Quote, "Neither the lion nor his bodyguard of vigorous young Arabs could save the voluptuous prince from the jealousies of his harem. Early in 896 some domestic intrigue ended in his being murdered at Damascus. His murderers were crucified, and amid loud lamentation his body was buried beside his father's, not far from his stately palace, under Mount Mukatam. 7 Koran readers were engaged in reciting the sacred book at the tomb of Ibn Tulun, and when the bearers brought the body of Kumara way and began to lower it into the tune they happened to be chanting the verse, "Seize him and hurl him into the fire of hell." End of quote. His dynasty did not long survive him. 2 young sons were ill able to withstand the efforts of the Caliph to recover the rich provinces of Syria and Egypt, which Ahmad and his son had held in sovereign power for 30 years. In 905, the Abbasid general Muhammad ibn Suleiman entered Katai, massacred the black troops of the Tulunids, and demolished the beautiful Faubourg. Ascar became once more the seat of government, as it had been under earlier Abbasid emirs, but Katai, what was left of it after the invading army had plundered it for 4 months, gradually decayed. Its 100,000 houses, if we are to believe the historians, fell by degrees, and the prodigious famine and anarchy of the time of Manasseh in the 11th century finished the ruin. We shall hear of this terrible reign of chaos in a later chapter, but though it is anticipating the course of the story, the final destruction of the 2 faubourgs must be noted here. These quarters had become so ruinous by 1070 that a wall was built all the way from the new palace of Kahira to Fustat, or in other words, from the gate of Zowaila to near the mosque of Amr, in order that the Caliph, when he rode out, might not be distressed by the sight of the dead cities. The ruins of Katai and Haskar became, as it were, a quarry from which people got the materials for building elsewhere. The whole space between the new Cairo and Fustat reverted to a state of desert, except for a few gardens and country houses, and though after 1125 the people began to build houses outside the gate of Zuwaila, the rest of the site of the faubourgs remained unoccupied, save about the mosque of Ibn Tulun, down to the day when Makrizi wrote in 1424. It is no wonder that the place beside the hill of Yasker, known as the Castle of the Ram. Footnote: this curious building, of which a drawing is given on page 177, was built very probably on an ancient foundation by Saladin's great-nephew Salih about 1245, and was used as a royal palace. Here the Abbasid Caliph Hakim was installed by Baybars, and Nasir rebuilt the castle or belvedere of the Ram in 1323, and the Emir of Sargitmish lived there and built the gate and round towers. It was partly destroyed by El Ashraf Shah Ban and then used for tenements. Makrizi 2:133. End of footnote. Where Pharaoh's seat once stood and Abraham slew his sacrifice became the haunt of the jinn. In the 18th century, an ancient sarcophagus belonging to a lady of the 26th dynasty still occupied the site of the mastaba pharaon, and anything brought there, were it but a handful of dates, immediately turned into gold. But now the alchemy is exhausted. The sarcophagus is in the British Museum, where no such miracle has been known to happen, and even the jinn have deserted the spot. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Awai in May 2021. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 7. Chapter 4. Misr. On the downfall of the House of Tulun, Egypt reverted to the dependent position of a province of the Baghdad Caliphate. The wards having been laid low by the conquerors, the new governors took up their residence in Ascar, but the name was soon dropped, and the cantonments became merged in the city of Fustat or Misr. During the whole time of the rise and decay of the official suburbs, Misr, the real metropolis of Egypt, had been increasing in prosperity. The segregation of the troops and palace officials at the faubourgs, whilst depriving the townsfolk of a certain amount of trade, relieved them from the violence of the black soldiery and the tyranny of the bureau, and left them free to pursue their commerce. A large part of the Indian and Arabian trade with Europe, which afterwards developed to great importance, passed through Misr, and the quays were laden with the wares of many foreign lands. It is true, for 30 years after the ruin of the Tulunids, Egypt and its capital were a prey to military despotism, and the Caliph's generals, weakly controlled from distant Baghdad, did what seemed best in their own eyes. These were wild times in Misr, when a hot-headed youth, El-Kalangi, upholding the claims of the fallen dynasty with the enthusiastic approval of the mob, drove out the hated troops, seized the capital and Alexandria, and even defeated a fresh army from Baghdad, till, after 8 months of amazing impudence, he was betrayed and executed, 906. As if this were not enough diversion for a generation, the schismatic Fatimid caliphs of Kairawan offered the good people of Misr the spectacle of an African army marching through Egypt, and even attacking the camp across the river at Giza, where the Baghdad army of occupation, under the command of Ducas the Greek, lay timidly entrenched. The Africans were at last driven out, 920, but the state of the country did not improve. The Turkish governor had to quarter his troops in his own palace for his protection, and when he died, his son was hooted out of the country by the army clamoring for arrears of pay. The treasurer Madarai was in hiding, rival governors contended for power, mustered their troops, and skirmished over the distracted land, and a fearful earthquake, which laid many houses and villages low, followed by a portentous shower of meteors, added to the terror of the populace. The people who profited most in the confusion were the lords treasurers, who seemed to have done what they pleased with the revenue. 3 members of the talented family of Madarai, taking their name from their original village of Madaraya near Basra on the Tigris, successively held the lucrative post of treasurer or comptroller of the taxes, and one of them enjoyed this office not only under Kumaraway and his 2 sons, but also under some of the caliph's governors, and afterwards under 2 of the succeeding dynasty. In spite of several reverses of fortune, Mohammad Madarai contrived to scrape together the not contemptible income of over £200,000 a year, without counting his rents. But if he largely received, he greatly gave. Every month he distributed £100,000 weight of meal to the poor. He freed many thousands of slaves, endowed charitable and religious foundations, and spent from £60,000 to £80,000 on each of his 21 annual pilgrimages to Mecca, for he was a devout man, diligent in prayer and fasting, with the Koran ever in his hand. It was said of his vast charity during the pilgrimage that there was not a soul in Mecca who did not sleep in repletion by his beneficence. Mararai and the great judge Ibn Harbawayh, who used to receive seated even the state visits of the governors, were 2 bright exceptions in a crowd of petty tyrants. At last another strong Turk took the reins. If Mohammed the Ikshid, who derived his title from his ancestors the king of Fergana on the Ixartes, did not leave any monument in Misr to rival that of his great predecessor Ibn Tulun, and if his cautious policy was content with a kingdom extending no further than Damascus instead of to the Euphrates, he at least restored order in Egypt, kept the African invaders at a distance, waged on the whole successful war in Syria, and maintained kingly state in his beautiful palace in the Garden of Kafur, west of the present Nahassin. A delightful trait of chivalry is recorded in his war with Ibn Raik, a Turkish chief who dominated Syria for a time. This emir was so distressed to find the corpse of one of the Ikshid's brothers among the slain that he sent his own son to his adversary as an atonement, to be dealt with as he chose. Not to be outdone in generosity, the Ikshid clothed the intended sacrifice in robes of honor and sent him back in all courtesy to his father. Of course, the youth married the daughter of his chivalrous host. In the summer of 935, the people of Misr saw the procession of the Ikshid's war vessels advancing up the Nile from Damietta and occupying the island of Rhoda, which was connected with the city by a bridge of boats. And in August the troops entered the capital and plundered it for 2 days, till called to order by their stern master. After the anarchy of the past 30 years, the firm, if rapacious hand of the new ruler was a grateful change, and the enthusiastic son of El Khalati, who jumped upon the carved wooden horse that stood before his palace and let fly a pigeon sweetly anointed with musk and rosewater at the new emir, expressed the sentiments of the people. The old mosque of Amr recovered its former importance as the chief place of worship, and the Ikshid furnished it with beautiful new rush mats, lamps, and perfumes, and himself attended the service in state on the last night of Ramadan, clad in white, and followed by 500 squires carrying maces and torches. On the following day, the lesser festival, he held a review after the example of Ibn Tulun. The army, numbering 400,000, marched by all day long, followed by the household corps of 8,000 Mamluks in shining armor, beneath the dais at the gate of the government house. On the second day of the feast, the emir attended the prayers at the mosque, and held open house for the people. When the caliph sent the Ikshid an official robe of honor, with necklace and bracelets, the streets and bazaars were decked with rich cloth and rugs, and the doors of the old mosque were covered with gold brocade, as the emir dressed in his new robe pranced in stately procession to the Wednesday prayers. Footnote: The Ikshid had a passion for amber, and people used to give him quantities of it at the New Year and Spring festivals, and he would sell it for great sums. After his death, his widow's house was burnt down, and with it 50,000 pounds worth of amber. Ibn Said. End footnote. Those were glorious days in Misr, and the people almost forgot the immense confiscations and severities of the new regime in the enjoyment of its refulgence. Arabic literature began to flourish in the capital beside the Nile, though still far from rivaling the intellectual supremacy of the Caliph's city on the Tigris, where Persian influences had produced a quickening of varied studies that were long in finding their way to the more orthodox capital of Egypt. Arabic learning was still in its infancy in the days of the Ikshid. Poetry indeed had never died, though it had become mannered and imitative, but history had only begun to be written. Science was scarcely touched upon save in the distorted form of astrology, and the great names of Arabic literature had hardly begun to make themselves known. The lives of the Prophet were gradually being enlarged into wider histories, and two of the earliest and the most famous chroniclers, Tabari and Masudi, were contemporaries of the Ikshid. Masudi indeed visited Egypt in 942, and though, greatly to our loss, he does not describe the capital as he saw it, he gives a vivid account of the Night of the Bath, a Christian festival adopted by the Muslims, which shows us how the people of Misr could make merry. The Leilat el-Gitas, he says, is one of the great ceremonies, and the people all go to it on foot on the 10th of January. I was present in 350 (942 A.D.), when the Ikshid lived, at his house called the Elect, in the island that divides the Nile. He commanded that the bank of the island and that of Fustat should be illuminated each with 1,000 torches, besides the illuminations of private people. Muslims and Christians by hundreds of thousands thronged the Nile on boats, or looked from kiosks over the river or from the banks, all emulous for pleasure, and outdoing each other in their display and dress, gold and silver vessels and jewels. The sound of music was heard all about, with singing and dancing. It was a splendid night, the best in all Misr for beauty and gaiety. The doors of the separate quarters were left open, instead being barred as usual at sunset, and most people bathed in the Nile confident in its power, on that night, of preventing and curing all illnesses. The traveler tells how people came to the Ikshit and begged to be allowed to dig for treasure, the clue to which they said they had found in ancient manuscripts. But when permission was given, the treasure seekers found only caves full of statues of bone and dust. In short, they had opened some mummy pits. Masudi mentions the 2 nilometers on the island of Rhoda, which he calls the island of the shipbuilders, the first built by Osama and still in general use, the second made, or rather restored, by Ibn Tulun, being used only for very high Niles, and he saw the bridges connecting Misr with the island and the island with Giza on the west bank. He met merchants from Constantinople at Misr, but of the city itself he tells us nothing. From Ibn Sa'id and others, however, we learn that the Ikshid built a new dockyard at Misr, which took the place of the inconvenient docks on the island of Rhoda, where a garden and pleasure house were laid out instead, and it was characteristic of his parsimony that when the estimate was laid before him, he exclaimed, "What? 30,000 dinars for a pleasure garden?" and immediately cut the cost down to 5,000. As the dockyard of Rhoda was superseded by that of Misr, so was the latter replaced by the port of Max, a mile lower down the river, in the next generation. The Ikshid's economical pleasure house on the island has left no traces, but Rhoda was a favorite resort of successive rulers, and his building was doubtless pulled down to make way for the Hadak or litter pavilion of El Amir and the more elaborate constructions of the Ayyubids. The great business of men of learning in those days was the interpretation of the sacred law as laid down in the Koran, in the traditions of the Prophet, and in the decisions of the canonical theologians. A Mohammedan lawyer was necessarily a divine, since the law depended on revelation, and the earliest scholars of Misr were chiefly theological jurisconsults. Of the 4 recognized schools of orthodoxy, the Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali, the Malikis and the Shafi'is each had 15 porticos in the Mosque of Amr, to only 3 for the Hanafis, and the great court rang with their disputes. To us their distinctions may seem trivial, but to the Muslims of that age they were quite as vital as the filioque was to the Orthodox Eastern Church, or the difference between and to the Copts. The divines waxed so furious in their arguments in the old mosque that the Ikshid was obliged for a season to take away their rush mats and cushions and close the mosque except at prayer time. Mosques were then, as some are still, the academies of Islam, and not merely divinity schools. In the old days before Mohammed, the Arabian poets used to recite their verses at the great fairs before critical audiences of their countrymen. In Mohammedan times, the criticism of authors was equally public, but in a different fashion. When a man had produced something he thought particularly good, he hastened to the mosque to share it with his critics. He was sure to find them there, doctors learned in the law, poets, commentators, seated cross-legged on their carpets in the arched porticos round the court, expounding the refinements of style to a circle of squatting students. To this audience he would recite his latest achievement, proud but tremulous. It must have been a searching ordeal, for the listeners were some of them rivals and all of them keen critics, on the alert for the least flaw, the slightest halt in the rhythm, the smallest lapse from the purity of the classical idiom. They had, too, a way of expressing their opinions which was more forcible than kind. There was a hot debate, much citing of precedents and quoting of the masters, exploring of memory, and examination of texts. The newcomer defended his diction and produced his authorities. The rest cut him up in remorseless verbal vivisection. It was not only theology that echoed in the Mosque of Amr in the days of the Ikshid. Though the long list of worthies, whose biographies Ibn Sa'id unrolls in his String of Trinkets of the Fustat Bride, consists preponderantly of lawyers and divines, men primed with serried precedents and tenacious of the authentic tracing of traditions, these were not all. There were the family of the Taba Taba, famous descendants of Ali, poets every one, whose verse is full of the love of nature and of love itself, and not a little of the joys of wine, always forbidden, but not the less dear to the poets of all ages of Islam. Did not one of these poets sing something like this? Grigs chirp in the sand, the moon is on high, the breeze curls the runnel, clouds fleck the sky, great trees swing with joy and merrily crack. Now brim me the beaker, ere life turns its back. No friendships so knit that time cannot split. There was Abu al-Fadl of the distinguished family of el-Furat, who, though a mighty authority on traditions, did not disdain, any more than many other learned doctors, to write a good verse now and then, though his vein might be serious. Whose soul is dark, a quiet life is his, no night's unease. When the storm breaks, it spares the low, but fells the tallest trees. Even Mansur the lawyer condescended to a somewhat staid vein of verse, though it was he who stirred up such a turmoil by his pronouncement on the question of the legal maintenance of divorced wives in the days of Governor Dukas, that he had to be protected by troops, and there was a terrible scene of swords drawn and knives about his bier when the people believed that he had been murdered by a judge who disagreed with him. The Qadi el-Bakar, the aged court poet, had such a fund of delightful anecdote that the Ikshid would often send for him of an evening and beg for a story, were it only a finger's length. It was this genial old bard who wrote the lines about the morning cup and the enjoyment of that good comrade, life, ending, Allah, give me not peace. O God, I ask not content, only a waist to embrace and a wine cup never spent. Misr had its merits in this respect, for as Zeynebi wrote, My home is in Fustat, blame me ye who chide, where the muscat vines are, there do I abide. Egypt, I'll not leave thee, reason need I hide? The celebrated author el-Musebihi comes rather later, for he was not born till 977, but his work is typical of the 10th century in Egypt. 30 books he wrote, numbering nearly 40,000 pages, and their subjects ranged over poetry and criticism, the history of Egypt and religion, treatises on wine and joviality, on choice repasts and cookery, on astrology and demons, dreams, wishes, and oaths, anecdotes and maxims, besides subjects that are best described as curious. Literature owed much to the pleasure-loving court of the Abyssinian slave Kafur, that is, Camphor, who, after the Ikshid's death in 946, ruled the land for 22 years, first as regent over his late master's 2 sons, who lived and died in luxurious and inactive obscurity, and for the last 2 or 3 years as titular prince of Egypt. There are few quainter figures in history than this jolly black eunuch, with his huge paunch, his bandy legs, and his immense cloven underlip, of which his guest, the poet el-Mutanebi, last of the classic Arabians, made such fun when he found that his panegyrics of the Black Prince brought him less returns, large as they were, than he expected. Kafur was at once the Lucullus and the Maecenas of his age. He had contrived to acquire some cultivation, as most clever slaves did, and he loved to surround himself with poets and critics, and listen to their discussions of an evening, or make them read him the history of the caliphs of old. Serious scholars attended his reunions. There might be seen El-Kindi, the chronicler of the excellencies of Egypt, Fadail Misr, to whom Makrizi owed so much, El-Bakhtari, the learned grammarian, as well as Ibn el-Asim, whose light lyrics won him the title of the castanettist of the soul. Kafur could appreciate them all. Like all blacks, he delighted in music. He had control of vast sums of money, and he scattered it liberally among his literary friends, who repaid him in fulsome flattery. When the castanettist of the soul explained in choice verse that the frequent earthquakes of the time were due to Egypt's dancing for joy at Kafur's virtues, the pleased Ethiopian threw him 1,000 dinars. On his table, camphor was lavish. He had the black's jolly sensuality. The daily provision for his kitchen consisted in 100 sheep, 100 lambs, 250 geese, 500 fowls, 1,000 pigeons and other birds, and 100 jars of sweets. The daily consumption amounted to 1,700 pounds of meat, besides fowls and sweets, and 50 skins of liquor were allowed to the servants alone. A favorite drink was quince cider, for which the Cadi of Asyut sent 50,000 quince apples every season. In spite of a stern and unimaginative religion, in spite of fatalism and all its paralyzing effects, the medieval Arabs managed to enjoy life, just as their forefathers of the desert did. The wonderful thing about this old Mohammedan society is that it was what it was, in spite of Mohammedanism. With all their prayers and fasts and irritating ritual, the Muslims of the Middle Ages contrived to amuse themselves. Even in their religion they found opportunities for enjoyment. They made the most of the festivals of the faith, and put on their best clothes and made up parties, to visit the tombs perhaps, but to visit them cheerfully, and they tipped all their servants, that they too might go out and amuse themselves in the gaily illuminated streets filled with dancers and singers and reciters, or in the mosques where the dervishes were performing their strange and revolting rites. Such diversions gave a relish to life, even though a man had his destiny inscribed in the sutures of his skull, and some ascetic souls found a consolation in staring at a blank wall till they saw the name of Allah blazing on it. But the great amusement of the medieval Muslim was feasting. It is true that the Arabs did not understand scientific cookery or aesthetic gastronomy. They drank to get drunk and ate to get full. We read of a public banquet where the table was covered with 21 enormous dishes, each containing 21 baked sheep, 3 years old and fat, and 350 pigeons and fowls, all piled up together to the height of a man, and covered in with dried sweetmeats. Between these dishes were 500 smaller plats, each holding 7 fowls and the usual complement of sweetmeats. The table was strewn with flowers and cakes of bread, and 2 grand edifices of sweetmeats, each weighing 1,700 weight, were brought in on shoulder poles. A man might eat a sheep or 2 without being too remarkable, and if he ate hugely, he washed it down with plenty of wine, in spite of all the Prophet's laws. The Arab's cup held a good pint, and he refilled it pretty often. Hence, the majority of the banquets described in the Arabian histories end under the table, or would do so if there were any tables of the right kind. There are redeeming points, however, in all this gluttony and sottishness. The Arabs did not tope moodily in solitude. They liked a jovial company round them, and plenty of flowers and sweet scents on the board. They dressed very carefully, and perfumed their beards with civet, and sprinkled themselves with rose water, while ambergris, burned in a censer, diffused a delicious fragrance through the room. Nor was the feast complete without music, and the voices of singing men and singing women. A ravishing slave girl, with a form like the oriental willow and a face like the full moon, sang soft, sad Arabian melodies to the accompaniment of the lute, till the guests rolled over with ecstasy. and rarely was a banquet considered perfect without the presence of a wit, such a wit as no longer exists, no mere punster, though he could pun on occasion, but a man of letters, well stored with the literature of the Arabs, able to finish a broken quotation, and of fine taste in his compositions and recitations. It was indeed the heyday of literary men. So intense was the devotion of the caliphs and viziers to poetry and song that they would refuse nothing to the poet who pleased them. A beggar who gave an answer in a neatly turned verse would have his jar filled with gold, and a man of letters who made a good repartee was likely to have his mouth crammed with jewels and his whole wardrobe replenished. One poet left behind him 100 complete suits of robes of honor, 200 shirts, and 500 turbans. But Kafur was much more than an epicure and a dilettante. Strong as a horse, but gentle as a giant, his hard work and unfailing good humor were phenomenal. He was no mean statesman and devoted much time and pains to the management of public business, working often far into the night, and then throwing himself on his knees, crying, "O God, give no created thing power over me." His justice, clemency, open-handedness, and piety were renowned, and though he left immense wealth in gold and precious stones, slaves, and beasts, he used his possessions in a large-minded and charitable spirit. He died in 968, and on his grave at Damascus was written, "How fares it with thee, Kafur, alone in the grave amid the rattle of the hail, who once didst revel in the din of battling hosts? Men's feet now trample over thy head, where of old the lions of the sandy waste crouched before thee." The warlike epitaph was not very apposite, for Kafur, brave as he was, cannot be described as a successful general, in spite of the 2 victories in his earlier days in Syria. It was to the credit of his statesmanship and his officers that the whole of the kingdom, now extending to the northern frontier of Syria and including the Hijaz with the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, was preserved in undiminished prosperity, and rarely ruffled peace throughout his regency and reign, and this in spite of several bad Niles and consequent scarcity, portentous earthquakes, and a disastrous fire, which consumed 1,700 houses in Misr in 954. The big black eunuch knew how to keep order. Unhappily, like most great autocrats, he left no successor, and the weakness of the government of the new prince, the infant grandchild of the Ikshid, invited the invasion which the Fatimid caliphs had long been preparing. We have no description worth quoting of the city of Misr during this prosperous period. The traveler Ibn Hakal gives a brief account of it a little later, 978, and estimates its size as about a third of Baghdad. He notes its handsome markets, its narrow streets, with brick houses of 5 and even 7 stories high, large enough for 200 people to live in, and the gardens and pleasure grounds surrounding the city. The Mosque of Amr in its midst was still the most striking of its buildings, which shows that there were as yet no great palaces or government houses. Kafur's own palace was outside, probably in the park called the Garden of Kafur, though at one time he built a new palace at the cost of 100,000 dinars by the pool of Karun, near the mosque of Ibn Tulun, but the miasma from the stagnant water soon caused its desertion. The capital was of course very differently situated from the present Cairo. The Nile had then hardly begun the slow shifting of its bed towards the west, which resulted in the formation of the island of Bulag or El Gezira. The river in the Ikshid's time flowed under the walls of the castle of Babylon, skirted El Askar, and passed by the points now known as the Bab el-Luk and Bab el-Hadid. All the districts of Mazar el-Atika, Khazar el-Aini, Khazar ed-Dubara, and Bulag were then under water, and the capital spread along the banks of the Nile and stretched inland to near the mosque of Ibn Tulun. The best description is that of the Persian Nasir-i-Kursau, who visited Misr in 1047, 80 years after Kafur's death, it is true, but it is not probable that very important changes had taken place in the interval. He knows nothing of El Khatai, and from his description of Misr as a city built on high ground and other indications, it is evident that in his day the wards faubourg was included in Misr, and that there were still houses there in spite of the devastation that followed the fall of the house of Tulun. The mosque of Ibn Tulun, on the outskirts of the town, was then as now surrounded by a double wall more solid than any the traveler had seen, except at Amid and Mayafarikin, and a minaret was certainly standing at that time. There were altogether 7 mosques in the old city, of which that of Amr was the chief, with its mihrab covered with white marble, on which was engraved the entire text of the Koran, and its court crowded with professors and students and a multitude of people of all kinds who used it as a general meeting place for business. It had lately been purchased by the Fatimid Caliph Hakim, of whom we shall hear presently, for 100,000 dinars. The mosque of Ibn Tulun had cost him only 35,000, and he had made some restorations and presented a magnificent silver lamp carrying 700 lights. So huge was this work of art that a door had to be broken down to get it into the mosque. The chief Qadi still held his court there. Outside, the gates opened into the bazaars. On the north was the Street of Lamps, the like of which the traveler had seen nowhere else. He was amazed at the cut rock crystal, tortoise shell, and other delicate work he saw there displayed, besides ivory tusks, ostrich feathers, and other products of the Sudan and Abyssinia. On one day, to be precise, the 18th of December 1048, he counted the following flowers and fruits and vegetables in the markets of Misr: red roses, lilies, narcissi, bitter and sweet oranges, lemons, apples, jasmine, melons, dust buyas, bananas, olives, dates, grapes, sugarcane, mad apples, gourds, padrangs, onions, garlic, carrots, and beetroot, though they belonged to different seasons. But Egypt, he adds, is a land of great extent, which produces the fruits both of hot and cold climates, and the products of all the provinces are brought to the capital and are readily sold in the markets. Pottery he found manufactured of so fine a quality that he could see his hand through it, and so skillfully colored that it resembled the iridescent fabric called bukalamun. There was also a green transparent glass of costly price. All this is amply confirmed by the fragments which have been found among the rubbish heaps of the old city. He saw great bowls of Damascus copper. One woman owned 5,000 of them, which she let out at a franc, dirhem a month at the borrower's risk. He was pleased to discover that there was no need to carry one's bottle or paper to the bazaars of the druggists or ironmongers. They themselves supplied the wherewithal to contain their wares. And what was more extraordinary, the shopkeepers sold at a fixed price, instead of haggling for a bargain, and if one of them cheated, he was set on a camel and marched through the bazaar to the ringing of a bell, crying aloud, "I have deceived and am punished. May the like chastisement befall other liars." All the shopkeepers rode on donkeys from their houses to their shops, and asses stood for hire at the street corners to the number, he was told, of 50,000. Only soldiers rode horses. The city stretched along the Nile bank, and kiosks and pavilions overlooked the river, whence one could draw up water by a rope. Sakas carried it then as now in great pitchers on their backs or on camels. Some of the houses were 7 stories high, and on the top of one of these was a terrace garden of orange and other fruit trees, watered by a sakya turned by a bull that had been conveyed to the housetop when a calf. The houses were so large, 30 cubits square, that 350 people could occupy a single house. Some of the covered streets and bazaars had to be constantly lighted by lamps, since no sunlight penetrated to them. To cross to the island there was a bridge of 36 boats, but at that time there was no second bridge connecting Roda with Giza, and one had to take a boat or ferry. Fortunately, there were more boats to be had at Misr than either at Baghdad or Basra. The inhabitants of the city, says Nasir-i Khusrau, were enjoying great prosperity in 1048, and in honor of a royal accouchement they decorated the town with such splendor that you would not hope to be believed if he described it. Indeed, he never knew so peaceful and orderly a country as Egypt, and tells the story of a rich Christian he met at Misr, who owned innumerable cargoes and vast estates, and who, when appealed to by the vizier in a year of scarcity, informed him that he had enough corn in his granaries to supply the capital for 6 years. The rents of the occupiers of a single khan or inn, called the Dar el-Wazir, brought in 12,000 dinars a year, and there were said to be 200 such buildings. The city which the Persian philosopher described in 1047-8 was probably little changed in the remaining century of its prosperity. The foundation of Kahira, or Cairo proper, had once more separated the official and court circles from Misr, 80 years before the visit of Nasir-i Khusrau, and yet the old capital retained its flourishing position as the commercial metropolis. There is no reason to suppose that it decayed during the 120 years that were left to it. We have already anticipated the course of history in describing Misr in the 11th century, and it will be well to finish the subject by relating its destruction in the 12th. In 1168, Amalric, the Latin king of Jerusalem, advanced upon Cairo, intent upon the conquest of Egypt, which the Crusaders believed to be essential to their safety in Palestine. In November he took Bilbais, and stained his name by massacring every man, woman, and child. Fear of similar atrocities and the danger of affording the invader valuable cover close to Cairo induced Shawar, the vizier of the Fatimid Caliph of Egypt, to order the burning of Misr. On the 12th of November, 20,000 naphtha barrels and 10,000 torches were lighted. The fire lasted 54 days, and its traces may still be found in the wilderness of sand heaps stretching over miles of buried rubbish on the south side of Cairo. The people fled as from their very graves. The father abandoned his children, the brother his twin, and all rushed to Cairo for dear life. The hire of a camel for the mile or two of transit cost 30 pieces of gold in that crisis of panic. The smoke rose in dense black clouds to the sky and compelled the invaders to camp at a distance. The cruel measure may have been necessary, though Cairo was saved by other means. But as we look out upon the desolate sandhills that mark the site of the vanished town of the Tent, and recall the peace and prosperity witnessed by the Persian traveler, it seems as if 1,000 crusaders in Cairo would be a lighter sacrifice than the loss of the old city of Misr. Though the town never really recovered from the fatal day of its burning, it must not be supposed that no efforts were made to rebuild it. People are not so easily transplanted from their old seats, and as soon as the crusaders were driven away, the inhabitants began to search for their blackened homes and tried to make them fit to live in. Ibn Gubeir, the Spanish Arab, who visited Misr in 1183, only 14 years after the Great Fire, found a less melancholy scene than we should be led to expect from the account of the 54 days' burning. He was comfortably entertained at the inn of Master Worthy, Funduk Abith Tana, in the Street of Lamps, so called because formerly inhabited by nobles who had each a lamp before his door, which still stood close to the Mosque of Amr, and though there were sad signs of the late destruction, the people had rebuilt many of the ruined houses, and the new buildings are in continuous lines which form a great city with the remains of the former town lying beyond and all around it, close by, showing how great was its extent in earlier days. The attempt to restore the old city did not succeed. A sign of the diminishing population is seen in the fact that although 10 colleges were founded in and about Misr by Saladin and his successors, in the belief that the town would recover, not a single mosque for congregational worship was built there after the Great Fire. Cairo was rapidly taking its place, and when Ibn Said visited Misr about 1240, he was distressed at its blackened walls, ruined houses, and general state of dirt and neglect. There were still plenty of people in the narrow, crooked streets, and peddlers hawking their wares among the students and children in the old mosque, which was covered with cobwebs and littered with refuse. The slovenly quays of Fustat were still frequented by much shipping, and there were sugar and soap factories still at work. But the ruin was universal, the final decay had set in, and the glory of Misr was transferred to Cairo. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Chapter 5, Cairo, Part 1. The foundation of Cairo proper, as distinguished from the earlier city of Misr and its faubourgs, marks a revolution infinitely more profound than a mere change of dynasty or shifting of site. The Fatimid conquest which created the new city was a revolution in religion, in statecraft, and in culture. The theological differences that had turned the mosque of Amr into a bear garden in the time of the Ikhshid were hair splittings compared with the breach between the old orthodoxy and the heresy of the newcomers. In its inner essence, Shi'ism, the religion of the Fatimids, is not Mohammedanism at all. It merely took advantage of an old schism in Islam to graft upon it a totally new and largely political movement. The schism arose out of the succession to the caliphate and resolved itself into the old antagonism between the theories of popular election and divine right. The Orthodox party, or Sunnis, held that the election of the first 3 caliphs, Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman, was constitutional in Islam. The Shia maintained that the divine right of succession to the Prophet's mantle rested with his own family, that is to say, with his daughter Fatima's husband, Ali, and their offspring, the only surviving descendants of Muhammad. Ali, in turn, became the 4th caliph, but he was bitterly opposed and in the end murdered. His children, the Prophet's grandsons, were ousted from the succession. One of them, Hussein, endeavoring to assert his rights, was defeated and slain, and the tragedy of the martyrdom at Karbala has ever since excited the deepest passions of the Shia at the annual representations of the Persian Passion Play in the month of Muharram. The ruthless persecution of the Holy Family by the Umayyad caliphs stimulated an enthusiastic sympathy with their misfortunes, but since none of their descendants showed any political genius, the occasional risings in favor of the Alids were scarcely more important than the last attempts in Scotland to revive the claims of the pretender.
The movement would probably have died out as an element in politics and become a mere tradition or sentiment but for the new development given to it in the 9th century by an obscure Persian, half conjurer, half eye doctor, named Abdallah, son of Maymun. This man, who abhorred the Arabs and their caliphs, devised a scheme by which the very religion of Islam should become the instrument of its own destruction, and the Persians should recover their power by the unconscious aid of their conquerors. His doctrine, whilst making use of the Alid sentiment of divine right, was such that not only the enthusiasts who still wept over the tragedy of Kerbala, but all shades of dissenters from rigid Mohammedanism might embrace. He taught that God has always been incarnate in some spiritual leader or imam, such as Adam, Abraham, and so on to Ali. The world has never been without an imam, but, and here came the stroke of genius, the imam is not always visible in the flesh. The series of spiritual leaders descended in apostolic succession from Ali was broken, but not the less was there a hidden imam who would reveal himself to mankind in his own good time. When he appeared, all would recognize the Mahdi and abandon the self-styled caliphs who usurped his authority. Meanwhile, those who awaited his coming must strive to prepare men for it. Though the imam be hidden, his doctrine must be zealously preached, and in the absence of the mysterious being in whom the secrets of the Most High are deposited, his missionaries must go forth and call men to the truth. A widespread and admirably organized propaganda was instituted, a secret society skillfully graduated in advancing degrees of initiation, worked underground throughout the Mohammedan world, but with special success in Arabia, Mesopotamia, and North Africa. The dais, or missionaries, were carefully chosen and trained to teach such doctrines as their converts could bear. To the rude and uneducated they would preach what seemed the plain lessons of the Koran, always coupled with the imminent approach of that mysterious and attractive personality, the Mahdi. To the philosophic they would use arguments suited to their special views, and leading them up through the progressive stages of initiation would finally land them in a philosophy of complete negation. These missionaries had nothing in common with Muslims. They were atheists among themselves and all things to all men. Their aims were political, to upset Islam through itself, to dispossess Muslims, and to grasp their power. They made use of all forms of religion indifferently. All were equally false to them, and all were serviceable tools to their purpose. They cared not what means they used to secure proselytes, to whom they confided only so much of their system as they could safely assimilate. They employed the hallowed name of Ali and preached the immediate advent of a Messiah, not because they believed in either or in any caliphate or a spiritual incarnation, but because if the multitude is to be made to dance, one must harp on some string, and these strings happen to twang harmoniously in the ears of the people. 3 signal successes rewarded the brilliant propaganda of the Shia or Ismailian missionaries. The first was the Carmathian domination of Arabia, Mesopotamia, and Syria in the 9th and 10th centuries. The second was its offshoot, the Fatimid Caliphate of North Africa and Egypt. The last was the dreaded Vemgericht of the Ishmaelians, or assassins, in Persia and the Lebanon. Here we have chiefly to do with the second, though both the Carmathians and the assassins had their influence upon Egypt. The Fatimid Caliphate, taking its name from Ali's wife, the daughter of the Prophet, was the most powerful and conspicuous result of Shia proselytism. Among the credulous Berbers, the missionary had an easy field of conquest, and when he produced a reputed descendant of Ali and Fatima in the person of the Mahdi, Obeidallah, and Kairawan, the Arab capital of what is now called Tunisia, in 910 the revolution was triumphant. The whole of Barbary, from Fez in Morocco to the frontier of Egypt, which he twice invaded, bowed before the sway of the Mahdi. Inheriting by conquest the possessions of the Aghlabid dynasty of Tunis, who for more than a century had been the great naval power of the central Mediterranean and held Sicily, Sardinia, Corsica, and Malta, the Fatimid fleets ravaged the coasts of France and Italy, plundering, burning, and kidnapping wherever they went. The fourth caliph of the Mahdi's line, El Moiz, the conqueror of Egypt, was a singularly able, upright, politic, and intelligent man, an orator, a linguist who knew Greek as well as Arabic and the Berber tongue, and to all appearance a just and honest Muslim of the Shia sect. Footnote. As evidence may be cited his complete breach with the Carmathians, although they were the source of the Fatimid revolution. Twice they invaded Egypt shortly after the Fatimid conquest in 971 and again in 974, and even laid siege to Cairo and forced their way through one of the gates. The invincible hostility of Mu'izz to these Arabian brigands had doubtless a political basis, but had he held the advanced views of the Shia propaganda, he would hardly have quarreled with its grand master. End of footnote. There was so careful a distinction between esoteric and overt doctrine among the Shia that it is impossible to be certain, but the probability is that Mu'izz, like most of his successors, did not share the extreme views of the advanced degrees of the initiate, but held Quranic doctrines tempered by alid views and allegorical interpretation. Such was the Fatimid Caliph, who, after a progress throughout his African dominions, and carrying his arms even to the shore of the Atlantic, 959, at length resolved to achieve the conquest of Egypt, which his grandfather had vainly attempted, and which was the goal of his own ambition. The barren land and unruly tribes of Barbary were not to be compared with the fertile valley and splendid commerce of Egypt, and his plans were carefully laid for the invasion. The conquest was an easy triumph. Gawar, his Roman slave from the Eastern Empire, led his 100,000 men from Kairouan in February 969. Alexandria capitulated on liberal terms. The Egyptians, exhausted by a distressing famine followed by plague, of which more than 500,000 people died in and around Misr, led by no competent chief, despoiled by a mutinous soldiery, and influenced by secret sympathizers with the Fatimids, made scarcely an effort to resist. There were a few skirmishes at Giza, and then Gawar forced the passage of the Nile. The defenders fled, and the women of Misr implored mercy. A full amnesty rewarded. Submission and pillage was interdicted, and the Fatimid army rode into Misr on the 5th of August. That very night Gawar laid the foundations of a new city, or rather fortified palace, destined for the reception of his sovereign. He was encamped on the sandy waste which stretched northeast of Fustat on the road to Heliopolis, and there, at a distance of about a mile from the river, he marked out the boundaries of the new capital. There were no buildings save the old convent of the Bones, nor any cultivation except the beautiful park called Kafir's Garden to obstruct his plans. A square about 1,200 yards each way was pegged out with poles, and the Maghrabi astrologers, in whom Mu'izz reposed extravagant faith, consulted together to determine the auspicious moment for the opening ceremony. Bells were hung on ropes from pole to pole. At the signal of the sages, their ringing was to announce the precise moment when the laborers were to turn the first sod. The calculations of the astrologers were, however, anticipated by a raven, who perched on one of the ropes and set the bells jingling, upon which every mattock was struck into the earth, and the trenches were opened. It was an unlucky hour. The planet Mars, El-Kahir, was in the ascendant, but it could not be undone, and the place was accordingly named after the hostile planet, El-Kahira, the martial or triumphant, in the hope that the sinister omen might be turned to a triumphant issue. Cairo, as Kahira has come to be called, may fairly be said to have outlived all astrological prejudices. The name of the Abbasid Caliph was at once expunged from the Friday prayers at the old mosque of Amr. The black Abbasid robes were proscribed, and the preacher, in pure white, recited the khutbah for the Imam Mu'izz, Emir el-Mu'minim, and invoked blessings on his ancestors, Ali and Fatima, and all their holy family. The call to prayer from the minarets was adapted to Shia taste. The joyful news was sent to the Fatimid Caliph on swift dromedaries, together with the heads of the slain. Coins were struck with the special formulas of the Fatimid creed. Ali is the noblest of God's delegates, the vizier of the best of apostles. The Imam Ma'ad calls men to profess the unity of the Eternal, in addition to the usual dogmas of the Mohammedan faith. For 2 centuries the mosques and the mint proclaimed the shibboleth of the Shia. But the change was far more than a substitution of one creed for another. Indeed, thanks no doubt to the politic tolerance of the conqueror and the discreet avoidance of extreme Shia doctrines, the people accepted the new regime without any outburst of orthodox fanaticism, except when the newcomers flaunted the Muharram festival in memory of the Kerbala martyrs in their very faces. The majority remained unconverted to the new formulas. At least they welcomed the restoration of orthodoxy 2 centuries later with equal phlegm. The real change was political. Cairo was no longer the capital of a province of the old caliphate or even of a virtually independent principality connected with that caliphate. It was the capital of a rival power, and that power a Mediterranean empire. It is true the empire soon lost its outlying African provinces and European islands and shrank to the dimensions of the principality of Ibn Tulun, but the strength and the wealth and commerce of the Fatimid kingdom were something new. The rivalry between Cairo and Baghdad, between the vigorous young caliphate of the Shia and the decaying hierarchy of the Sunnis, had far-reaching effects in politics and in civilization. The naval power and European connections of the Fatimids introduced a new element into foreign policy, gave a stimulus to trade, and modified in various ways the civilization of Egypt and Syria. On the other hand, undoubtedly, the isolation of Cairo tended to a development of a separate culture which was not to its advantage. Heresy cut it off from the great centers of intellectual life in the Arabian world, from Baghdad, Damascus, and Cordova. The old intercourse which brought students and professors of all parts of the Muslim empire together in the mosques of every great city was impossible in a capital where the mosques were in the hands of heretics. Hence Cairo was out of intimate touch with the progress of Muslim studies in the 11th and 12th centuries, and few of the leaders of Arabic thought or literature were found under Fatimid rule. In some branches, such as philosophy and physical and medical science, one would expect to find good results from the influence of Shia free-thinking, and undoubtedly some progress was made, especially by Jewish and Christian physicians. But these exceptions do not outweigh the general loss entailed by isolation from the rest of the intellectual world. A little later, the heretics of Cairo might have profited much by their intercourse with Europe, but in the 10th and 11th centuries Europe had little to teach. The class that gained most by the change of government was that of the Christian Copts. Hitherto they had their ups and downs according to the disposition and rapacity of different Arab and Turkish governors, but with the advent of the Fatimid caliphs they entered upon a period of unusual toleration and even favor. The new rulers, with one notorious exception, were exceedingly well disposed towards their Christian subjects, and many churches were built or restored during their reigns. The Caliph el-Aziz, son of Moiz, who reigned from 975 to 996, had a Christian wife. 2 of his brothers-in-law were Melechite patriarchs, and the Jacobite patriarch Ephraim and Severus, bishop of Ashmunyan, were his particular friends. The bishop was encouraged to come to the palace and discuss theology with the chief Cadi, and the patriarch was allowed to restore the church of St. Mercurius Apus Sephain, the two-sworded, outside Mizr. In ancient times, we are told by an Armenian writer, there had been a church dedicated to St. Mercurius on the bank of the river, but it was ruined and turned into a storehouse for sugar canes. Then in the time of this patriarch, inquiries were made about the creed of the Christians, whether they believed in the truth or in a lie. So the Christians assembled and went out to the mountain, and the Muslims and Jews went out at the same time on account of a certain event. Many of the Muslim Sayyids came forward and prayed and cried, Allahu Akbar, and implored the assistance of God, but no sign appeared to them. Then the Jews followed them, and still no result followed. Then the patriarch came forward, and the tanner, for whom God had performed a miracle, followed him, and all the Orthodox people followed them. They prayed to the Most High God, and burnt incense, and cried Kyrie eleison 3 times, and God showed his wonders, and the mountain moved, namely that part of the Makatam hills which is near the hill of Al-Kabsh, between Cairo and Mizr. This miracle took place through the faith of a tanner who had plucked out his eye in the presence of Al-Aziz and the chief men of his government and the Qadis of the Muslims. When Al-Aziz had witnessed this great miracle, he said, It is enough, O Patriarch, we recognize what God has done for you. And then he added, Desire of me what thou choosest, and I will do it for thee. The Patriarch, however, refused with thanks, but Al-Aziz begged him to ask for something and did not cease until the patriarch had asked for a certain church which had fallen into ruin. So Al-Aziz commanded that this church should be restored for the patriarch, and it is said to have been the church of St. Mercurius. The patriarch would not accept the offer of money for the restoration, but paid for it himself, and the work was carried out under a guard of the caliph's troops to protect the Christians from the common people of the Muslims, who had no patience with such concessions to the polytheists. One of the viziers or prime ministers of Aziz was a converted Jew, another was the Christian Ibn Nestorius. The Muslims naturally resented this unusual toleration and lampooned the caliph, but the harem was on the side of the Christians and, as usual, had its way. Even under the caliph Hakim, the exception referred to, who certainly at one time persecuted the Copts cruelly, the great posts of state were still held by Christians, and though there was much confiscation and extortion under the vizier Yazuri in the middle of the 11th century, it seems to have arisen more from physical necessities than from religious antipathy. The great influence of the Armenian viziers in the latter part of that century evidently promoted a good feeling, for in the 12th we find the Caliph Hafiz receiving lectures in history twice a week from the Armenian patriarch, and several of the later caliphs would visit the shaded gardens of Coptic monasteries, where they were hospitably welcomed by the monks and made suitable returns for their cheer. We read of handsome contributions for the support of convents and churches. The far from exemplary Caliph Amir even had a monk for his right-hand man, and used often to use a pavilion which he had built at a monastery near Giza as a hunting lodge, paying 1,000 dirhams to the monks at every visit. He took pleasure in standing in the priest's place in their church, but scrupulously entered backwards in order to avoid the appearance of bowing when passing through the low door. The last of the Fatimid caliphs, El-Adid, had also his favorite monastic retreat in the convent of the Virgin some miles out of Cairo, where he would take the air and gaze upon the blessed Nile. Footnote: there are numerous notices of this intimacy between the caliphs and the Coptic monks in the work of the Armenian Christian Abu Salif, written between 1173 and 1208, and excellently edited, translated, and annotated by Mr. B.T.A. Evitts with the assistance of Dr. A.J. Butler. End of footnote. If the churches were cared for, the mosques were not neglected, and though the Fatimid period is not rich in the multitude of mosques erected by private benefactors which distinguishes the later Mamluk period, it boasts at least the two greatest congregational mosques, Gami of Cairo proper, both of which were among the early preoccupations of the new dynasty. Gauhar's first step after beginning the walls of the palace city of Kahira was to lay the foundations of the mosque, which stands to this day, known to all the world as El Azhar, the Resplendent. The day of its foundation was Sunday, the 3rd of April, 970, and it was finished the 24th of June, 972. In 988 it was specifically devoted to the use of the learned and became what it has been ever since, one of the chief universities of Islam. Here to this day multitudes of students gather from all parts of the Muslim world, from the Gold Coast to the Malay states, each nation to the special riwak or portico assigned to its use, and here they receive from learned sheikhs instruction in the various branches of the old Arabic curriculum: theology, exegesis, traditions, jurisprudence, grammar, prosody, logic, rhetoric, algebra, etc. Over 9,000 students still, 1901, attend the lectures of 239 professors in the Azhar, and not one of them is called upon to pay a piastre in fees. The learned men of Cairo and many foreign cities willingly impart their knowledge without reward and eke out a living by private tuition and copying manuscripts. The foreign students not only pay no fees but receive rations of food from certain bequests. One may regret the limited scope and fanatical tendency of the Azhar lectures, but at least it is a noble example of free education, open to the poorest, no matter what his race or language, and given to all without distinction of class. The knots of students sitting round their master in earnest attention or swaying to and fro as they commit his dicta to memory are a spectacle not easily forgotten. In every detail they carry us back to the Middle Ages of Arabic culture and show us a zeal for learning, neither tainted by prize hunting nor cramped by examinations which may teach even Western universities something that they lack. Very little of the Azhar represents the original building. It has been repeatedly restored and was largely reconstructed in the 18th and the middle of the 19th century, and though there are some fine Kufic friezes and Geoform Persian arches characteristic of the Fatimid period, its present aspect is modern. The square court, however, covers the same ground as it did when in 973 the Caliph Mu'izz, after making his splendid entry, preceded by the coffins of his ancestors, into the new city built by his faithful general, and totally ignoring the old metropolis, then en fête, for his reception, himself conducted the prayers on the festival following the fasting month, delivered the khutbah or sermon with his wonted unction, and then headed the procession of his troops, escorted by his 4 sons in armor and preceded by 2 elephants, back to the palace which Gawar had prepared for him. The fortified enclosure which has given its name to Cairo, though sometimes called El Medina, the city, was never intended to be an Egyptian metropolis. It was to be the residence of the Caliph and his court, his slaves and officials, and his African troops. The public of Mizr had no access to it. None might pass through the gates without a permit, and even ambassadors from foreign states were obliged to dismount and were led into the palace between guards after the Byzantine custom. Qahira was in fact a royal compound or enclosure, not a public city. Its high walls and guarded gates symbolized the seclusion and mystery in which the sacred person of the Caliph was wrapped, and his familiar epithet, the guarded city, El Qahira, El Marusa, illustrates its privacy. The original walls were built of large bricks, nearly 2 feet long and 15 inches broad, and the thickness of the walls was such that 2 horsemen could ride abreast upon them. The topographer in 1400 measured the last fragment of this first wall, and says that none of it afterwards remained to be seen. The original enclosure was about 100 feet smaller every way than the later enclosure built in 1087, and we may easily realize the length of the city of Gawar by remembering that the present Bab el-Futa, with the Mosque of el-Hakim, and the Bab Sawela, with the Mosque of el-Mayyad, stand a little outside the original enclosure, whilst its breadth extended from the Bab el-Ghurayib beyond the Azur on the east of the Khalig or canal on the west. The western boundary running beside the canal is still recorded in the street called Bain es Serain, between the walls at the top of the Musky. The enclosure was thus about 1,200 yards each way and formed an area of less than half a square mile. About the center was the square called Bain el Kasrain, between the palaces, a name still preserved in the original site, in part of the street known as the Coppersmiths Market, Souk en Nahasin, now flanked by several noble mosques of much later date. The name explains itself. The square, which was far broader than the present thoroughfare and formed a parade ground on which 10,000 troops could be marshaled, separated the 2 palaces which faced it and served as the meeting place of the city. The great palace of Mu'izz lay on the east. The Khan el-Khalili stands on a corner of its vast ground, and the Hassanain at another corner, and the lesser west palace, built by Aziz a little later, faced it on the other side, where the Maristan or Kalan occupies a portion of its site, and on the back looked upon the spacious garden of Kafur, where the Ikshid once had his pleasure house. Makrizi devotes nearly 200 pages to the description of these wonderful palaces. We read of 4,000 chambers, of the Golden Gate which opened to the Golden Hall, a gorgeous pavilion where the Caliph, seated on his golden throne, surrounded by his chamberlains and gentlemen in waiting, generally Greeks or Sudanese, surveyed from behind a screen of golden filigree the festivals of Islam, of the Emerald Hall with its beautiful pillars of marble, the great divan where he sat on Mondays and Thursdays at a window beneath a cupola, and the porch where he listened every evening while the oppressed and wronged came below and cried the credo of the Shia till he heard their griefs and gave redress. These various buildings composing the great palace were not the work of a single year or of one ruler. Gawar began the palace on the same night that he marked out the foundations of the city in July 969. 2 gates were finished in the following March, and a wall was carried round the palace in 970 to 1. writing of the wall 3/4 of a century later, Nasir-i-Khusru says that from outside the city the palace of the caliphs looked like a mountain by reason of its lofty mass of buildings, but when one drew near one could see nothing of it on account of its high wall. Footnote: he is clearly referring to the palace wall, for he distinctly says that the city wall did not then exist. End of footnote. This original palace was designed by the Caliph Mu'izz himself, but it did not comprise itself half the splendid halls described by the topographer. The next Caliph, Aziz, built the Golden Hall and the Great Divan, as well as the smaller Western Palace and the Pearl Pavilion in Kafur's garden. Later caliphs and viziers added and altered, and the splendid palaces, El Qasur, Ez Zahira, as they were collectively called, included numerous separate mansions or suites of rooms of various dates. The Great Palace alone had 10 gates, besides a subterraneous passage by which the caliph could cross on his mule, led by slave girls, to the Western Palace, which was specially reserved for the harem. In the 11th century there were 12,000 servants in the palaces, and including the women, the inmates were reckoned at 30,000. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 9 and Chapter 5, Cairo Part 2. Monsieur Ravais has reconstructed the Fatimid palaces and even drawn plans of them from the topographer's descriptions into elaborate memoirs. And though some of the details must be regarded as tentative and open to revision, the general results probably represent the actual arrangement of the Fatimid city. According to these interesting researches, the Great East Palace comprised principally 3 large quadrangles of unequal sizes forming 3/4 of a square, the fourth or northeast quarter being occupied by the court of the festival, an open space between the Great Palace and the Palace of the Viziers, where the people could make merry on the Eid days. This great palace, flanked by the Vizieret and the Ajar, covered the space from the present Khan el-Khalili and Hassanain to the Gemalaya Street, where the monastic mosque of Baybars, the Jashnikur, stands. The various halls, apartments, and court offices were arranged about the quadrangles, and stables and stores formed outbuildings. On the other side of the Bain el Kasrain, the West Palace ran from where the Maristan now stands to the Herat Bargawan, with 2 wings jutting forward at each end to enclose the Bain el Kasrain, whilst the space between the West Palace and the West Wall was filled by the spacious garden of Kafur, with its various kiosks looking on the canal. The rest of the city enclosure outside the palaces was occupied by the quarters, hara, of the various divisions of the Fatimid army, such as the Gaudaris, the Daylemas, the Kitama, the Barkas, the Utufs, the Zawila, and the north and south Greek quarters, Harat, Rum, and so forth. The gates of the city were the old gates of succor, Bab and Nasr, and of conquest, Bab el Futa on the north, the gate of the bridge, Bi el Kantara, leading to Gawar's bridge over the canal, the Bi el Farag, also called the gate of the Sharaya, a Berber tribe, and the gate of Sa'ada, named after a general of El Mu'izz, and the wicket gate, Bab el Kawaka, on the west, opening to the canal, the old double gate of Zawela on the south, and on the east, the burnt gate, B. El Mawruk, so called because burnt down by some fugitive Mamluks in the 13th century, the new gate, B. El Gadid, built by Hakim, and the gate of the Barca troops, B. El Barkaya, now known as the B. El Ghurayib. Some of the modern superstitions connected with the gate of Zuwayla have been mentioned before, but it has always been a haunted spot, and the fact that executions took place just outside did not improve its reputation. The topographer records that the original gate, which stood beside the oratory of Shem, the son of Noah, consisted of 2 arches, one of which was known as the Gate of the Arch. This was the gate through which El Moiz entered when he made his state progress into the new city of Cairo, and all the people followed his example. But the other arch was considered unlucky, and no one cared to go under it. This second gate no longer remains, says Makrizi, nor is there any trace of it, but the place where it stood is called El Hagarin, where musical instruments as drums, lutes, and such like are sold, and it is still notorious among the people that whoever passes that way will not accomplish his wishes. Some say that the reason of this saying is because it is the place of sale for musical instruments which are held in disrepute, and the abode of musicians and male and female singers, but the case is not as they pretend, for the saying was current among the people of El Kahira from the time when El Moiz entered. Before this place was a market for musical instruments and the haunt of the disorderly. Such topographical details are chiefly interesting to the antiquary. We must search the records of travelers for more graphic descriptions. Strangers, unfortunately, were rare in so jealously secluded a sanctum as the Fatimid Palace, and there are consequently few travelers' pictures to add to the researches of the topographer. The Persian Nasir-e Khusrau was indeed admitted in 1047, but he is disappointingly discreet in his account, and we gain only a confused but gorgeous impression of the great throne room, with hunting scenes carved on the gold throne, which was screened by gold lattice and approached by silver steps. The best description occurs in William of Tyre's account of the mission of the Crusaders in 1167, when Amalric was posing as the protector of the Caliph, though it may well be that the palace had greatly changed in the 2 centuries that had passed since its foundation. The introduction of Christian ambassadors to the sacred presence, where few even of the most exalted Muslims were admitted, was unprecedented, but Amalric was in a position to dictate his own terms. Permission was granted, and Hugh of Caesarea, with Geoffrey Fulcher, the Templar, were selected for the unique embassy. The vizier himself conducted them with every detail of oriental ceremony and display to the great palace of the Fatimids. They were led by mysterious corridors and through guarded doors, where stalwart Sudanis saluted with naked swords. They reached a spacious court open to the sky and surrounded by arcades resting on marble pillars. The paneled ceilings were carved and inlaid in golden colors. The pavement was rich mosaic. The unaccustomed eyes of the rude knights opened wide with wonder at the taste and refinement that met them at every step. Here they saw marble fountains, birds of many notes and wondrous plumage, strangers to the Western world. There, in a further hall, more exquisite even than the first, a variety of animals such as the ingenious hand of the painter might depict, or the license of the poet invent, or the mind of the sleeper conjure up in the visions of the night. Such indeed as the regions of the east and the south bring forth, but the west sees never, and scarcely hears of. At last, after many turns and windings, they reached the throne room, where the multitude of the pages and their sumptuous dress proclaimed the splendor of their lord. Thrice did the vizier, ungirding his sword, prostrate himself to the ground, as though in humble supplication to his God. Then, with a sudden rapid sweep, the heavy curtains, broidered with gold and pearls, were drawn aside, and on a golden throne, robed in more than regal state, the Caliph sat revealed. The vizier humbly presented the foreign knights and set forth in lowly words the urgent danger from without and the great friendship of the king of Jerusalem. The caliph, a swarthy youth emerging from boyhood, fuscus procaris corpori facii venusta, replied with suave dignity. He was willing, he said, to confirm in the amplest way the engagements made with his beloved ally, but when asked to give his hand in pledge of faithfulness, he hesitated, and a thrill of indignation at the stranger's presumption ran through the listening court. After a pause, however, the caliph offered his hand, gloved as it was, to Sir Hugh. The blunt knight spoke him straight. My lord, troth hath no covering. In the good faith of princes all is naked and open. Then at last, very unwillingly, as though derogating from his dignity, the caliph, forcing a smile, drew off the glove and put his hand in Hugh's, swearing word by word to keep the covenant truly and in all good faith. There is no doubt that the Fatimid caliphs were the most sumptuous monarchs that ever ruled in Egypt. Mo'izz himself was no sybarite. He attended personally and assiduously to the details of administration, looked to the justice of the law courts, managed the army upon which his power depended, and built a new dock at Mox, lower down the river than the former dockyards of Rhoda and Misr, then near the present Azbekaya. Mox remained the dock and port of Cairo until the shifting of the Nile bed brought Balak to the surface. 600 ships were soon afterwards built there, and some of Mo'izz's vessels were seen in 1047 by Nasir-e-Khusrau, beached at Mox, and were found to measure about 275 feet in length by 110 feet in the beam. But, hard-working and prudent as he was, he loved display. He would go in state to cut the dam of the canal, and spent large sums on the brocaded covering for the Kaaba at Mecca. The holy city now acknowledged his supremacy, which was exhibited to the people at the annual feast of sacrifice. The palace buildings were all planned by his own hands. Gauhar had only been his clerk of the works, and the profusion of the new city argued the luxurious taste and the prodigious resources of the caliph. The wealth of the Fatimids recorded by the historians seems almost incredible. We read of 2 daughters of Mo'izz, one of whom left about 1.5 million in gold, 2,700,000 dinars, whilst the others numerous jewel rooms and coffers, containing among others 5 sacks of emeralds, 3,000 silver vessels, and 30,000 Sicilian embroideries, exhausted 40 pounds of wax in sealing them up for her executors. Mo'izz himself bought a silk curtain from Persia for nearly 12,000 pounds, on which the countries of the world were depicted in their cities, and his wife spent much treasure in 966 on her mosque in the Karafah, designed by El Hassan the Persian and decorated by Basra painters. One advantage of heresy was the toleration of artistic ideas that were abhorrent to the orthodox, and the Fatimids encouraged, if not portrait painting, at least the representation of human beings in art, which was held to be distinctly forbidden by the Prophet. The mosque of the cemetery, called the Karafah, however, transcended anything ever attempted before in Egypt, if we accept the stories of Kumaraway's palace in the wards. Its plan was the ordinary square quadrangle surrounded by cloisters like the Azhar, but the decoration was remarkable. The 14 square doors leading into the Luan, or sanctuary, were surmounted by arches resting on triple marble columns, painted blue, red, and green. The ceilings were also painted in various colors by artists from Basra. Opposite the middle door was an arch, on which a bridge was painted with steps of various colors, which looked real. Painters used to come to see it, but they could not copy it. We read of 2 rival artists, El Qasir and Ibn Aziz of Chaldea, protégés of the Vizier El Yazuri, who painted figures, the first of a dancing girl in a white dress, standing against the black background of an arch, seeming as though she stood inside it, and the second a similar girl in red, who appeared to be standing out in front of a yellow arch. There was in a house in the Carafa a picture of El Khatami, one of the decorators of this mosque, which represented Joseph in the pit, so that he seemed to stand out in relief. The money to pay for the outgoings of the palace, with its 20 to 30,000 inmates, and all the luxury it implied, was partly obtained by a more rigorous collection of the taxes and arrears than heretofore, and by the substitution of a central tax office in the old Emirate house next to the mosque of Ibn Tulun, in place of the wasteful and corrupt system of local collectors and tax farmers. In a single day, the city of Mysore, still in its prime, contributed from £26,000 to £62,000 in taxes. According to the season, all taxes had to be paid in the new Fatimid coinage, and the Abbasid money was put out of currency. The next Caliph el-Aziz was noted for his judgment in gems, and set a number of new fashions in gold thread turbans, jewelled harness scented with ambergris, and gold inlaid armor for his horses, and luxuries for the table, such as truffles from Mokattam and fish fresh from the sea. Like Kumaraway, he was fond of strange beasts and imported birds and animals from the Sudan, but he shared with his father the statesmanlike qualities that no luxury could enfeeble. He built a fleet to fight the Emperor Basil, personally waged a successful campaign in Orthodox Syria, which never became reconciled to the Fatimid supremacy, and he gave Egypt an interval of unbroken peace. His name was commemorated in the Friday prayer in the mosques from Arabia to the Atlantic, and he never failed to stand before the people in the Azhar and conduct the service as their spiritual as well as temporal head. The mosque, known as El Hakim's, owed its foundation at the close of 990 to El-Aziz and his vizier Ibn Kilis, who completed it sufficiently to hold the Friday prayers there a year later. The decoration, minarets, and other accessories were not finished till the reign of his son El-Hakim, who set the work in hand in 1003 and placed the final inscription on the pulpit in March 1013. Hence, this second congregational mosque of Kahira, originally known as the New Mosque or the Brilliant El-Anwar, in obvious imitation of the name of El-Azhar, took its most usual title from El-Hakim. In the course of its history, it has suffered even worse indignities than the old Mosque of Amr. When the Crusaders occupied Cairo in 1167, they turned part of the Mosque of El-Hakim into a church. Under the Ayyubid restoration of Orthodox Islam, the Azhar was disused for a time, and as being the chief seat of heresy, and the Mosque of El-Hakim became the official place of worship. Afterwards it seemed to have been used for stables, and in the summer of 1303 it was terribly shattered by a great earthquake, and restored in the following year by Baybars the Taster. By the time that the topographer wrote his account of it, about 1420, the mosque was again in ruins by fire and neglect, and its roof was crumbling piece by piece. Since then it has fallen on still more evil days. Its court has served in turn as a rope walk, a drying ground, a common thoroughfare, a playground, which you entered through a cafe, a brewery, or a bead factory. The only honorable use it has been turned to is that of a museum of Arab art, which for the past 20 years has occupied part of the arcades of the East End, where the noble arches and Kufic inscriptions still preserve something of their ancient grandeur, and formed a fit shrine for many beautiful and curious works of Saracenic art. Melancholy as this vast empty court, surrounded by decayed walls and ruined arches, appears in the present day, there are points of great interest in the Mosque of El-Hakim. The arches are the only exceptions to the Persian shape, keel formed, 2 arcs terminating in tangential lines at each end, which is otherwise universal in the architecture of the Fatimid period. This is doubtless due to its early date and obvious imitation of the Mosque of Ibn Tulun. Still more remarkable are its minarets, commonly called mibkaras, or censers, from their peculiar shape. The heavy square bases, however, have nothing to do with the original minarets, the lower parts of which, built of carefully dressed stone, with traces of Fatimid inscriptions, may still be traced inside these ugly buttresses. A minute examination made by Hertz Bey and M. von Berchem established beyond a doubt the fact that the brick minarets belonged to the hasty restoration of 1304. After the earthquake, Baybars did not trouble to rebuild the minarets in their former style, but put brick tops and probably shored up the old bases with the clumsy cubical casings which have puzzled so many archaeologists and suggested strange theories of the early forms of minarets. The cubes may be later, however, and may have had some connection with the military defenses of the neighboring city gate. The remains of the original stone minarets inside these casings are especially interesting, since they are the only definite evidence we possess, save the small brick minaret of the mosque El Gai-Ushi, as to the construction of minarets of the Fatimid epoch, of which Makrizi was evidently unaware when he wrote that no stone minarets were erected previously to that of Kalaun in 1284. They are precisely similar in construction to the later Mamluk minarets, starting from a square base, changing to an octagon, resolved into a cylinder. A spiral staircase within led up to windows whence the muezzins chanted the call to prayer. The Caliph Hakim is one of the best-known characters in Egyptian history, yet a character so contradictory and bizarre that his biographers are inevitably reduced to the weak conclusion of explaining his conduct by the unsatisfactory solution of mania. He was the only son of the exemplary Aziz and his Christian wife, the sister of two patriarchs, and is another witness to the truth of the saying that clergymen's relations are no better than other folk. Emerging from the upper branches of a fig tree at the age of 11 to enter upon the dazzling luster of the throne, the boy had an unfortunate training. His governor, the Slavonian eunuch Bargawan, whose name is still to be read in one of the lanes off the Bain el Kasrain, amused himself in the Pearl Palace in the garden of Kafur, whilst the Berber and Turkish troops fought each other in the streets. One of Hakim's early experiences was the presentation of the Berber general's head by the victorious Turkish guard. It was but a short step to the murder of the regent, and after 4 years of very lax tutelage, the youth of 15 assumed full powers. As the young caliph came more before the public, the eccentricities of his character began to appear. His strange face with its terrible blue eyes made people shrink. His big voice made them tremble. His tutor had called him a lizard, and he had a creepy, slippery way of gliding among his subjects that explained the nickname. He had a passion for darkness, would summon his council to meet at night, and would ride about the streets on his grey ass night after night, spying into the ways and opinions of the people under pretence of inspecting the market, weights, and measures. Night was turned into day by his command. All business and catering was ordered to take place after sunset. The shops had to be opened and the houses illuminated to serve his whim, and when the poor people overdid the thing and began to frolic in the unwonted hours, repressive orders were issued, women forbidden to leave their homes, and men to sit in the booths. Shoemakers were ordered to make no outdoor boots for women, so that they might not have the wherewithal to stir abroad, and the ladies of Cairo were not only enjoined on no account to allow themselves to be seen at the lattice windows, but might not even take the air on the flat roofs of their houses. Stringent regulations were issued about food and drink. Hakim was a zealous teetotaler, as all Muslims are expected to be. Beer was forbidden, wine was confiscated, fines cut down, even dried raisins were contraband. Malukaya, Jews' mallow, was not to be eaten, and honey was seized and poured into the Nile. Games such as the Egyptian chess were prohibited, and the chessboards burnt. Dogs were to be killed wherever found in the streets, but the finest cattle could not be slaughtered save at the feast of sacrifice. Those who ventured to disobey these decrees were scourged and beheaded, or put to death by some of the novel forms of torture which the ingenious caliph delighted in inventing. A good many of these strange regulations were no doubt inspired by a genuine reforming spirit, but it was the spirit of a mad reformer. The lively ladies of Cairo have always needed a tight hand over them, but who could expect to restrain a woman by confiscating her boots? The prohibition of intoxicating liquors gambling, and public amusements was in keeping with the character of a sour and bitter Puritan, and was doubtless intended as much to improve the morals as to vex the souls of his subjects. But the nightly wanderings, the needless restrictions, and harassing regulations concerning immaterial details were signs of an unbalanced mind. Hakim may have meant well according to his lights, but his lights were strangely prismatic. It is difficult to discover the method in this madness. At first Christians were tolerated, then about 1005 began a course of contemptible persecution, petty annoyances, foolish badges and liveries, and other humiliations, followed by wholesale confiscations and destruction of churches. But the Muslims fared almost as ill. Viziers, whether Christians or Muslims, were indiscriminately assassinated or executed. The great Gauhar's son was treacherously murdered in the palace. Officials of all grades and all creeds were barbarously tortured and wantonly killed. A distinguished general, after putting down a rebellion which kept Egypt in a tumult for 2 years, happened to disturb Hakim when he was cutting up a murdered child, and paid for his indiscretion with his life. Yet at the very time when these horrors were being enacted, the young caliph was busily superintending the decoration of the mosque that bears his name, and also founding the remarkable institution called the Hall of Science, Dar el Ilm, in the precincts of the great palace, where learned men of all shades of opinion met together and discussed everything under the sun with the resources of a well-appointed library. These meetings of a parliament of religions recall the debates of Akbar's later hall of worship at Agra, nor is this the only point of resemblance between the two sovereigns, contrasted as they are in most respects. Akbar allowed himself to be worshipped as a deity, and Hakim came at last to a similar result, and both were led to it by Shia influences. No doubt those long lonely rides on his grey ass about the desolate Mu-Khatam hills, those nights in the observatory on the slopes where he worked out his astrological chimeras, ministered to a mind deeply imbued with the mystical teaching of the Shia. He was the Imam through whom God revealed himself to the ignorant world. He was the only possessor of the divine secrets. It was an easy step and illogical to argue that he was the incarnation of the deity, that he was God. It took more than 20 years to bring him to this point, but aided by the preaching of some Persian mystics, he arrived there about 1018. It is true his preachers had poor success in their mission of proclaiming the divinity of Hakim. One was set upon and murdered to the joy of the Orthodox. Others desecrated the old mosque of Amr with their blasphemy, and the people rose and slew them. Dirazi, who afterwards gave his name to the strange sect of the Druzes in the Lebanon, was hunted to the palace and with difficulty saved by the caliph's personal interposition and ready lie. Nobody accepted the new doctrine, monstrous to orthodox ears, and probably the bulk of the people were not even moderate Shia, but really Sunnis of the old school. Misr was in an uproar and with an ace of a revolution. But the Negro troops did their savage work. The old capital was looted, houses were burst open, young girls dragged away, and a reign of terror silenced the outcry. The tortured people gathered in the mosques and prayed for help. Help came, but from an unexpected quarter. The black troops had gone too far, and their rivals, the Berbers and Turks, less out of humanity than mere jealousy of power, joined together in suppressing the common enemy. Even Hakim lost his control over the army. He also set a powerful influence against him in the harem. He slandered his sister's chastity. The Princess Royal refused after this to stand between her brother and his fate. A conspiracy was formed, and when on the 13th of February 1021, Hakim took one of his accustomed rides to the hills, dauntless and unconcerned as ever, he never returned. His ass and his coat, slashed with dagger cuts, were found, but his body had disappeared. For a long time people fearfully expected his return, as the Druzes in the Lebanon do to this day. After so horrible a nightmare, Cairo stood in sore need of rest. It came, but not at once. Military tyranny was succeeded by the corrupt rule of a court clique. A terrible famine in 1025 drove the starving people to highway robbery. The treasury was exhausted. The very slaves of the palace mutinied, and Syria was in open revolt, whilst the new Caliph, Hakim's son, amused himself with singers and dancers and bricked up young girls to starve to death in the mosque. The luck of the Fatimids was not yet exhausted, however, and good Niles, a vigorous suppression of the Syrian rebellion by an energetic viceroy, and a temporary quieting down of the soldiers' jealousies gave Egypt a quarter of a century of comparative tranquillity. The valley of the Nile was now almost all that was left to the Fatimids. Their great Barbary dominions had completely fallen away by 1046, and the old Mediterranean supremacy had departed forever. Syria was held with difficulty by force of arms, and though Arabia, from Medina to the Yemen, and Hadramawt yielded homage to the Egyptian caliphs, its Shia emir was nothing less than an independent sovereign. The extraordinary fact that for 40 weeks in 1058-9 the Fatimid caliph was prayed for in the mosques of Orthodox Baghdad testifies to political intrigues in the Eastern Caliphate rather than to any real access of power to the Fatimids. In Egypt, however, they were still undisturbed. A new caliph, El-Mustansir, a baby of 8 months, succeeded to the throne in 1036 and kept it by no special virtue or effort of his own until 1094, and his long occupation, it can hardly be called reign, comprised alternation of surprising prosperity and desperate distress. In spite of the evil influence of his mother, a Sudani black, who imported many of her savage compatriots to overawe the capital, the country enjoyed exceptional tranquillity in the middle of the 11th century. We have the evidence of Nasir-e Khusrau in 1047-9, who states unconditionally that Egypt was then in affluence and that he had never known such tranquillity and security as he saw there. The Caliph Mustansir was exceedingly popular, and no one went in fear of violence or rapacity from his government. Order reigned supreme, and the very jewelers and money changers did not trouble to shut the doors of their shops against thieves. The shops in Cairo itself were reckoned at over 20,000, and all were the property of the Caliph, and paid him from 2 to 10 dinars a month. He owned, it was said, 20,000 houses, 5 or 6 stories high, let out in lodgings at monthly rents of averaging 11 dinars, or £70 a year. The houses were well built of good stone, not brick, and were separated by delightful gardens. There were then no city walls, the first walls having fallen to ruin, and the second not built till 40 years later. But the lofty houses themselves, says the traveller, were almost like fortifications, and each palace or mansion was a castle by itself. There was a space of a mile between Cairo and Mizr, covered with gardens and country houses, but flooded at the time of the inundation so that it looked like a sea. The Persian saw one of the great ceremonies of the Cairo year, the cutting of the dam of the canal at Mizr by Mustansir in person. The Caliph rode at the head of 10,000 horsemen, whose saddles and harness and horse armor were adorned with gold and precious stones, with silken housings embroidered with the Caliph's name. Led camels bore litters richly decorated, and even the mules had their share of jeweled harness. Regiment after regiment, the army defiled towards the mouth of the canal. Berbers of the Kitama tribe, 20,000 strong, descended from the veterans of Mo'iz, Maghrabis, 15,000, Mazmuda, 20,000, Turks and Persians called the Easterns, though born in Egypt, 10,000, Badawis from the Hagaz, 15,000, Sudani blacks, 30,000, slaves, chamberlains, officials of all ranks, poets and doctors, princes from Morocco, from the Yemen, from Nubia, Abyssinia, Asia Minor, Georgia, Turkestan, and even the sons of a sultan of Delhi, whose mother had settled at Cairo. The Caliph himself, a handsome and amiable-looking young man, clean-shaved and dressed in a long robe of pure white, rode a mule without any ornaments. 300 Persians of Daylem, on foot, dressed in Greek brocade, formed his escort, carrying axes and pikes. A great dignitary bore the parasol of state beside him, and eunuchs burned incense on either hand. All the people fell on their faces as the Caliph passed to the silken tent at the mouth of the canal, and as soon as he cast a javelin at the dam, they fell to with pick and shovel, and the Nile flowed in. Then all the world went sailing on the river in great joy, headed by a boat full of death and dumb for the sake of luck. End of section 9. Section 10 of the story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 10, Chapter 5, Cairo, Part 3. The Persian was fortunate in the time of his sojourn in Egypt. Very evil days were in store for it, in which Cairo suffered its first spoliation since its foundation a century before. For 9 years, 1050 to 8, a naval vizier, El-Yazuri, kept the upper hand over the various factions. He did his best to deal with the ever-recurring menace of famine, and it is possible that the ruins of Joseph's granaries near Masr el-Atika, which Benjamin of Tudela mentions as early as 1170, represent the storehouses for corn which he laid up against years of scarcity. In those days there was no Wilcox or Scott Moncrieff to plan barrages and dams and make the great river the servant of the poorest fellah. If the Nile at the season of inundation did not rise above the lines on the Nilometer at Rhoda, known by the ominous names of the degrees of Munkir and Nakir, the two angels of the grave, a famine inevitably ensued, and with the famine came too often plague, and misery and hunger led to disorder and crime. The cause and effect recurred with the regularity of a machine. Yazuri's granaries staved off the danger for a while at the capital, but after he was poisoned in 1058, there was no one to control the warring factions. 40 changes of viziers in 9 years show the instability of the government. The caliph listened to the advice of anybody, and men of straw formed his council. The real rulers were the Turkish troops, who united with the Berbers and drove the hated Sudanis out of Cairo. The blacks established themselves in Upper Egypt, where their license terrified the people and prevented cultivation. The Berbers, expelled in turn, overran the delta and deliberately destroyed the irrigation system in order to starve the fellahin. Meanwhile, the Turks looted the capital, despoiled the beautiful palaces of the caliphs, dispersed their priceless collection of works of art, precious stones, and jewelry, and worst of all, broke up their incomparable library of 100,000 manuscripts, some of them books which Orientalists still search for in vain, and used these treasures of learning to mend their boots, to light their fires, or even threw them wantonly out on the rubbish heaps. Upper and Lower Egypt being held by predatory bands of Sudanese and Berbers, the capital was cut off from supplies when the great famine began in 1066. 7 years it lasted without a sign of relief, and Egypt was nearly ruined. Terror of the disbanded troops in the provinces paralyzed the fellahin, and nothing was done to mitigate the effects of the low Niles or to sow for the next season. Cairo and Misr, deprived of their usual supplies from the provinces, felt the scarcity most severely. We read of 8 pounds being paid for a loaf of bread, of a house bartered for a quarter of flour, of ladies of quality throwing away their useless jewelry, which no one would take in exchange for food, and of horses, asses, and even dogs and cats, bought at high prices and hungrily devoured. Soon there was not a beast to be killed, and the caliph's stable was brought so low that his starved grooms could only muster 3 sorry nags. The people began to kidnap and eat each other. Human flesh was sold by the butchers. Then came the plague, and mowed down every soul in house after house with its sudden secret scythe. Famine and plague are no respecters of persons. The great suffered alike with the poor. Proud noblemen tried to earn a crust of bread by serving in the public baths. The caliph himself, despoiled by the Turks and deserted by his household, even his wife and daughters fled to Baghdad to escape the pest, owed his daily rations of 2 loaves to the charity of a scholar's daughter. Those 17 years of indescribable misery and crime had never before been approached in Egypt. At last they came to an end. The harvest of 1073 was bountiful. The leader of the Turks was cut in pieces small, and a great vizier came to the rescue of the tottering state. 1074. This was Bedr el-Gemali, for whom the Caliph sent in his distress. Bedr was an Armenian but not a Christian, and began his career as a slave. His marked ability had raised him to such high offices as the governorship of Damascus and afterwards of Acre. He was the man for the crisis, and by a fortunate omen, a Quran reader was actually reciting to the Caliph the verse, "And God has helped you with Bedr," when Bedr entered the presence. "Had you read any more," cried the delighted Caliph, "your head would have been cut off." The famous general made short work of the Turkish oligarchy. The leaders were all killed by a treacherous but salutary trick in a single night. The reign of terror in Cairo was over. Bedr was appointed commander-in-chief, vizier of the sword and pen, chief Cadi, and director of the Shia propaganda, generalissimo, prime minister, cardinal, and lord chancellor in one. He first brought back order in the capital and then marched through the provinces, defeating, slaughtering, and subduing Berbers, Sudanis, and Arabs till law reigned supreme from Alexandria to Aswan. The peasantry, restored to peace and security, labored their lands again. The revenue rose by leaps and bounds, and for 20 years the country enjoyed plenteous prosperity. Cairo benefited incalculably by the large and noble policy of the great Armenian. For a century, since the days when Aziz built the West Palace and the Pavilion of the Pearl, there had been few important additions to its architecture. Hakim, indeed, had finished his father's mosque and built the Hall of Science. Mustansir's favorite residence was his country palace at Heliopolis, where he had a kiosk modeled after the holy but distinctly ugly Kaaba of Mecca, with a pool of wine to represent the well of Zemzem. And there he made merry with exceedingly unorthodox sarcasms upon the black stone and bad water of the Arabian original. With the rule of Bedr, Cairo once more heard the sound of the trowel. In view of the recent invasion and spoliation of the city by insurgent troops, the first necessity was to fortify it for defense. The old wall of sunburnt brick had practically disappeared in the growth of the town, which now spread outside the 3 gates built by Gawar. These gates were now taken down and rebuilt of stone, 1187-91, so as to enclose a larger area. The Greek quarter at the south, for example, was now taken within the wall, and a new wall of brick was carried round the city. It was afterwards enlarged by Saladin, but some of the wall of Bedr still remains. On the north it still connects the Babin Nasser with the Babel Futa, and extends to a bastion about 330 feet west of the latter, and to a re-entering angle some 200 feet east of the Bab and Nasser. There is also a piece of the wall among the houses near the Bab Zuwayla on the south face of the enclosure, and as late as 1842 a portion of the west wall was still to be seen at the west side of the Ezbekaya. The 3 great gates stand practically unchanged, though the towers of the Zuwayla gate were shortened to receive the minarets of the Mosque of El Muayyad in the 15th century. These gates are the most impressive monuments of the Fatimid period, but they are Byzantine, not Saracenic. According to the Armenian chronicler Abu Salih, a Copt, John the monk planned the walls and gates for the Armenian vizier, but whatever share he had in designing the lie of the walls, he could never have been the architect of these Norman-looking gates. The topographer is evidently right in stating that they were built by 3 brothers from Edessa, a city full of Armenians, where Bedr, with his Syrian experience, would naturally seek his architects, each of whom built 1 gate. The statement is amply confirmed not only by the style, which clearly belongs to the Syrian Byzantine school, but also by various masons' marks in Greek letters, Z, H, etc. In short, as M. von Berchem has pointed out, the gates and enceinte of Cairo belong to what is called the Templars, as distinguished from the French style of military architecture, the great Byzantine and Saracenic school of which the chief characteristics may be traced in various countries and at divers epochs, at Constantinople, Nicaea, Brusa, Adelia, and the Pamphylian cities in the old Arab fortresses of northern Syria in the style of the Templars and the military buildings of the post-Crusade Saracens, such as the enchant of Jerusalem, etc. The leading features of the style are square bastions and square or round-headed openings, contrasting with the Persian arches of the Fatimid mosques and the round bastions of Saladin's wall. The curtains run to a thickness of 11 to 13 feet and contain archers' chambers and other apparatus for defense. The gates consist of a vaulted passage with round arch between towers containing an ingenious arrangement of shooting floors and connected by a cross passage above the arch with a place for launching stones or grenades upon the enemy. A fine spiral staircase, admirable cornices, some sculptured shields, and a magnificent Kufic inscription adorn the Bab and Nasser. The inscription, like another on the Babel Futa, expresses the Shia creed, but has nevertheless sustained 8 centuries of orthodox rule in Egypt unchanged. The 3 great gates are noble monuments of one of the greatest viziers of medieval Cairo. For nearly 60 years, Egypt enjoyed the inestimable benefits of Armenian rule. Bedr died 1094, the year also of the Caliph Mustansur's death, but the vizier's son El-Afdal succeeded to his father's power and governed Egypt till 1121, when he was assassinated by order of the Caliph Amir. Afdal's son Abu Ali held supreme power in 1131 in the name of the expected Mahdi, thus reverting to the old Shia theory of the hidden imam and ignoring all claims of the Fatimid dynasty. When he, in turn, was murdered on his way to the polo field, Yanis, an Armenian slave of Afdal's, became vizier, and after him Bahram, an Armenian Christian, retained the office until 1137. By this time the growing influence of the Armenians had led to their holding every post worth having in all the government departments, and their excessive assumption of authority led to a natural reaction. Bahram and 2,000 of his fellow countrymen were expelled, and the heyday of the Armenians was over. They deserved well of the country and had ruled on a whole both wisely and large-mindedly. Firm and yet mild, the virtual sovereignty of Bedr and his son had rendered immense services to Egypt. If they had accumulated vast wealth, Afdal is said to have left over 3,000,000 pounds in gold, and the milk of his herds of cows was farmed in 1 year for 15,750 pounds. They earned their fortunes by hard and intelligent work. They were just and generous, and the Copts had much to thank them for. Even Abu Ali, with his eccentric revival of the doctrine of the concealed imam, who actually figured on the coinage, inherited the wise tradition of his father and grandfather, and showed himself tolerant and mild, a good friend to the Christians and a patron of learning. From the time of Bedr, Egypt, it will be realized, had become a country ruled no longer by caliphs but by viziers. It was the old story of the Merovingian major domo, translated into Arabic. Indeed, since the terrible despotism of Hakim, no caliph had exercised personal authority in the great affairs of state except El Amir, who tried for a few years to be his own prime minister with the help, however, of the monk Ibn Kenna, but the experiment was not a success. The monk became too inflated and was scourged to death. El Amir's cruelty made him detested, and one day as he was riding back from the Haudag, or litter, the country house on the island of Rhoda, in which he consulted the desert tastes of his Badawi bride, he was assassinated by some Ismailian assassins 1130. He had at least the virtue to found a mosque, the Gami el Akmar, Grey Mosque in Bain el Kasrain. After this, the caliphs resigned themselves to a succession of viziers, who were themselves the instruments of military factions. The spiritual sanctity and seclusion of the Fatimid pontiffs were still observed, as we have seen in the description of this embassy of the 2 knights, but one must believe that this reverence had degenerated into something like a farce. The murders of Amir and Zafir, the early imprisonment of Hafiz, and his later thraldom to his drunken Negro guards, who killed the gallant Rudwan, vizier, soldier, and poet in front of the Grey Mosque, and who made the caliph poison his own son by the hands of his Christian physician, the awful scene of bloodshed in the very palace amid which the baby Faiz was exhibited to the trembling court as their spiritual imam. These do not point to any real reverence for the mystical caliphate of the Shia. Fai'nant caliphs had long been known to Baghdad, and their rivals on the Nile were equally shadows of a mighty name. The last horror was too much even for the long-suffering people of Cairo. The murder of the Caliph Zafir, shortly after the murder of the Kurd Vizier Ibn es-Salar, the massacre in the palace, the peculiar unnaturalness of the crimes on the part of a kinsman and boonfellow, the atrocious brutality of exposing the child Caliph of 4 years to the terror of such a scene of blood and anguish, roused a storm of vengeance. The new vizier, Abbas, the instigator, fled from a hail of stones and was killed near the Dead Sea. The actual assassin, Nasser, was delivered up by the Templars of Palestine for a blood money of 30,000 pounds to the women of the palace, who tortured him and sent him through the streets of Cairo, maimed and blinded, to be crucified alive at the Bab Zuwaylah. In their desperate straits, the women had sent locks of their hair to the governor of Nain in Upper Egypt, and the Emir Talai, son of Ruzik, responded gallantly to the appeal. 1154. Waving the eloquent tresses, he rode into Cairo, followed by an Arab guard, and when he had assumed the vizierate in the Dar el Mamun, the capital recovered its confidence. Talai, who followed the custom of recent viziers and styled himself king, El-Malik es-Salih, was the last buttress of the falling dynasty. He was a man of culture, a poet, accessible, generous, and politic. His mosque, still to be seen near the Bab Zuwaylah, bears witness to his pious munificence. He tried his best to turn aside from Egypt the storm that was threatening from the political complications in Syria and Palestine, but the palace women found that they had called to their rescue an austere moralist and ungratefully put him to death. His last words were a regret that he had not conquered Jerusalem and exterminated the Franks, and a warning to his son to beware of Shawar, the Arab governor of Upper Egypt. The regret and the warning were well founded. Shawar deposed and executed the vizier's son Ruzik at the beginning of 1163, and within the year the Christian king of Jerusalem was in Egypt. Before turning to the invasion of Cairo by the Crusaders, the conquest by Saladin, and the end of the Fatimids and the death of the last Caliph El-Adid, a few words must be said on the remains of the city which the falling dynasty had created and maintained in exceptional splendor. Of all their buildings, only the 3 great gates, part of the walls, and the remains of 4 mosques bear witness to the Fatimids. The palaces have utterly gone. They were not used by their successors and gradually fell to ruin. "O censurer of my love for the sons of Fatima," wrote Omara, the poet, before 1174, "join in my tears over the desolate hills of the twin palaces." The Hall of Science, the Dar el Mamun, the palace of the viziers, and all the other mansions and pleasure houses of the Shia caliphs and their court have disappeared. There was no wanton or general destruction. The buildings were simply deserted and neglected under the new orthodox regime, and neglected houses soon fall to ruin. Of the few remaining monuments, the oldest that can be regarded as authentic is the Mosque of El Hakim, for the Azhar retains little of its original architecture or decoration. The Akmar Mosque in Bain el Kasrain, built by the Caliph Amir, is remarkable as the first mosque built of stone. The earlier mosques were all of brick. Only the facade, however, is of stone, well shaped and joined and finely sculptured. The interior arches are of brick on marble pillars. Small and ruined as it is the feature unique among Fatimid mosques of a fine facade, unfortunately hidden by a formless erection which the Monuments Commission has vainly sought to obtain power to remove, very likely the ordinary plain exterior of the early mosques, and deserving special notice for the shell ornament of its fluted niche, the rosette of an open tracery composed of inscriptions and ornaments, and the side niches surmounted by a Kufic frieze. 2 inscriptions giving the name of El Amir and the date 519 AH 1125 belong to the foundation, and 2 others record the restoration of the mosque by the Emir Yel Buga S. Salime in 1396, but this restoration fortunately made but slight alterations in this interesting building. The mosque of the Vizier Talai Ibn Ruzik near the Bab Zuwaylah 1160, though much dilapidated, shows a notable advance in decorative skill, and the rich detail of its arabesques is scarcely surpassed by any later work. Fatimid decoration is well illustrated by several important examples in the Museum of Arab Art. Especially to be studied are the paneled doors with fine foliate carving and inscriptions of El Hakim from the Azhar Mosque, and the three mihrabs, or prayer niches, two of which came from the Azhar. One bears an inscription recording its erection there by El Amir in 1125, and the third from the chapel of Sayyida Ruqayya of about 1135. The last is a marvel of intricate geometrical panel work and arabesque and Kufic ornament. Unhappily, if heterodox opinions encouraged artistic development, they also led to the destruction of its achievements. Had the Fatimids not been heretics, their beautiful palaces, with their thousands of exquisite works of art, might have been preserved by their successors. As it was, they all bore the mark of the beast, and the pious folk of later times were only too eager to efface all memories of the schismatic caliphs who had lavished their fabulous wealth with admirable taste upon the embellishment of their city. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Chapter 6, Saladin's Castle, Part 1. Cairo at the beginning of the 13th century was a very different city from the Fatimid royal compound. It covered a much larger space, included a number of new buildings of a character unknown in Egypt before, and it possessed a citadel. All these changes were due to Saladin, though he did not live to see them completed. To trace in detail the causes which led to the invasion of Egypt by the crusading king of Jerusalem and the expulsion of the Franks by the armies of Nur ed-Din, Sultan of Damascus, would carry us far away from our proper subject. The principal element in the political situation was the partition of the Fatimid province of Syria between two new and aggressive powers, the Crusaders and the Seljuk Turks. The gradual infiltration of Turkish officers into the Baghdad Caliphate had ended in a great invasion of this race, led by the Seljuks, who not only subdued the whole of Persia and Mesopotamia in the middle of the 11th century and made the Abbasid Caliph their tool, but overran the Fatimid dominions in Syria, which had always been loosely held, took possession of Damascus in 1076, and were only prevented from invading Egypt by the bribes and warlike preparations of the Armenian vizier Badr el-Jamali. The Seljuk Empire broke up at the close of the century, but its Syrian fragment, under the brilliant leadership of the Atabeg Zengi and his son, Nur el-Din, was little less formidable to the Fatimid authority than the undiminished empire of the Seljuks. Meanwhile, a fresh complication was introduced into Syrian politics by the beginning of the Crusades, the recovery of Jerusalem by the Christians in 1099, and the establishment there of the Latin Kingdom. Step by step, the Fatimid garrisons were driven south. The Armenian Afdal, Badr's son, after attempting negotiations, fought a series of campaigns in Palestine, but the advance of the Crusaders was not to be stayed. Tripoli fell in 1109, Tyre followed in 1124, and after a long interval, Ascalon, the last Fatimid outpost, surrendered in 1153. The Crusaders now touched the Egyptian frontier, and their fortresses at Kerak and Montreal by the Dead Sea intercepted communications with Syria. Of the two powers, the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem and the Turkish Sultanate of Damascus, neither was strong enough to crush the other. Egypt was the key of the situation. If either power could obtain possession of the Nile, it would take its rival on the flank and win the mastery. The natural combination would, of course, be between the two Muslim states of Damascus and Cairo, but religious sectarianism barred the way. Nur ed-Din was a zealous Muslim of the Orthodox school and would have no traffic with Shia heretics. The viziers Ibn es-Salar and Talai did indeed open a diplomatic correspondence with the king of Damascus, but received little encouragement. It was not till his hand was forced by the actual presence of a crusading army at Cairo that Nur ed-Din at last sent his troops to Egypt. The interference was due to the quarrels of rival viziers who were struggling over the remains of the Fatimid power. One of these, Shawar, expelled by Durjam, appealed to Nur ed-Din, and Durjam sought the alliance of Amalric, the king of Jerusalem, who had already invaded Egypt to claim the yearly subsidy. Annua tributi pensio, as William of Tyre describes it, which the decrepit Fatimid government had recently paid as blackmail to its Christian neighbor. Shawar returned in 1164, supported by a Syrian army commanded by Surku, with his nephew Saladin on his staff. Durjam, defeated at Bilbis, made another stand at Cairo, where he held the Fatimid city, whilst Shawar and the Syrians occupied Misr. Popular as Durjam had been, he was a brave Arab who had fought the Crusaders at Gaza and commanded the Barkia battalion of the Fatimid army. He ruined his cause by laying hands on the Waqif pious benefactions to meet his military necessities. His followers fell away and the Caliph withheld his countenance. The final scene was tragical. Driven to bay for the last time, he sounded the assembly. In vain the drums beat and the trumpets blared Mashallah on the battlements. No man answered. In vain the desperate emir, surrounded by his bodyguard of 500 horse, all that remained to him of a powerful army, stood suppliant before the Caliph's palace for a whole day, even until the sunset called to prayer, and implored him by the memory of his forefathers to stand forth at the window and bless his cause. No answer came. The guard itself gradually dispersed, till only 30 troopers were left. Suddenly a warning cry reached him. "Look to thyself and save thy life." And lo, Shawar's trumpets and drums were heard, entering from the gate of the bridge. Then at last the deserted leader rode out through the Zulwala gate. The fickle folk hacked off his head and bore it in triumph through the streets. His body they left to be worried by the curs. Such was the tragic end of a brave and gallant gentleman, poet, and paladin. As soon as Durjam was disposed of, the treacherous Shawar turned upon his deliverers and called in the aid of Amalric to drive away the Syrians. After a prolonged conflict, an armistice was eventually arranged, and both armies, Christian and Syrian, retired from Egypt without immediate result. But the invasion was the beginning of a permanent occupation. On their return to Damascus, the Syrian troops described the weakness of the Fatimid rule and urged upon Nur ed-Din the importance of the conquest of Egypt. The cautious sultan was slow to move, but when the news came that Amalric was again intriguing with Shawar, the Syrian army set out a second time for the Nile and crossed it just as the Crusaders came up, 1167. Amalric, however, succeeded in getting possession of Cairo and made the treaty with the Caliph, which was the occasion of the memorable audience of the two knights described above, page 131. Surku, on the other hand, overran Upper Egypt, and Saladin held Alexandria for 75 days. Then another truce was arranged, and the two armies went back respectively to Syria and Palestine. The Franks, however, left a resident at Cairo and manned the guards of the gates, quartering a garrison in the mosque of El Hakim, and the representations of these spectators of the weakness and distraction of the government of Egypt brought Amalric back in the following year with the definite intention of annexing the land. This breach of faith, followed by a barbarous massacre at Bilbis, so alarmed the Egyptians that they sent urgent entreaties to Nur ed-Din. The Caliph even plied him with the touching argument of tresses of his wife's hair, and for the third time, at the beginning of 1169, Surku and Saladin arrived in Egypt. This time they stayed for good. Amalric retired without even giving battle. Shawar, after plotting the murder of his rescuers, was arrested and executed. Sirku was appointed vizier, and on his death 2 months later, Saladin was invested with the robe of office in March 1169. As vizier of the Shia Caliph and at the same time viceroy of the Orthodox king of Damascus, Saladin's position was clearly untenable, and though he carried on the business of state for 2 years in this anomalous situation, it was obvious that the Fatimid Caliphate must come to an end. The last of the Fatimids was dying, and the opportunity was taken to make the necessary change. At the Friday prayers on the 10th of September 1171, the Abbasid Caliph of Baghdad was duly proclaimed in the mosques of Cairo. A similar ceremony is described by an Arab traveler from Spain 12 years later. In one of these Friday mosques, says Ibn Gubayr, the sermon was preached today. The preacher herein followed the sunny rite, beginning his sermon with an invocation conjointly for the companions, the followers and their fellows, also for the mothers of the faithful, who are the wives of the Prophet, and for his 2 noble uncles, Hamza and El Abbas. Further, he preached so fine a sermon and so moving a discourse that hard hearts were humbled and dry eyes shed tears. He delivered his sermon robed in black, as is the Abbasid rule, for he wore a black cloak over which hung a taylasan, or veil of fine black linen, such as in Spain would be called an ihram. His turban also was black, and he was girt with a sword. As he ascended the pulpit, he struck a blow on the step with the ferrule of his scabbard when he first began to go up, such as the congregation might hear, and as though it were a call to silence, and in the midst of his ascent he struck another blow, and when he reached the top, a third. After which he pronounced the blessing, turning first to the right and then to the left, standing there between 2 black banners that had white marks on them, which were fixed in the upper part of the pulpit. On this occasion, further, he invoked a blessing first on the Abbasid Caliph, who is En-Nasir li-Dini Allah, son of El-Mustadi, and next he prayed for the restorer of his power, Yusuf, son of Ayub, who is the Sultan Saladin, and then for his brother and heir apparent Abu Bakr, who is named Saif ed-Din, Safadin. The congregation who first heard this bidding prayer in 1171 showed little surprise, and there was scarcely a murmur. The Shia propaganda had probably been attended with little success in Cairo, and the bulk of the people retained their leanings to the Orthodox creed, in spite of 2 centuries of dominant heresy. At least the revolution was accomplished without a shock. The last of the Fatimid caliphs passed away without hearing of his deposition. His relations were kept in luxurious captivity, and his slaves and household dispersed. The palaces were too magnificent for Saladin's modest wants, and he quartered the officers of his army there, and himself occupied the house of the viziers. The great library of 120,000 books, which had been studiously collected since the dispersal of the earlier library a century before, was given to the learned chancellor Qadi el-Fadil. The treasure was distributed or sold. The palaces in every memory of the Fatimids gradually disappeared, save their mosques, and orthodoxy once more reigned supreme in Egypt. The career of the great champion of Islam was made chiefly outside Egypt. Of Saladin's reign of 24 years, for reign it was from the beginning, though nominally subject to the king of Damascus for the first 5 years, he spent but 8 at Cairo, and his greatest triumphs, as well as his few reverses, took place in Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. When he left Cairo on the 11th of May, 1182, and the great officers of the court came to his stirrup to bid him farewell, as the cavalcade halted by the lake of the Abyssinians, a voice was heard above the music and singing. "Enjoy," it cried in the classical lines of an Arab poet. "Enjoy the perfume of the ox eyes of Nejd. After tonight there will be no more ox eyes." The evil omen came true. There were no more ox eyes in Egypt for him, and Cairo saw him never again. He conquered the land of the Euphrates, held kingly state at Damascus, which he had annexed after the death of Nur ed-Din, won his great victory at Hittin over the Crusaders, recovered Jerusalem, sacred to him as well as to Christians, and brought all the Holy Land to his feet, and fought the long duel with the chivalry of Europe which wavered about Acre for 2 years. and ended in the running fight with Richard of England that has made Saladin a household name even in Europe. After the last dash upon Jaffa and its repulse, the treaty of peace was signed, and in the following March 1193 Saladin died and was buried at Damascus. The Holy War was over, the 5 years' contest ended. Before the great victory at Hattin in July 1187, not an inch of Palestine west of the Jordan was in the Muslims' hands. After the peace of Ramla in September 1192, the whole land was theirs, except a narrow strip of coast from Tyre to Jaffa. At the Pope's appeal, all Christendom had risen in arms. The Emperor, the kings of England, France, and Sicily, Leopold of Austria, the Duke of Burgundy, the Count of Flanders, hundreds of famous barons and knights of all nations, had joined with the king and princes of Palestine and the indomitable brothers of the Temple and Hospital in the effort to deliver the Holy City and restore the vanished kingdom of Jerusalem. The emperor was dead, the kings had gone back, many of their noblest followers lay buried in the Holy Land, but Jerusalem was still the city of Saladin, and its titular king reigned over a slender realm at Acre. All the strength of Christendom concentrated in the Third Crusade had not shaken Saladin's power. When the trials and sufferings of the 5 years' war were over, he still reigned unchallenged from the mountains of Kurdistan to the Libyan desert, and far beyond these borders the king of Georgia, the Catholicos of Armenia, the Sultan of Konya, the Emperor of Constantinople, were eager to call him friend and ally. Brief as was Saladin's residence at Cairo, none of its rulers has left more lasting traces of his influence. It is to him that the capital owed the form and extent it has borne ever since, until comparatively recent times. Its most conspicuous feature, the citadel, was Saladin's creation, and its most pervasive architectural form, the medresa, was his introduction. All these changes were due to his initiative, and when, after 8 years, he went away, and thenceforth continually called upon Egypt to send its contingents to his yearly campaigns, he left behind him officers and kinsmen who carried out the great works he had begun. These works were partly defensive and partly religious. The defensive works were the citadel, the new wall, and the great dike, and all three are original features. Hitherto, the various rulers of Egypt had contented themselves with building official or royal suburbs, each half a mile or so further to the northeast. Even the Fatimid city of Kahira, as we have seen, was an official and palatial residence of the caliphs, not a metropolis of Egypt. Saladin was the first to elaborate a comprehensive plan of a great capital. Instead of following the example of earlier sovereigns and building a new suburb, he resolved to unite the existing inhabited districts within one great wall and to crown the whole by a citadel. The burned city of Misr was then struggling to rise from its ashes like the phoenix and renew its youth. Saladin resolved to help it. The scattered settlements upon the site of the ruined faubourgs were also to be gathered in, and the port of Mox was to be joined to its city by a wall, as Piraeus was to Athens. The enclosing wall was to be of stone and to prolong the defences of Bedr the Armenian to Mox on the west, and to the hill of Mukatam on the south, and thence to run around the remains of the old town of the Tent, till it touched the Nile. The great scheme was never completed. Its author was busy on his Syrian campaigns, and probably his representatives at Cairo had enough to do to raise men and money for his support without carrying out more building than was absolutely necessary. It is also possible that further reflection convinced him or his deputies that the plan of enclosing so decayed a town as Misr was hardly worth the cost of a couple of miles of wall. What was actually accomplished was this. The wall of Bedr on the north was prolonged from its terminus at the canal to the Nile, where the fortified tower of Mox was erected. On the east, the old wall was prolonged southward to the Bab el Wazir, near the wall of the new citadel. The Sultan's death stopped the work before a junction had been made, and the south and west walls were not even begun. A large part of Saladin walls still stands. Though often lost among houses, they can be traced between the canal and the iron gate, Bab el Hadid, formerly called the Bab el Bahr, or Nile Gate, beside the fort of Mox, which has disappeared. where the contrast between the last square bastion of the Fatimid wall and the neighboring rounded bastion of Saladin's curtain, with its bosses, watchtowers, and loopholes, is clearly marked. The same characteristics are seen on the east wall, which separates the city from the Kayet Bey cemetery, until a modern style appears at the Bab el Wazir. A portion of the wall at the northeast angle with the Burg ez Zafar lies outside the desert, showing that here only has the modern city shrunk within its 12th century limits. The walls were but a development of the earlier enceinte of Badr. The citadel was a new idea. It may have been partly inspired by Saladin's dislike to the palaces so intimately associated with the schismatic caliphs, for though he did not live to dwell in the citadel, except for a brief visit, there can be no doubt that he intended to make it his residence, as his successors did. But the obvious explanation of the fortress is to be found in his Syrian experience. There every important city had its kala, or castle, and nothing could be more natural than that Saladin, looking with a soldier's eye at the jutting spur of Mukatam, should at once have recognized it as the proper place for a citadel. It is true that whilst commanding Cairo from its height of 250 feet, the fortress is itself commanded by higher positions on Mukatam, but this would hardly injure its efficiency in days of stone slings and short-ranged mangonels. It was a strong enough position for 12th century engineers, and no pains were spared to make it impregnable from beneath, in case of an insurrection in the city. The work was begun in 1176 and 7 under the direction of the eunuch Karakush, one of Saladin's most faithful emirs, who in spite of great services and warlike deeds has by a strange freak of fortune come to be associated with the ribald antics of Karakush, the Oriental Punch. It was not until 6 years later that the founder's inscription was set up, which still surmounts the Gate of Steps, Babel el-Murdaj, in the original west part of the citadel, where we read how the building of this splendid castle, on the terrace which joins use to beauty and space to strength for those who seek the shelter of his power, was ordered by our master the king strong to aid, Salah ed Dunya wa Dadin, Saladin, conquest laden. Yusuf, son of Ayub, restorer of the empire of the Caliph, with the direction of his brother and heir to the just king, El-Adil. Saif ed-Din Abu Bakr Muhammad, friend of the commander of the faithful, and under the management of the emir of his kingdom and support of his empire, Karakush, son of Abdallah, slave of El-Melik and Nasir, in the year 579, 1183 and 4. The smaller pyramids of Giza were used as quarries for the stone, and the masonry was executed in part by Frank or European prisoners taken in Saladin's wars. The Spanish traveler Ibn Geber, who visited Cairo in 1183, saw the building in progress. Both the workmen, he says, whose forced labor is employed for building the citadel, and their overseers, are Christian prisoners of war of the Franks. Their number is so great as cannot be reckoned, and but for them there would be no means of carrying out these works, for only they can support the toil and heavy labor of sawing the marble, dressing the great blocks of stone, and of quarrying the fosse which encompasses the wall of the citadel, which fosse is cut like a ditch in the solid rock with crowbars, a wonder of wonders forever. Elsewhere there is another building of the Sultan which is being carried out by the Frank prisoners who work here, but even those of the Muslims who give their service in these and similar public works must do it at their own cost, for there is no pay given to any who work here. Corvée labor was no new thing in Egypt, however strange it may have appeared to a visitor from Spain. The citadel was not finished until 1207 and 8, when Saladin's nephew El-Kamil was king. As the chief residence and stronghold of every successive ruler down to 1850, it has been frequently altered and enlarged by several of the Mamluk sultans, and finally by Mohammed Ali Pasha, and none of the mosques or vestiges of palaces on it belongs to Saladin's age. The old mosque was built by En-Nasir in 1318. The more conspicuous mosque with slender Turkish minarets was begun by Muhammad Ali in 1824. The Hall of Yusuf, believed to be Saladin's, was part of a Mamluk palace. The interior towers are not original, and the gateway opening on the Rumelia was built in the middle of the 18th century. Still, there is much remaining of the original structures besides the famous Well of the Winding Stairs, 280 feet deep, which was excavated by Karakush. Saladin's walls are still preserved in a large part of the enceinte, though it needs some architectural knowledge to distinguish them from later additions and restorations, and some of the internal passages and constructions date from the foundation. The prevalent use of round, slightly truncated, and well-projected bastions commanding a long stretch of the curtain, the absence of interior chambers or low loopholes in the curtain, and the arc-brise, or square openings, besides certain technical peculiarities in the masonry, reveal the original work and associate it with the Franco-Syrian rather than the Byzantine school. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Chapter 6, Saladin's Castle, Part 2. The last work of defense was the great dike of Giza on the west bank of the Nile. Ibn Gubayr describes it as a gigantic undertaking. The Sultan, he says, to his glory and as a lasting work that shall serve the need of the Muslims, has begun to build a great dike of arches to the westward of Misr, and at a distance from it of 7 miles. This forms a continuation of the embankment, which, beginning opposite Misr, runs along the side of the Nile like a hill that has been flattened on the ground, after traversing which you come at the end of 6 miles to the dike continuing it. This dike consists of 40 arches, each of the largest size of bridge arches, and runs in the direction of the delta which extends thence to Alexandria. It is a wonderful work, and such as only a king of great foresight would emprise, as a precaution against sudden attack by an enemy from the Alexandrian frontier at the time of the inundation when, the land being under water, the usual road becomes impassable for troops. The dike thus forms a causeway available at all seasons of need. The object of this defense is evident. Saladin had not forgotten the history of the successive Fatimid invasions from the Libyan side, when there was nothing to stop them from marching straight to the Nile, and he determined to be forearmed. Ibn Gubayr mentions that there were fears of an attack from the Almohades, who, after subduing all Morocco and southern Spain, had conquered Algeria, Tunis, and Tripoli in 1158, till the frontier of their victorious leader Abd el-Mumin actually touched the western border of Egypt. Saladin did well to take precautions, though the threatened invasion never came. These defensive works against external enemies were accompanied by other measures taken with a view to internal order and content. It must not be supposed that the new regime had no difficulties to contend with. However well disposed the mass of the people may have been towards a ruler who showed himself so magnanimous, generous, and yet indomitable as Saladin, the traditions of 2 centuries were not to be uprooted in a day. The partisans of the Fatimid family were numerous and active. Before the death of El-Adid, there was a formidable rising of the black troops, abetted by the Caliph himself, and Saladin had hard work to put it down. The Sudanese were at last driven to bay and slaughtered for 2 days till they cried quarter, when they were banished the city. The part called El Mansuria, outside the Zuwayla gate, that had been covered with their barracks, was utterly burned down and the site turned into gardens, so that a few years later, when Saladin rode from the palace to the new citadel, he passed between trees and flowers, and standing at the mosque of Ibn Tulun, he could see the gate of Zuwayla with no building intervening. Other conspiracies followed, supported by the Franks who threatened Alexandria, and stern measures were needed before the new sultan felt his power secure. So long as there was a strong party sympathizing with the captive survivors of the fallen dynasty, there would always be danger. How zealous the Shia still were may be judged by the scene described by the Spanish traveler in the famous shrine which preserved the head of the martyr Hossein in the mosque adjoining the great palace of the Fatimids. The head is preserved in a chest of silver buried underground, over which a mighty building has been erected, such as any description thereof must fail to portray, for the understanding cannot compass it. Its walls are tapestried with brocades of various kinds, and it is set round with what are like great columns, the same being white candles, though some are of smaller size, the most being set in candlesticks of pure silver or of silver gilt. Above are suspended silver lamps, and the whole of the part above this is set with the like of golden apples, and so arranged as to resemble the chapel at Medina where the Prophet is buried, called Rhoda. And by the beauty and magnificence thereof it rivets the sight, for herein are all kinds of rare variegated marbles, wonderfully wrought in mosaic work such as no imagination can depict, nor can he who would describe it attain thereto with any description. The entrance to this chapel is through a mosque that is the equal of it in regard to the pleasure of the eye and the rare sight that it affords, for all its walls are of marble after the fashion above described. To the right of the chapel, where the head is, and to the left of it, are two chambers, through which you enter the same, and each of these is in every particular similar to this last, and curtains in brocade stuff of wondrous workmanship are here hung on all sides. But the most curious of the many things that we saw was on entering this most blessed mosque, for a stone is set in the wall facing him who enters, which is so extremely black and lustrous that the whole person is reflected therein, as though it were in an Indian steel mirror newly polished. And we saw the people kissing this blessed tomb, where the head of Hossein is buried, embracing it with their arms and prostrating themselves upon it, after which they would lay their hands on the pall that covers it, and then, crowding one on another, circle round, praying, weeping, and supplicating Allah, to whom be praise, for the blessing that pertains to this holy grave, humbling themselves before him in such fashion as melts the heart and overcomes the feelings of the spectator. For this is a wonderful matter and a sight that is awful in its aspect. May Allah cause us to benefit by the blessing vouchsafed to this holy oratory. Such a demonstration, recalling the hysterical emotions of the Persian Passion Play, shows that 12 years after the deposition and death of the last Fatimid Caliph, Shia fanaticism was still ardent in Cairo. Saladin's mode of dealing with it was characteristic of his statesmanship. Despite his gentle and chivalrous nature, he was quite capable of fierce persecution for righteousness' sake. A Muslim of the Muslims, rigidly orthodox and deeply imbued with the puritanical ideas of the theologians with whom he loved to converse, he had no toleration for heretics and infidels. The grievous confiscation and destruction which the Copts and their churches suffered in the Orthodox Reformation showed that Saladin's magnanimity did not extend to matters of faith. But in the case of the Shia, he had to deal with a more powerful and dangerous movement, which had 2 centuries of dominance behind it, and he met it not by overt persecution, but by a counter-propaganda. The people of Cairo must be taught the true religion, and then there would be little fear of heresy. At the time of his accession, there was not a single college in Egypt where orthodox theology was taught. This want was at once supplied, and Saladin began the foundations of those madrasas, or theological colleges, which have ever since been the leading architectural feature of Cairo. In 1176, he established the first madrasa ever built in Egypt. It was next to the shrine of the Imam Shafi'i, the founder of the school of orthodoxy to which most Egyptian Muslims have since belonged. The Tomb Mosque may still be visited in the wilderness of graves to the south of Cairo, but the college has long disappeared. In 1183, the shrine is described as a magnificent oratory of vast size and strongly built, standing opposite to a madrasa, so large and so surrounded by buildings as to resemble a township with its dependencies. Over against it is the hammam with all other needful offices, and the building and additions are still going on at a cost not to be counted. The Sheikh Negm ed-Din el-Kabushani himself oversees it, being imam of the mosque, a pious, learned man. The Sultan of the land, Saladin, has munificently supplied all that is required therefore, commanding that the buildings shall be well cared for and beautified, and all expenses set down to him. We met this Kabushani and gained the blessing of his prayers. His fame had reached us, even in Andalusia. We visited him in his mosque and also at his private dwelling within the precincts, a small house with a narrow court, and here he offered up a prayer for us when we left. In all Egypt we did not meet his equal. Besides the Shafi College, Saladin built a madrasa close to the stronghold of the enemy, the shrine of the Hossein, turned the old palace of Mamun into the Saif ed-Din College for the Hanafi divines, and built another for the Shafis and a fifth for the Malikis in Misr. In recording his benefactions, one must not forget his hospitals. Everyone knows the Meristan, or hospital of the Mamluk Sultan Kalaun, in the Souk en Nahasin, but it is not generally known that this noble institution was anticipated by Saladin. To quote Ibn Geber again, among the famous institutions of this sultan which we saw was the Maristan, or hospital, which stands in the city of Cairo. It is one of the great palaces there, spacious and magnificent, and the sultan has been prompted to the meritorious deed of establishing this hospital solely by the hope of gaining favor with God and recompense in the world to come. He has appointed here an administrator, a man of knowledge, in whose charge a provision of drugs has been placed, with power to compound potions with these according to diverse recipes and to prescribe them. In the chambers of this palace couches have been placed, which the sick folk make use of as beds, these being fully provided with bedclothes, and the administrator has under him servants who are charged with the duty of inquiring into the condition of the sick folk morning and evening, and these last receive food and medicines according as their state requires. Opposite this hospital is another, separate therefrom, for women who are sick, and they also have persons who attend on them, while adjacent to these two hospitals is another building with a spacious court, in which are chambers with iron gratings, which serve for the confinement of those who are mad, and these also are visited daily by persons who examine their condition and supply them with what is needful to ameliorate the same. The Sultan himself inspects the state of these various institutions, investigating everything and asking questions, verifying the statements with care and trouble even to the uttermost. And in Misr also there is another hospital exactly after the pattern of the one just described. Between Misr and Cairo stands the great mosque called after its founder, Ahmad ibn Tulun, which is one of those from ancient times used for the Friday prayers. It is admirably built and very spacious, being at the present day set apart by the Sultan as a dwelling place for strangers from the western lands, where they may abide and hold their assemblies, the Sultan having provided monthly rations for their support. And one of the most remarkable matters related to us is this which we heard from a person cognizant of the facts, namely, that the Sultan allows the strangers entirely to govern themselves, and lays no hand on any one of them, for they elect from among themselves their governor, and to his rule they conform, submitting to his judgment in all cases of disputes that arise in their affairs. They are people who seek to live in piety and peacefulness, being solely occupied in the worship of the Lord, and thus, through the favor of the Sultan, they may gain grace enabling them to hold the better part in the way of righteousness. Indeed, there is no one either of the great mosques or of the lesser mosques, or any one among the diverse chapels that are built over the tombs of saints, neither any of the various colleges or schools, but is the object of the grace of the Sultan, and aid in money from the public treasury is freely given to all who frequent these places, or have their abode there by reason of necessity, in relief of their needs. The institution of the Madrasa by Saladin marks a conspicuous change in the architecture of Cairo. Hitherto the mosques had been of one form only, that of the Gami, commonly pronounced Gama, and meaning a place of assembly, or congregational mosque, where alone the Friday prayers, Guma, and sermon take place. The form was specially adapted to the meeting of large congregations. There was the ample east end or sanctuary, where a considerable number of worshippers could kneel under cover, and in case of a great crowd, as on certain festivals, there was the great open court where a multitude could prostrate themselves toward the Qibla. The arcades around the court served for professors to hold classes and as shelters for fakirs and mendicants. But these are no essential parts of the Gama, which, as its name implies, is a place of congregational worship. There were only 4 such buildings when Ibn Geber visited Cairo, and these were the Gamis El Azhar, El Hakim, Ibn Tulun, and Amr. The few others that existed, such as El Akmar and Es Salih Talai, and perhaps 2 or 3 less important and probably ruined, though built in the Gama form, and used at one time for congregational worship, fell into disuse when the death of their founders or some other cause removed them from the list of fashionable churches. New Gamas were always being built from time to time, as we shall see in the next chapter, and they were always formed and form the leading mosques of Cairo, but they were not by any means the only kind of mosque. The word mosque itself comes through the old Italian mezquita, Spanish mezquita, and later mosecha, from the Arabic mesgid, which means a place of worship but does not imply a congregation. Comparatively few mosques were known as mesgids, and such as bore the name were small buildings used chiefly for private prayer. Another term more commonly employed is zawiya, which means properly an ingle or nook, but in its application to mosques differs hardly at all from mesgid, unless the not unusual assignation of a zawiya as a hospice for poor students or devotees constitute a difference. Both the mesgid and the zawiya were comparatively insignificant edifices, and it may be doubted whether any ordinary visitor to Cairo has noticed a single example of either, except as a decorative feature in a by-street. The buildings which everyone knows and which everyone calls mosques are really colleges, madrasas. They include most of the famous architectural gems of the city, such as Sultan Hassan, Barkuk, Ibn Mushir, Nasir, Kalun, and so forth, and they differ altogether from the Gama, both in form and object. They were not intended or used for congregational worship, but were expressly built for the purpose of theological training, and this purpose radically influences their form. Instead of the great open court where vast congregations could muster on Fridays, there is only a small central square, and in most cases this was originally covered by a flat roof of painted planks and joists, with perhaps a small cupola or skylight in the center. The sides, instead of being surrounded by long arcades or cloisters, are formed of 4 transepts, each spanned by a single lofty arch. The transept toward the east, forming the lawan for prayer, is deeper than the other 3 and is furnished with mihrab, pulpit, tribune, and other accessories for worship, since worship takes place there, or may do so, though not as a rule the regular Friday congregations of the Gama. Each of the 4 transepts was originally assigned, or ready to be assigned, to one of the 4 orthodox schools, Shafi, Maliki, Hanafi, and Hanbali, and in each there might be found a group of students following the instruction of the professor of that particular school. These professors and students often had lodgings in the college, and there were also a variety of lecture rooms, libraries, laboratories, and other adjuncts built in the spaces that intervened between the cruciform interior and the rectangular exterior. The subjoined sketch representing the later Madrisa of Sultan Hassan, 1359, will give the general idea of the arrangement. This then was Saladin's method of counteracting heretical tendencies by building and endowing a number of orthodox colleges, state-supported theological seminaries or divinity schools. The idea was not his own. He brought it with him from Syria, where his former sovereign Nur ed-Din had been zealous in founding similar college for Hanafis at Damascus and other cities. And Nur ed-Din himself only followed the example of the pattern of the age in Asia, the great Seljuk Sultan Malik Shah, whose vizier, the scarcely less famous Nizam el-Mulk, the friend of Omar Khayyam, had established in splendid Nizamiya College at Baghdad. The introduction of colleges into Egypt, however natural and inevitable in the pupil of such masters, was little less than a revolution in culture as well as in architecture. The old stigma of heresy removed, and these new colleges founded, the wave of intellectual commerce once more flowed to Cairo from all parts of the Muslim world. The chief control in Egypt during Saladin's long absence was vested in his brother or son, subject to the counsels of his chancellor, the Qadi el-Fadil, an Arab of Ascalon, a learned scholar and a wise man, whose very ornate dispatches concealed a vast amount of sound sense. Under his influence, foreign students began again to frequent the mosques of Cairo, and Egypt rejoined the comity of Islam. Professors from remote cities of Persia or even from beyond the Oxus met the learned men of Cordova and Seville. In 1176, for example, there arrived a stranger from Zatavia in distant Andalusia, drawn eastward by the flame of the revival of learning. It was Ibn Firo, who had composed a massy poem of 1,173 verses upon the Variae Lectiones in the Koran, simply for the greater glory of God. This marvel of erudition modestly confessed that his memory was burdened with enough sciences to break down a camel. Nevertheless, when it came to lecturing to his crowded audiences, he never uttered a superfluous word. It was no wonder that the Qadi el-Fadil, chief judge and governor of Egypt under Saladin, lodged him in his own house and buried him in his private mausoleum. The presence of such philosophers tempered with cool wisdom the impetuous fire of the predatory chiefs. Many of the great soldiers of that age delighted in the society of men of culture. Nur ed-Din was devoted to the society of the learned, and poets and men of letters gathered round his court, whilst Saladin took a peculiar pleasure in the conversation of grave theologians and solemn jurists. "I found him," wrote Abd el-Latif, the Baghdad physician, a great prince, whose appearance inspired at once respect and love, who was approachable, deeply intellectual, gracious, and noble in his thoughts. I found him surrounded by a large concourse of learned men who were discussing various sciences. He listened with pleasure and took part in their conversation. It was not the least of Saladin's titles to fame that he brought the collegiate mosque to Cairo. The training of the madrasa may have been narrow and bigoted, but it was the system of the whole Muslim world, and its adoption put Cairo in touch with the thought of the other leading centers of Islam. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 13, The Dome Builders, Part 1. Chapter 7, The Dome Builders. 1. The Mamluks of the River. Saladin had raised Cairo once more to the rank of an imperial capital. By his fortifications he had strengthened it against attack, and by his theological foundations he had united it to the great comity of Muslim culture. He had no doubt added seriously to the responsibilities of future rulers of Egypt, who found themselves engaged in controversy, diplomacy, or war with the minor rulers of Syrian cities, members of Saladin's kindred, as well as with the Franks of the coast of Palestine, who had not yet abandoned the dream of Jerusalem Liberata, and were now fully aware that the roads to the Holy City, circuitous as it might seem, lay through Egypt. It is no part of the story of Cairo to relate the campaigns waged by Saladin's brilliant brother, El-Adil Saif-ed-Din, the noble Safaddin of the Talisman, the friend of King Richard, who actually gave the accolade of Christian knighthood to one of Safaddin's sons, as Humphrey of Toron had given it before to Saladin himself. Succeeding, after a brief interval, to his brother's empire in 1200, El-Adil soon showed that the loss of the hero was not irreparable. He had loyally served Saladin as his right hand for a quarter of a century, and for another quarter of a century he held together the empire which his nephews and cousins were doing their best to shatter into fragments. He prudently kept on terms with the Franks by the cession of a couple of ports in Palestine, and such hostilities as took place in spite of his concessions did not lower his prestige. He is described by one who knew him as a man of immense experience and information and much foresight, physically robust and high-spirited, and capable of eating a whole lamb at a meal. A contemporary Arabic poet dwells on his extraordinary alertness and personal control of every part of his wide dominions. A monarch whose majestic air fills all the range of sight, whose care fills all the regions everywhere, who such a ward doth keep, that, save where he doth set his lance, in rest to check the foe's advance, his eye with bright and piercing glance knows neither rest nor sleep. Even his vigilance, however, could not avert that periodical calamity of medieval Egypt and insufficient inundation of the Nile, and its usual concomitants plague, pestilence, and famine. This happened in 1201 and was repeated in 1202, and the results were exceptionally disastrous. We have the appealing narrative of an eyewitness of undoubted veracity and professional experience for this time of horror. The Baghdad physician, Abd el-Latif, who lived at Cairo for 10 years, 1194 to 1204, attending the professors' lectures at the Azhar Mosque, records the terrible experiences of the famine. The distress was so desperate that the inhabitants emigrated in crowds. Whole quarters and villages were deserted, and those who remained abandoned themselves to atrocious practices. People habitually ate human flesh, even parents killed and cooked their own children, and a wife was found eating her dead husband raw. Men waylaid women in the streets to seize their infants. The very graves were ransacked for food. This went on from end to end of Egypt. The roads were death traps, assassination and robbery reigned unchecked, and women were outraged by the multitude of reprobates whom anarchy and despair had set loose. Free girls were sold at 5 shillings apiece, and many women came and implored to be bought as slaves to escape starvation. An ox sold for 70 dinars, and corn was over 10 shillings a bushel. The corpses lay unburied in the streets and houses, and a virulent pestilence spread over the delta. In the country and on the caravan routes, flocks of vultures, hyenas, and jackals mapped the march of death. Men dropped down at the plow, stricken with the plague. And one day at Alexandria an imam said the funeral prayers over 700 persons, and in a single month the property passed to 40 heirs in rapid succession. The depreciation of property was disastrous. Owing to the decrease of population, house rent in Cairo fell to 1/7 of its former price, and the carvings and furniture of palaces were broken up to feed the young empires. Violent earthquakes, which were also felt throughout Syria and as far north as Armenia, shook down countless houses, devastated whole cities, and increased the general misery. The invasion of John de Brienne, who captured Damietta, kept Egypt in a tremor of anxiety for 3 years, 1218 to 21, but El-Adil, who died at the beginning of the trouble, left a singularly able successor in his son Al-Kamil. The Crusaders departed in ignominy, and when some years later the Emperor Frederick II himself took the cross and came to Palestine, the prudent Sultan not only let the Emperor crown himself in Jerusalem without striking a blow, but actually concluded, 1229, a general defensive alliance with Frederick even against the Franks of Syria. The holy city was surrendered to the Christians with the road to it, but the Muslims retained the sacred enclosure of the Mosque of Omar, which was all they cared for. The treaty was the most singular ever concluded between a Christian and a Muslim power. But it must be remembered that the Pope had called Frederick a follower of Mohammed, and the Emperor's correspondence with the Arab philosopher Ibn Sabin, and the metaphysical debates he held with Kamil's ambassadors point to emancipated views that in the case of less eminent people commonly conducted them to the stake. Frederick was much admired by Muslim writers, and for his part Kamil had shown himself broad-minded. He had entertained the Emperor's envoy, Bishop Bernard, at Cairo, released the poor prisoners taken in the Children's Crusade, and loyally stood by his treaty. It is not surprising that good Muslims regarded him in much the same light as the Bishop of Rome held the Emperor. They were wrong, however, for Kamil was a thorough Muslim, and had only traded with the infidel in the cause of peace. His college, the Dar al-Hadith, or Kamilia, some relics of which still stand in Beit al-Kazrain, bears evidence to his zeal for Orthodox Islam, whilst his father's intellectual powers shone in the sun when he took part in the meetings of the learned at his palace on Thursday evenings. To him Cairo owed the completion of the citadel, where he took up his residence, and Egypt was improved in cultivation by his assiduous superintendence and enlargement of the canals and dikes. The new regime of the Ayyubids, or successors of Saladin, had introduced something besides an imperial sway and a revival of orthodox learning. It had brought within a feudal system that dominated Egypt, for better or for worse, for 600 years, and vitally affected the social conditions, arts, literature, and material aspect of Cairo. The Mamluk period may be said to begin with Saladin. It is true, of course, that there had been Mamluks, i.e. white slaves, long before, and many of them had attained to power. Ibn Tulun, or at least his father, was a Mamluk, and many of the later governors belonged to the same class of emancipated slaves, whether Turks or Greeks, from Turkestan or from Asia Minor. Under the Fatimid caliphs, slaves had risen to the highest rank. Gawar, the founder of Cairo, was a Greek or a Slav. It is not certain which, and we have seen how the Armenian slave Bedr became practically master of Egypt. Slavery in the East is no disgrace. On the contrary, the relationship ranks far above mere hired service. The slave is regarded almost as a son, and we find an amusing instance of this feeling in the undoubted slur that attached to a famous emir, Qasun, in the 14th century, because he had the misfortune not to be a slave, like the rest of his world. The Fatimid armies were full of such Mamluks, and they required rank and lands. But the system had not reached the completeness that we see under Saladin's successors. The great champion of Islam was brought up in the Mamluk system, as organized by the Seljuks and their followers, whose power rested upon a military basis formed by hired or purchased troops, paid by grants of fiefs, lands, castles, towns, or even whole provinces, held on strict condition of military service. The higher feudatories sublet parts of their fiefs to minor vassals, who had to furnish a certain number of men to their lord, just as he had to bring his contingent to aid the Sultan in his wars. This system was adopted in all the provinces governed by officers of the Seljuk Empire. Nur ed-Din, who sprang from the Seljuk officers, carried it out in Syria. Saladin, trained under Nur ed-Din, brought it to Egypt, where the land and villages were parceled out among the generals of his armies, who lived on them during the winter, and joined their overlord at the head of their retainers each year as soon as the campaigning season opened. We find this feudal system in force in Egypt from the arrival of Saladin and his Turkish troops down to the accession of Muhammad Ali in the 19th century. It took a dominant place in Cairo when El-Adil's grandson, as-Sali, established a picked battalion of Mamluks in the new palace and barracks which he built on the island of Rhoda, opposite Mizr. From their quarters on the river, El-Bahr, they were known as the Bahri, or Nilotic Mamluks. Their splendid valor at the Battle of Mansoura, when under the leading of Baybars they drove back the finest chivalry in Europe, decided the fate of the disastrous crusade of Louis IX. Thenceforward they ruled Egypt for a century and a half, and in spite of much lawlessness, tyranny, intrigue, and slaughter, the reign of the Bahri Mamluks is among the glorious pages in the history of Cairo. Their triumph at Mansoura was not the less remarkable because they were then under the sovereignty of a woman. Queens are rare in Mohammedan history, for the blessed Prophet had a prejudice against them. But among the 3 or 4 Muslim women that have held the scepter, Queen Shigr-ed-Dur, Spray of Pearls is the translation of her charming name, holds the first place. She was only a slave, and her lord and husband, as-Sali, grandson of El-Adil, died in the midst of the campaign with the Crusaders. But she at once took command, kept the Sultan's death secret till his son could be fetched from the other end of the empire, controlled the government, organized the defense, gave instructions to the generals and governors at her levees, and with wonderful courage and wisdom held the state together. When the year arrived, 1250, she surrendered her regency, but on the assassination of the brutal young man by the exasperated Mamluks within 2 months, Spray of Pearl resumed her authority, and honorably observed the treaty of ransom with St. Louis, who probably owed his life to the high-minded queen. She possessed great qualities, and she had the title, such as it was, that was conveyed by her having borne a son to the late Ayyubid Sultan. The baby was dead, but she still based her claims to rule upon her motherhood, and her signature and her coins bore a string of feminine titles ending with Mother of the victorious King Khalil, though the little king had never been conscious of his royalty. She was not long left to rule alone. The idea of queenship was too repugnant to Muslim prejudices, and the Caliph of Baghdad interfered with all the authority of a pope. If they had no man among them, he wrote to the emirs of Cairo, he would send them one. So the commander-in-chief, Ibek, was chosen to marry the queen, and a joint king, a child of Saladin's kindred, was appointed to keep up the figment of the departed dynasty. But Spray of Pearls still ruled, in fact though not in name. She kept her hold on the exchequer, and evidently treated her new husband with scant respect. Like a true woman, however, She could be jealous. She made him divorce another wife, and when Ibeck ventured to propose a fresh marriage with the Princess of Mosul, the queen gave way to a regrettable act of resentment. Having lured him by fair words to the citadel, the facts unhappily cannot be softened. She had him murdered in the bath. 1257. Her punishment was speedy and terrible. In 3 days all was over. The Mamelukes shut her up in the Red Tower, where she vindictively pounded her jewels in a mortar that they might adorn no other woman, and then she was dragged before the wife whom she had made Ibeck divorce, and there and then beaten to death with the women's claws. For days her body lay in the citadel ditch for the Kurds to worry, till some good Samaritan buried it. Her tomb may still be seen beside the chapel of Sida Nafisa, and a pious hand of these latter days had shrouded it with a cloth on which the Arabic name of spray of pearls is worked in gold. The rule of the Bahri Mamluks now began, without further pretense of joint kingship with one of Saladin's house, though not without opposition and intrigue from members of the family in Syria, nor without hostility from the Arabs of Egypt, who got up a national movement and were put down with great severity. The bare list of the 23 sultans of the Bahri dynasty, all Turks, and most from Kipchak, who succeeded Ibeck in rule from 1257 to 1382 is misleading, unless one takes the conditions of their rule into account. Of the 23, only 4 reigned for any considerable period, and the 4 reigns of Baybars, Qalawun, and Nasir, and Hassan account for more than half the sum of all the 23 reigns. A sultan was nothing more than the chief Mamluk, elected by his comrades, from his inter pares indeed, but with a distinct understanding that they were his peers. For example, when Lagid was elected sultan by a conspiracy of the emirs, they marched at his stirrup and did him fealty, but they made him swear, and then swear again, that he would remain one of themselves, act only by their counsel, and never favor his own Mamluks to the detriment of the rest. And when he broke his oath by making a favorite, they murdered him. It was only a very strong man who could hold the dangerous position for long, as Baybars did, partly by the prestige of his brilliant campaigns in Syria, and after the strong man's death, which as likely as not happened by design, his son would be set on the throne as a stopgap whilst the rival emirs tried their strength, arranged their combinations, and bought off competitors. Then the strongest of them, or the most diplomatic, would remove the warming pan and ascend the throne to hold it as long as he could, after which the same process would be renewed. We must at least give the Mamluks their due as a splendid soldiery. 4 times they had to meet the most formidable of all possible invasions, the repeated advance of the Mongol hordes led by Genghis Khan's successors, and 4 times they rolled them back. Qutuz was the first to bear the brunt. Hulagu's Mongol envoys came to Cairo with insulting demands of submission. Qutuz cut off their heads and hung them up at the Zuwayla gate. Then marched into Syria, routed the Mongols in a glorious victory at Goliath's Well in 1260, and rid the land of them. Baybars swam the Euphrates at the head of his troops and defeated the Mongols of Ira in 1273. Then turning west he slew 7,000 of the enemy at Abu Lestain, and seated himself on the Seljuk throne, which they had usurped at Caesarea Cappadocia. Qalawun stemmed another invasion in 1281, mustering every man he could enroll, Mamluks of the Guard, Turkmans, desert Bedouis, Arabs from the Euphrates and the Hejaz, backed by the steady veterans of the old Principality of Hamal, which still owned a piece of Saladin's blood. The Sultan won a decisive battle at Amisa, and freed Syria once more from the locust cloud of devouring Mongols. Again they returned at the time of his son at Nasir, and this time the Egyptian army sustained a terrible reverse at the Battle of the Treasurer's Guild near Amisa in 1299. Damascus was lost, and the Mongol envoys appeared at Cairo to treat for the respectful submission of the Sultan. But the Mamluks had not lost heart. The armorers of Cairo were busy, recruits were pouring in, and remounts were in such demand that the price of a horse rose at a bound from £12 to £40. Syria was in a panic after an orgy of Mongol license, but the great emirs, Baybars Gashnakir and the other Mamluk chiefs, rode proudly on to victory. Once more the opposing armies met, in the plain of Mar Safar in 1303, and for the 4th time, and the last, the Mongols were driven out of Syria. Nasir returned to Cairo in a wave of glory. Messengers had announced the news, and the emirs vied with one another in setting up costly pavilions, or grandstands, richly decorated and furnished, along the route of his procession. Workmen were forbidden to do anything but set up these triumphal erections. Rooms along the route were let out from £2 to £4 for the day. Silken carpets were laid in the street, and the proud Sultan rode between the brilliant facades and admired the nobles' pavilions, while troops of Mongol prisoners in chains, each with a fellow Mongol's head hanging from his neck, completed the triumph. So noisy were the rejoicings and so deafening the tumult of drums and music throughout Egypt that nothing short of an earthquake sobered the people. Nor was it the Mongols alone who felt the edge of the Mamluks' steel. Baybars the Great, a blue-eyed Turk from Kipchak afflicted by a cataract which caused him to fetch but £20 in the slave market, despite his humble beginnings, had the courage and the zeal of a second Saladin. He waged the Holy War for 10 years in Palestine, where the Franks were disposed to league with the Mongols. He seized and razed Caesarea and Arsuf in 1265, and dragged their defenders in cruel ignominy to Cairo, where they were paraded with reversed banners and broken crosses. Jerusalem had been recovered from the Christians 20 years before, but the embers of crusading zeal still smoldered feebly on the coast and in a few inland fortresses. Baybars resolved to extinguish the last flicker. Jaffa fell in 1268, Belfort surrendered, and Antioch, the Christian capital of northern Syria, was stormed and burnt to the ground. 3 years later, the great fortress of the Hospitallers, cracked as Chevaliers, lowered its flag, and the Teutonic Knights lost Montfort. Even Cyprus, whence the Franks got their supplies, was invaded by the Mamluk fleet. The mountain fastnesses of the dreaded assassins were seized and disarmed, and the Lemgeric sank into impotence. Before Baybars died, his commands were obeyed from the Pyramus and the Euphrates to the south of Arabia and the fourth cataract of the Nile. The holy cities of Mecca, Medina, and Jerusalem were his. He held the ports of Sawaki and Aidab on the Red Sea. The Arabs of the desert were his servants. The chiefs of Barbary paid him tribute. The great Khan of the Golden Horde on the Volga was his sworn ally and sent him his daughter in marriage. Mongol though he was, Baraka Khan was the inveterate foe of the Mongols of Persia, who had overrun Syria. Embassies were exchanged with the Eastern Emperor, who permitted a mosque to be restored at Constantinople, while Baybars supplied him with a patriarch. Diplomatic and commercial relations were established with Manfred of Sicily, James of Aragon, Alfonso of Seville, Charles of Anjou. To crown his glory, he revived the old Abbasid Caliphate, extinguished at Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258, brought a meek representative of the sacred line to Cairo, and housed him in great state in the citadel as the supreme legitimate pontiff of Islam, and humbly received at the caliph's hands the purple robe and black turban and golden chain and anklets, which betokened a sovereign recognized by the spiritual power. Henceforward there was ever a caliph at Cairo, however fainéant, till the Ottoman conquest and the assumption of the caliphate by the sultans of Turkey in 1538. A great soldier and a consummate and perfidious diplomatist, Baybars was also an able and laborious administrator. Under him the land was quietly, if not quite godly, governed, and his energy was unbounded. He seemed to be in several places at once, so rapid and secret were his journeys, and it was a favorite device of his to lie hidden in the citadel for days together, watching his deputies, when he was believed to be in Syria all the time. The greater part of his reign was spent in campaigns outside Egypt, but he generally passed the winter months at Cairo, whilst his troops rested in rains or snow hindered marching, and he devoted these intervals to improving the country and the capital. He was not only in founding and restoring mosques and colleges, or rebuilding the Hall of Justice at the foot of the citadel, that he showed his public interest. He enlarged the irrigation canals and dug new ones, made roads and bridges, fortified Alexandria and repaired the Pharos, and protected the mouths of the Nile from the risk of foreign invasion. He revived the Egyptian fleet, built 40 war galleys, and maintained 12,000 regular troops, not reckoning, one must assume, the Arab and Egyptian militia or occasional levies. His heavy war expenses entailed heavy taxation, and though with a view to popularity he began his reign by remitting the oppressive taxes imposed by Qatus to the amount of 600,000 dinars a year, he found himself compelled to increase the fiscal burdens as his campaigns developed. Yet we read more often of old taxes repealed and of fresh duties imposed, and his treasury was filled less by the imposts of Egypt than by the contributions from the conquered cities and districts of Syria, the tribute of vassal states and tribes, and the valuable custom dues of the ports. His government was enlightened, just, and strict. He met the severe famine of 1264 by measures at once wise and generous, by regulating the sale of corn, and by undertaking, and compelling his officers and emirs to undertake, the support of the destitute for 3 months. He allowed no wine, though the tax on it used to produce 6,000 dinars a year, beer, or hashish in his dominions. He attempted to eradicate contagious diseases by scientific isolation. He was strict with the morals of his subjects, shut up taverns and brothels, and banished the European women of the town. Though, personally, he was addicted to the Tatar Kunis, and was suspected of oriental depravity. He was no sybarite, whatever his vices. No man was more full of energy and power of work. If his days were often given to hunting or polo, lance play or marksmanship, his nights were devoted to business. A courier who arrived at daybreak received the answering dispatches by the 3rd hour, with invariable punctuality. Sometimes over 50 dispatches were dictated, signed and sealed late in the night, after a fatiguing march. There was a mail twice a week carried by relays of horses, besides a well-organized pigeon post. It was no wonder that such a man was adored by the people, who thought him the ideal of a gallant and generous soldier king, and who still listen with delight to the romance in which the storyteller of the cafes of Cairo clothes the great deeds of the ever-popular Zahir Baybars. Even the devout admired a king who endowed religious foundations and held an even balance between the 4 contending schools of orthodox divines, from each of which he nominated a separate Qadi. Only the emirs and officers dreaded one who, if he was true as steel to a good servant, never forgave a bad one, and whose restless suspicion watched their every move. It was inevitable that some day one of the many grudges should be paid off, and after 17 years of a resplendent reign, Baybars died in 1277 by a cup of poison which he had apparently made ready for another. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in August 2022. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 14. Chapter 7. The Dome Builders, Part 2. Baybars was the true founder of the Mamluk power and the organizer of the Mamluk system. Since the day when he led the charge of the Bahri Guard against Louis of France at the Battle of Mansoura, he had sedulously watched over the army, stimulated recruiting from fresh blood, and encouraged good service by liberal distribution of fiefs. His was the foreign policy maintained in Egypt for many years, and his court formed the pattern for succeeding kings. A very magnificent and ceremonious court it was, where the Sultan sat surrounded by the great officers of state and of the household, viceroy, commander-in-chief, major-domo, captain of the guard, armor-bearer, master of the house, cup-bearer, taster, master of the wardrobe, grand huntsman, polo-bearer, slipper-holder, lord of the seat, the master of the halberds with his gentlemen-at-arms, the adjutant-general with his 30 lords of the drums, each followed by 40 troopers and a band of ceremony of 10 drums, 4 trumpets, and 2 hautbois, the eunuch guards, equerries and chamberlains, secretaries and court physicians, judges and divines. All these functionaries had their allowances, fiefs, or appanages. A lord of the drums, for instance, would draw an income of about £16,000 a year, and the expenses of the royal household may be judged by the estimate that £20,000 of food were daily prepared in the larder, and that the daily cost in meat and vegetables in the time of En-Nasir was from £800 to £1,200. The great officers of the court and of the army were of course the most powerful men next to the Sultan, and each deemed himself a fit successor to the throne. On their loyalty, and especially on that of the bodyguard, a brigade of several thousand picked men who held in fief a large part of Egypt, rested the safety and power of the Sultan, who stood more or less at their mercy. Each of the great lords, were he an officer of the guard, or a court official, or merely a private nobleman, was a Mamluk sultan in miniature. He too had his guard of slaves, who waited at his door to escort him in his rides abroad, were ready at his behest to attack the public baths and carry off the women, defended him when a rival lord besieged his palace, and followed him valiantly as he led the charge of his division on the field of battle. These great lords, with their retainers, were a constant menace to the reigning sultan. A coalition would be formed among a certain number of disaffected nobles, with the support of some of the officers of the household or of the guard, and their retainers would mass in the approaches to the royal presence, while a trusted cupbearer or other officer, whose duties permitted him access to the king's person, would strike the fatal blow or administer the insidious cup, and the conspirators would forthwith elect one of their number to succeed to the vacant throne. This was not effected without a struggle. The royal guard was not always to be bribed or overcome, and there were generally other nobles whose interests attached them to the reigning sovereign rather than to any possible successor, except themselves, and who would be sure to oppose the plot. Then there would be a street fight. The terrified people would close their shops, run to their houses, and shut the great gates which isolated the various quarters and markets of the city, and the rival factions of Mamluks would ride through the streets that remained open, pillaging the houses of their adversaries, carrying off women and children, holding pitched battles in the road, or discharging arrows and spears from the windows upon the enemy in the street below. These things were of constant occurrence, and the life of the merchant classes of Cairo must have been exciting. We read how the great bazaar, called the Khan el-Khalili, was sometimes shut up for a week while these contests were going on in the streets without, and the rich merchants of Cairo huddled trembling behind the stout gates. There were fine doings of this kind when Kedbuga disposed the child king Nasir for a time. The Ashrafis, or Mamluks of the late Sultan, el-Ashraf Khalil, raised a revolt and besieged the citadel. Then Kedbuga's troops rode out to quell the tumult and slashed through the ranks. The rebels were blinded, maimed, drowned, beheaded, nailed to the gate of Zuwayla, and so a new reign began, 1294. A plague followed, when 700 corpses were carried out of one gate of Cairo in a single day. A fresh conspiracy was formed, Kedbuga fled, and the viceroy Lagin was elected sultan in his place. The streets which had lately been shambles were now en fête with decorations, for the new sultan was a generous man and promised to remit taxes. Bread was cheap and Lagin was popular. The idea of hereditary succession was wholly foreign to the Mamluk system, yet it presented the only correction to these scenes of violent supersession, and after a time some sort of hereditary title seems to have been established. Kalaun had been succeeded by his son Khalil, and then by a younger son, En-Nasir Muhammad, in 1293, and though the last, as a mere child, was temporarily deposed, he came back in 1298 after the murder of his brother-in-law Lagin. After another trial of usurpation by Beybars Gashnekir, the taster, in 1303, Nasir was restored and began a third reign which lasted 31 years, 1310 to 1341, and after his death his incapable descendants sat on the throne, with little or no real authority, till the close of the dynasty. Thus, from 1279 to 1382, Egypt was ruled, except for 6 or 7 years, by members of one family, the House of Kalaun. The founder of this family, whose history refutes the theory that these foreigners were unprolific in Egypt, was himself a notable figure, a brave general, a prudent statesman, and a great encourager of commerce. His passports to traders were in force as far as India and China, and he did all he could to develop the commerce of Egypt. Like most of the Mamluk sultans, he was a notable builder. It is extraordinary how these men of war, in the midst of alarums and intrigues, took a delight in architecture. The brilliant queen, first of the Mamluks, built, 1250, the tomb mosque over her husband Salih, which still stands on part of the site of the old palace of the Fatimids in Bain el Kasrein. Baybars founded a college in 1262 on another part of the palace called the Hall of the Tent, and also a great mosque outside the Bab el Futu in 1267–69, both of which still exist, though the college is a ruin and the mosque was used, in Fandum, as a bakehouse for the French troops a century ago, and recently as a slaughterhouse for the British Army of Occupation. Kalaun, stirred by a dangerous illness, vowed to build a hospital, and his Maristan is still to be seen in the Nahasin, though no longer used for its original purpose. It was a madhouse less than 100 years ago. It stands beside his mosque and tomb, the latter notable for its exquisite plaster tracery and red granite pillars, and for the oddly decorated stone minaret and fine inscription. Ibn Tulun and Saladin had built hospitals, and Kalaun carried on the good tradition of these pious benefactors. Cubicles for patients were ranged round 2 courts, and at the sides of another quadrangle were wards, lecture rooms, library, baths, dispensary, and every necessary appliance of those days of surgical science. There was even music to cheer the sufferers, while readers of the Koran afforded the consolations of the faith. Rich and poor were treated alike, without fees, and 60 orphans were supported and educated in the neighboring school. People still visit the tomb where the good Sultan and his son En-Nasir lie buried, to touch their clothes in sure belief that they will be cured of sundry diseases and disabilities. The long reign of En-Nasir was a golden age of Mamluk architecture. However much the Sultan may have profited by the sense of tranquillity which hereditary title inspired, he owed his long tenure of the precarious throne partly to his personal qualities. This self-possessed, iron-willed man, absolutely despotic, ruling alone, physically insignificant, small of stature, lame of a foot, and with a cataract in the eye, with his plain dress and strict morals, his keen intellect and unwearied energy, his enlightened tastes and interests, his shrewd diplomacy degenerating into fruitless deceit, his unsleeping suspicion and cruel vengefulness, his superb court, his magnificent buildings, is one of the most remarkable characters of the Middle Ages. His reign was certainly the climax of Egyptian culture and civilization. He carried on the traditions of Baybars and Kalaun, maintained the alliance with the Golden Horde, and married a princess from the Volga, the Lady Tulbiya, whose tomb may still be seen, with that of another of his wives, in the Eastern Cemetery. He preserved the normal boundaries of the empire, from the Pyramus and Euphrates to Sawakin and Aswan, and arranged, if not alliances, diplomatic connections with the Emperor of Constantinople and the King of Bulgaria, as well as the rulers of Abyssinia and Arabia. He married 11 daughters to the highest nobles, and each wedding cost him $500,000. Nasir was not only a statesman, he was a farmer, trainer, and sportsman, who would pay £4,000 for a horse, kept a systematic stud book, knew all his horses' pedigrees, prices, and ages, and broke in 3,000 fillies every year with Bedawi grooms, for the races in which he and his emirs took the keenest possible interest. He kept 30,000 sheep, and imported the finest breeds from abroad, and like most of the sultans, he was devoted to falconry. Ibn Battuta, who saw him in 1326, describes Nasir as a king of noble character and great virtues, beneficent to pilgrims and assiduous in his duty of sitting in appeal twice a week to hear causes and complaints in person. Under his rule, Egypt thrived, vexatious taxes were repealed, a new survey of the land was made, millers and bakers who tried to raise prices in bad years were scourged, and when his son-in-law, the great Emir Kusun, was reported to him for extortion, the Sultan smote him with the flat of his sword and flogged his factor. Prices were kept down by his vigilance, wine-bibbing and immorality were severely punished, and if Nasir recouped himself by sweeping confiscations among the nobles, and cut down the tall poppies remorselessly, the people gained by the new method, and prospered exceedingly. Even to the Copts Nasir was indulgent, though the Christians were never so well used under Mamluk rule as they had been under the Fatimids and in the time of El Kamil. At the time of Saladin's invasion, there had been a great destruction of churches, due rather to the burning of Misr and the turmoil of war than to any fanaticism of the conquerors. Saladin himself was no friend to Christians. He was too rigid a Muslim to be tolerant, but he did not persecute them. The flight or expulsion of the Armenian Patriarch and his followers was more probably the result of the close association of the Armenians with the Fatimid government than of religious bigotry. But the Holy War in Palestine, though waged against the Latin branch of the Church Catholic, reacted unfavorably upon the Copts, and Saladin's brother El-Adil was stern and tyrannical towards his Christian subjects. His son El-Kamil often interceded for them successfully, and when he came to the throne of Egypt himself, he displayed a spirit of toleration rare indeed in that age. He received Saint Francis of Assisi courteously, when the good friar came to teach him the truth as he perceived it, and the Christians of Egypt unanimously regarded Kamil as the kindest ruler they had ever known. His son Es-Sali seems to have followed in his steps during his short reign, for he wrote to Innocent IV to express his regret that he could not converse with the Dominicans by reason of his ignorance of Latin. The crusade of Louis IX naturally upset these amicable relations, and it is not surprising that the Muslims wreaked their vengeance upon many churches in Egypt. Nor was the temper of the succeeding Mamluk sultans, excited by repeated victories over the remnant of the Franks in Syria, conducive to a good understanding with their Christian subjects. The new colleges founded by Saladin and his successors were working a change in Cairo, and a fanatical spirit was encouraged by the teachers of these divinity schools, whose influence grew stronger as time went on. In 1280, all the Coptic scribes employed at the War Office were dismissed, and their places supplied by Muslims. In 1301, the old, humiliating sumptuary rules prescribing distinctive dresses and the like were revived. In 1321 occurred a series of outbreaks which brought terrible persecution on the Christians. The disturbance began when En-Nasir's workmen, digging a lake called Nasir's Pool near the Lion's Bridge, west of the Luk and close to the mosque of Taybars, undermined the church of Ez-Zuri, which En-Nasir had commanded to be respected. Without the knowledge of the government, the people rushed to the church one Friday after prayers and utterly demolished it. Thence they went to the church of Saint Mina in the Hamra and sacked it, and did the like to the church of the Maidens by the 7 water mills, dragging out the nuns and pillaging and burning everything. The Sultan was indignant when the smoke of the burning churches told the tale of disaster, and sent troops at once to coerce the mob. Meanwhile, news arrived of the destruction of 2 other churches in the quarters of Suveila and of the Greeks, and it was found that the mob was attacking the Mo'allaka in the fortress of Babylon. Here the Sultan's troops happily arrived in time to protect the church. There was evidently a popular excitement difficult to quell. Wild fakirs got up in the mosques and shouted, "Down with the infidels' churches! To the foundations! To the foundations!" The same thing was going on all over Egypt. At Alexandria, at Damascus, at Kos, churches were burning. A month later, mysterious fires began to break out at Cairo. One after the other great conflagrations burst forth, and a strong wind carried the flames far and wide. People went up the minarets and cried to God, thinking that the whole city would be burned down, and there was groaning and weeping over the loss of homes and possessions. Every effort was made to extinguish the fires. All the water carriers were impressed, and 24 emirs of the highest rank worked at the head of the lines of men carrying water from the baths and cisterns, and demolishing acres of fine houses to clear a space round the burning buildings. The street from the Daylem quarter to the gate of Zuwayla ran with water like a river. No sooner was one fire extinguished than another began. Almost every day witnessed a fresh conflagration. It was noticed that these fires were apparently aimed at mosques, and that they were the work of incendiaries was evident from clothes soaked in oil and pitch and naphtha that were discovered. A Christian was caught at the mosque of Es Zahir with packets of naphtha and pitch, which he was lighting in the mosque. Put to the torture, he confessed that the conflagrations were the organized work of Christians. 2 monks, under torture, admitted that they had set the fires afoot to avenge the destruction of the churches. The Coptic patriarch was called in, and, with tears, denounced the incendiaries as wild enthusiasts who were paying off the foolish church destroyers in their own coin. He was sent back to his house in honor. The populace, however, were in no mood to see a patriarch respected, and would gladly have torn him in pieces, but for the Sultan's guard. As it was, they burned 4 monks from the Melekite convent of the Mule, El Quseir, in the Mukatam hills. 2 Christians caught in the act of arson were by the Sultan's orders burnt alive in a pit in the presence of an exulting multitude, and an innocent Coptic secretary, passing by, only escaped being thrown to the flames by hasty apostasy. The mob was becoming dangerous, and the Sultan, who, though much alarmed, had done his utmost to calm the people, took strong measures. Troops were sent through the whole of Cairo with orders to charge the crowds and spare none. The news had preceded them, and they found the bazaars closed and the streets deserted. Not a man was to be seen between the citadel and the gate of succor. Some 200 were arrested near the Nile and brought before the Sultan, who ordered them to be executed or to lose their hands. In vain they pleaded innocence. Even the emirs interceded for them, and Nasir was resolved to make an example of somebody. Gallows were set up all the way from the gate of Zuwayla to the Rumeila, and there the unlucky Muslims were hung by their hands in order to teach other people not to raise an uproar. The result of this excitement was the revival of the old regulations as to dress which Nasir had endeavored to drop since 1301. Any Christian found riding a horse or wearing a white turban might be killed at sight. The Copts were compelled to wear blue turbans, to carry a bell round their necks at the baths, and to ride only the ass, and that with the face to the tail. The emirs were not allowed to employ Christian servants, nor were the Copts any more to hold posts in the government offices. They hardly dared to show themselves abroad, and a great many became Moslems. This was probably the worst persecution since the days of El-Hakim, 3 centuries before, but it must be admitted that there was grave provocation on both sides, and that the outrages sprang from popular fury, not from the fanaticism of the rulers. Similar persecution, though scarcely on so large a scale, went on throughout the Mamluk period, and the Copts, who had perhaps waxed overfat and kicked during the tolerant epoch of the later Fatimids, paid dearly for their past favor. They were gradually reduced to the state of suffering insignificance, from which they are only now being to some extent raised. Whilst churches were being thus destroyed, mosques were rising with amazing prodigality. There never was such a harvest for the builder and the architect as in the reign of En-Nasir. The Sultan set the example himself. He was a man of fine taste and high culture, the patron of scholars, and the intimate friend of the learned historian Abu al-Fida, whom he restored to the princedom of Hama, which had been held by his family since the days of his ancestor Saladin's brother. It was an age of brilliant artistic production, and the immense sums spent by the Sultan and his emirs on building and decorative works show that the wealth of the country was vast and was nobly expended. Some of Nasir's own furniture has been preserved. There are 2 exquisite inlaid silver tables of his in the Arab Museum at Cairo, and his 2 chief buildings, the college in Bein el Kasrein, 1304, next to the Maristan, with its Gothic gateway brought from Akka by his brother Khalil, and the old mosque, 1318, in the citadel, are worthy memorials of his taste, though unhappily they show but few traces of their original splendor. The great dome which once surmounted the citadel mosque has fallen in, and most of the marble mosaics which adorned the Qibla have vanished, as well as the iron grille which enclosed the Sultan's place of prayer, Maksura. There is still a range of clerestory windows all round the mosque, but the tracery and stained glass is almost all gone. Yet the 10 great granite columns and the marble mosaics on the south wall and other relics show what the mosque must once have been. Its most remarkable feature is the coating of the minarets with green tiles, which may probably be ascribed to the Tatar influence of Nasir's wife, who belonged to the royal family of the Golden Horde. That the citadel mosque is not wholly destroyed is due to the care of Colonel C.M. Watson, CMG, who rescued it from the degradation of an army storehouse and removed the wooden partitions which had been set up when the beautiful building was converted into a prison. There was once a hall of columns belonging to Nasir's striped palace of black and white stone in the citadel, which cost, it is said, 20 millions, but the figure is incredible, which still stood 3/4 of a century ago. The fortress was largely rearranged and added to in his reign, and the aqueduct which brought the Nile water to the citadel, though commonly ascribed to Salatin and probably a reconstruction of some Ayyubid conduit, was Nasir's work, 1311, afterward restored in stone by El-Khoury. He also built a mosque beside the shrine of Seyyida Nefisa, the Kubat en-Nasr near the Red Hill, and other chapels. Where the Sultan led, the court followed. The emirs of that day were never content till they had built a mosque, a college, or a tomb chapel to celebrate their piety and lay up riches where they stood most in need of a balance. The Moorish traveller, Ibn Battuta, who was at Cairo in 1326, was impressed by the zealous emulation of the emirs in founding mosques and monasteries for recluses, such as the Khanqa or convent of Beybar's Gashnekir, still standing, and he gives a curious account of the monastic rules. One cannot count the colleges, medresas, he says, and he is lost in admiration of the great hospital of Kalaun, with its excellent apparatus and drugs, and its revenue amounting, he was told, to 1,000 dinars a day. More than 40 mosques and colleges were erected between 1320 and 1360, more than 1/4 of the total number recorded from the Arab conquest to the time of Makrisi, and many of them still survive to bear witness to the munificence of the great nobles of the time. Such are the mosques, Gami of the Emir Hossein, founded Anno Hajri 719, Anno Domini 1390, Almas the Chamberlain 730, Kusun 730, Beshtak 736, Altun Buga el Maridani the cupbearer 740, Aslam the armor-bearer 746, Aksunkur 747, Argun el-Ismaili 748, Mangak the proconsul 750, Sheikhu 750, the colleges Medresa of Al-Melik the polo master 719, Sengar el-Gawali 723, Ahmad the master of the ceremonies, Mihmandar 725, Akbuga the major domo 734, Sargitmish captain of the guard 757. The monasteries, Khanqa of Kusun 736, El Gawali 723, Sheikhu 756, besides the mosque of the Lady Miska, a slave of Nasir's named Hadak, 740, the college of Nasir's daughter, the lady Tatar el-Higasiya, 761, and the great mosque of his son Sultan Hassan facing the citadel, 757–60. To describe these mosques of the Nasiri epoch in detail would demand a whole volume. Some of them indeed are sadly ruined and present but fragments of their original building. Some, like Aksunkur's and El Ismaili's, were restored, the one with much taste by Ibrahim Aga in 1652, the other with none 50 years ago by one of the Khedivial family. But even in what remains of the original work of the 21 mosques enumerated above, there is so much variety in plan, in treatment of the parts, and in decoration, that no verbal description can take the place of ocular study on the spot. Almost every one of these buildings deserves separate and attentive examination. 3 features, however, may here be signalized as characteristic. The old mosques had no external decoration. Their enclosing walls were plain, and only in the late Fatimid Mosque El Akmar do we find the beginning of a facade. The Mamluk mosques, copying no doubt the buildings of the Crusaders in Palestine, generally present fine facades with sunk panels, portals in recess, and decorative cornice and crownwork. The next characteristic is the development of the minaret, which becomes more graceful, is built of well-faced stone, and shows delicate articulations and gradations of tapering from the square to the polygon and cylinder, with skillful use of stalactite or pendentive treatment of angles and transitions, and supports for the balconies. The third is the construction of large domes. Hitherto small cupolas over the mihrab or above the entrance were the utmost achievements of the earlier architects. The feature of a great dome was introduced by Saladin's successors, for example in the dome of the tomb mosque of Esh Shafi in the Carafa, and probably in other edifices, but too little remains of the Ayyubid period to permit of very exact definition. The Mamluks were dome builders par excellence. A large proportion of their mosques and colleges were also the founders' tombs. The tomb chapel adjoined the main building, and the dome, as we have said, is preeminently a sepulchral canopy. From the Mamluk period begins that adornment of the city with those beautiful bulbs which still form its dominant architectural note. From the plain dome with a small cupola on top comes the fluted dome, and next the dome covered with ornaments, chevrons, arabesques, or geometrical entrelacs, all chiseled in the stone. The most elaborate ornament belongs to the work of the Circassian sultans of the 15th century, but already in the 14th the dome had taken its place among the leading features of Saracenic architecture. As an example of the 14th century style, we cannot do better than take the great mosque of Sultan Hassan, which includes most of the characteristics of the Nasiri epoch and displays them on the grandest scale. Sultan Hassan, who sat on the throne from 1347 to 1351, was deposed by the emirs, and then restored from 1354 to 1361, was far from an interesting or estimable character, and his mosque was his one good deed. It was built between 1356 and 1359, Anno Hajiri 757 to 760, and it is said to have cost him 1,000 dinars a day, but one distrusts the round figures of Eastern chroniclers. The Sultan was so charmed with his masterpiece that he cut off the architect's hand in the vague idea that its loss would cripple his genius and prevent his repeating his success. The mosque is of the usual form of medresa, a cross formed of a central court and 4 deep transepts or porticos, and the founder's tomb may be compared to a lady chapel behind the chancel or eastern portico. The outside does not, of course, reveal the cruciform character of the interior, since the angles are filled with numerous rooms and offices. The prevailing impression from without is one of great height, compared with other mosques. The walls are 113 feet high and built of fine cut stone from the pyramids, and have the peculiarity, rare in Saracen architecture, of springing from a socle. Windows, two with horseshoe arches, the rest simple grilles, slightly relieve the monotony of the broad expanse of wall, but the most beautiful feature is the splendid cornice built up of 6 tiers of stalactites, each overlapping the one below, which crowns the whole wall. There are some graceful pilasters or engaged columns at the angles, and a magnificent portal set in an arched niche, 66 feet high, vaulted in a half sphere which is worked up to by 12 tiers of pendentives. Bold arabesque medallions and borders, geometrical panels and corner columns with stalactite capitals enrich this stately gate. Inside, the first impression again is of size rather than detail. The great span of the 4 arches, that at the east is 90 feet high and nearly 70 wide, is unmatched in Cairo, but the plaster coating of the interior of the transepts detracts from the general effect. Nor are the mosaics and marbles, handsome as they are, equal in delicacy of design or harmony of color to many others in the mihrabs of earlier and later mosques. The black, white, and yellow panels are too garish, and so is the coloring of the pulpit, but the concave niche itself is singularly rich in decoration, and the tribune, instead of being as usual an unpretentious wood platform, stands upon graceful stone columns of alternate drums of colored marbles. A fine Kufic inscription forms a frieze round the top of the walls. The tomb chamber, entered from the sanctuary by a noble door plated with arabesques in bronze, is surrounded by a marble dado 25 feet high, above which is the throne verse from the Koran carved in wood, whilst the angles are gradually worked up to the circle of the dome by stalactites also carved in wood and much decayed. In the center is the plain marble grave of the founder. The dome itself is comparatively modern and quite unworthy of the great mosque. The original great dome, admired by Pietro della Valle in 1616, collapsed in 1660. There were to have been 4 minarets, but scarcely was the third built when it fell, 1360, crushing some 300 children in the school below. 33 years later, Sultan Hassan was murdered. Of the 2 that then remained, 1 minaret became ruined and was rebuilt too short in 1659. The great bronze lanterns and many of the enamelled glass lamps are preserved in the Arab Museum, and the fine bronze-plated entrance door was removed by El Muayyad to his own mosque in 1410. The mosque of Sultan Hassan suffered greatly from its position. Its wide terrace roof was an excellent post of vantage for cannon and musketry during the constant émeutes of the Mamluk period, and shots were frequently exchanged between it and the citadel down to the time of Muhammad Ali. Some of the balls may still be seen in the masonry. Barkuk found the mosque so dangerous as a place of attack that he demolished its handsome steps and closed the great door. At one time it remained closed for half a century, and the students and worshippers had to slink in by a window or a side door. The tall minaret was even used in the middle of the 15th century to support a tightrope stretched to the citadel, on which a European gymnast disported himself to the tremulous delight of the populace. In a quieter situation, the mosque might have escaped injury, but even as it is, scarred with bullets and lopped of its original dome and minarets, it remains the most superb, if not the most beautiful monument of Saracenic art in the 14th century. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Story of Cairo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2022. The Story of Cairo by Stanley Lane-Poole. Section 15. Chapter 7 The Dome Builders, Part 3 2. The Mamluks of the Fort. When the feeble descendants of En-Nasir, after enduring rather than enjoying a mock sovereignty for 40 years under the tyranny of a series of powerful emirs, Kusun, Sheku, Sarkimish, and the rest, gave way to the usurpation of the Emir Barkuk in 1382, the change made little difference in the government of Egypt. The hereditary principle was gone, indeed, and was never reaffirmed until the latter part of the 19th century, and the new dynasty consisted of isolated emirs who sometimes bequeathed their throne to a son until some other emir deposed him, but who never founded a royal house like that of Kalaun. The new line was known as the Burji Mamluks, or slaves of the fort, because they belonged to a brigade of troops which had been quartered in the Citadel River ever since their original enrollment by Kalaun a century before. They are also called the Circassian Sultans, from their common race, for none of them were Turks, though 2 were Greeks. There was little to choose, however, in character between the Circassians and their Turkish predecessors, and the change on the whole was for the worse. The sultans of the new line were even more at the mercy of the leaders of military factions than before. The Mamluk guard of each king formed a distinct party, calling itself after his throne title, as Ashrafi, Muayyadi, Nasiri, and after his death or deposition they remained a separate factor in politics and contributed to the bloodshed, confusion, and intrigues of the period. The sultans could scarcely restrain their own soldiery, much less these formidable relics of their predecessors, and the frequent changes of rulers show how unstable the royal authority had become. 6 of the 23 Burji sultans reigned for 103 out of the total of 134 years covered by the dynasty, leaving but 31 years for the remaining 17, or less than 2 years apiece. The character of the rulers was much the same as before, but everything was on a meaner scale. There was hardly one warrior king among them, and this accounts in a large degree for the lack of the prestige that had kept a soldier like Baybars or Kalaun on the throne. The Circassians were not soldiers but schemers. They relied less upon success in war or personal courage than on ruse, chicanery, and corruption to retain their hold of power. The Greek Kushkadam excelled the rest in his adroit management of the contending factions and the heavy bribes he extorted in the sale of public offices. The governorship of Damascus cost its possessor 45,000 dinars in fees to the Sultan, and his previous post was sold to another man for 10,000. Ministers of state were put out of the way if their enemies made it worth the Greeks' while, and the ceremonious visits of this ingenious sultan were apt to be expensive to those he honored with a call. Throughout the dominion of the Circassian dynasty, corruption reigned unchecked, justice was bought and sold, and even the Sheikh el-Islam, the religious chief justice, stole trust money. The soldiers, who were purchased white slaves, Greeks, Circassians, Turks, and Mongols, ran riot in the streets, insomuch that decent women dared not leave their houses, and the fellaheen feared to bring their stock to market, lest it should fall a prey to the Mamluks or the government. In the country the population diminished under the oppression of the troops. In the capital there was seldom peace or order, and sometimes rival factions pounded each other from the citadel ramparts and the opposite roof of Sultan Hassan's mosque, barricaded the streets, and made cockpits of the bazaars, where processions of rebels nailed to camel saddles till they died were no uncommon sights. In spite of this corruption and violence, the Burji sultans contrived not only to preserve the power of Egypt, but even to enlarge its dominions and greatly extend its trade. They withstood the invasion of Tamerlane boldly in 1399, though in the end they found it politic to accept his terms, but at least the great conqueror never ventured to attack Egypt. They fought several campaigns in Asia Minor, where for some time they secured the submission of Karaman, Caesarea, Iconium, and Larenda. They even conquered Cyprus, a nest of the pirates who disturbed the Egyptian shipping, in 1426, with a fleet of galleys built at their port of Bulak, not long risen from the Nile, and King James of Lusignan, captured at the Battle of Chierositia, was brought in triumph to the citadel of Cairo with the crown of Cyprus and his disgraced standards, and made to kiss the ground before the Sultan Bars Bey. He was ransomed by the Venetian consul and European merchants, and rode through the streets and bazaars in great state, after becoming a vassal of the Egyptian king. Cyprus paid tribute until the end of the Circassian dynasty, but several attempts upon Rhodes in 1440 to 44 were successfully repelled by the knights. To the end of the dynasty, the Egyptian frontier still extended north as far as the Pyramus and Euphrates. Among the strange anomalies of Oriental history, none perhaps is more surprising than the combination of extreme corruption and savage cruelty with exquisite refinement in material civilization and an admirable devotion to art which we see in the Mamluk sultans. The Circassians were not inferior to their Turkish forerunners as great architects. Personally, some of the second line of sultans were men of considerable culture. Barkuk, Muayyad, Gakmak, and Qaid Bey were fond of learned society and literary talents. Bars Bey, though he knew little Arabic, liked to listen to Turkish histories read to him by El Aini, and Timur Buga the Greek was a philologist, historian, and theologian. They were also good Muslims, fasted regularly and even supererogatorily, abstained from wine, made pilgrimages, and ensured their place in the next world by building mosques, colleges, hospitals, schools, and every kind of religious establishment in this. El Muayyad, for example, though utterly unable to control the disorders of his time, was personally a devout man and a learned, a good musician, poet, and orator, scrupulous in the observance of the rules of his religion, very simple and unpretentious in his dress and mode of life, bearing himself in all religious functions as a plain Moslem among fellow worshippers, and robing himself in common white wool in mourning for the pestilence that ravaged the land. The eastern arcade of his splendid mosque, 1415-21, is still preserved in the Sukaria Street, and a number of boys may there be seen at their lessons under the brilliant gold inscriptions and frescoes of the sanctuary, which has been carefully restored by Hertz Bey, who discovered traces of the original polychromy beneath the whitewash of ages. The minarets of the mosque are built on the flanking towers of the Suveila Gate. There is also a ruined hospital, El Maristan El Muayyadi 1418, near the citadel, that commemorates his pious benefactors. Bars Bey's great mosque, the Ashrafia 1423, is still a place where congregations meet, at the corner of the Maski, where one turns into the Kuriya. Barkuk built, 1386, an exquisite medresa in Bain el Kasrein, which has recently been restored by Hertz Bey, and his tomb mosque with the two domes, begun by himself but completed by his son, the Sultan Farak, in 1410, is one of the most picturesque features in that beautiful group of fawn-colored domes and slender minarets, the Eastern Cemetery. But the gem of the group is the perfect tomb mosque, 1472, of Qaid Bey, which represents the highest achievement of the later Mamluk school. The admirable arabesques of its shapely dome, the skillfully graduated transitions of its stately minaret from square to octagon, and from octagon to circle, with every ingenuity of stalactite concealment of angles, and the fine inlaid marbles in the Liwan, are treasures of indestructible beauty, even after centuries of neglect and spoliation. Qaid Bey, whose long reign of 28 years, 1468 to 96, was phenomenal in this quickly changing dynasty, had worked his way up from the usual humble beginning. Bought by Barsbay for 25 guineas, he had passed from master to master and rank to rank, till he became commander-in-chief under the Greek Timur Buga of an army which cost the state nearly £300,000 a year, a very large military budget for the 15th century. He was an expert swordsman and an adept at the javelin play. His career had given him experience and knowledge of the world. He possessed courage, judgment, insight, energy, and decision. His strong character dominated his Mamluks, who were devoted to him, and overawed competitors. His physical energy was sometimes displayed in flogging the president of the Council of State or other high officials with his own arm, with the object of extorting money for the treasury. Such contributions and extraordinary taxation were absolutely necessary for the wars in which he was obliged to engage. Not only was the land taxed to 1/5 of the produce, but an additional 1/10, half a dirhem per ardep of corn, was demanded. Rich Jews and Christians were remorselessly squeezed. There was much barbarous inhumanity. Innocent people were scourged, even to the death, and the chemist Ali ibn el-Marshushi was blinded and deprived of his tongue because he could not turn dross into gold. The Sultan had the reputation of miserliness, yet the list of his public works, not only in Egypt but in Syria and Arabia, shows that he spent the revenue on admirable objects. His 2 mosques at Cairo, one outside among the so-called tombs of the caliphs, 1472, the other near Ibn Tulun, 1475, and his wekalas or caravanserais are among the most exquisite examples of elaborate arabesque ornament applied to the purest Saracenic architecture. He diligently restored and repaired the crumbling monuments of his predecessors, as numerous inscriptions in the mosques, the schools, the citadel, and other buildings of Cairo abundantly testify. He was a frequent traveler, and journeyed in Syria, to the Euphrates, in Upper and Lower Egypt, besides performing the pilgrimages to Mecca and Jerusalem, and wherever he went he left traces of his progress in good roads, bridges, mosques, schools, fortifications, or other pious or necessary works. No reign, save that of En-Nasir ibn Kalaun, in the long list of Mamluk sultans, was more prolific in architectural construction or in the minor industries of art. The people suffered for the cost of his many buildings, but a later age has recognized their matchless beauty. In the buildings of Qaid Bey and his contemporaries, we see the perfection of the art of pure arabesque and elaborate geometrical ornament. In the early days of Saracenic architecture, the ornament was worked in soft gypsum or plaster, and the use of a tool, never a mold, in the soft material gave extraordinary freedom and boldness to the lines, for example, in the scrollwork of the mosque of Ibn Tulun. Plaster continued to be the base of decorative friezes and borders throughout the Fatimid period. It may be seen in the original arcades of the Azhar and in the eastern sanctuary of El Hakim. The most exquisite specimen of plaster ornament, however, is seen in the tomb mosque of Kalaun, where the borders of the arches that supported the original dome and of the clerestory windows above are formed of a delicate lace-like tracery in plaster foliate designs, broadly treated and worked into a pattern so continuous that it is almost impossible to break off at any middle point. After En-Nasir, who also used stucco, however, it was generally abandoned in favor of stone, though we still see admirable examples of plaster decoration in the dome of Aksun Kur and the beautiful designs in the cupola of El Fadawiya. In the mosque of the Sultan Hassan, all the sculpture except the Kufic frieze is in stone, and as the material is unyielding, we find at once a certain hardness of treatment, a loss of freedom in the lines, and a tendency to substitute geometrical design for the pure arabesque of earlier work. The stone pulpit erected by Qaid Bey in 1483 in Barkuk's Tomb Mosque is one of the finest examples of geometrical chiseling in Cairo. Its side view is triangular, like the wooden pulpits of other mosques, but instead of carved or inlaid wooden panels making up the designs on each side, the whole is of stone slabs, admirably joined, and chiseled with geometrical figures produced outwards, so as to cover the whole surface with a network of interlacing lines, forming a star-like pattern, the interstices of which are filled with floral arabesques. Similar carving enriches the walls of the staircase and the canopy of this unique pulpit. Qaid Bey was the most scrupulous of all Cairo architects. He allowed no detail of his numerous edifices to be neglected, and the wealth of ornament which he lavished upon them was all cut in limestone or marble. One may realize the richness of this decoration in his mosque within the city, near Ibn Tulun's, where the chief arch is formed of 23 blocks of stone on each side, alternately red and white, and every one of the white blocks is covered with arabesque or geometrical designs, no two of which appear to be alike. The arabesques consist of the usual trefoil surrounded by very beautifully intertwined foliage conventionally treated. The geometrical patterns, though at first sight composed of irregular pentagons and hexagons, are all symmetrically arranged and form one elaborate design. On the spandrels of the arch will be noticed medallions, there are many such in Cairo, containing the name of the Sultan and a benediction upon him. A broad band of Quranic inscription, separated by arabesque patterns, runs as a frieze under the sculptured cornice. The general effect of the whole is wonderfully rich, and there is hardly a space that is not filled by some delicate design. Even in his wekalas, or inns, Qaid Bey was no less careful in details. Few buildings in Cairo are more fertile in varied designs than his wekala in the street on the south side of the Azhar. The interior, unhappily, is deserted and in decay, but once, no doubt, it was richly ornamented. The facade is still in good preservation, and deserves careful study by all who wish to understand arabesque and geometrical ornament at its best. When we say at its best, some objection may be taken to the fact that certain designs are systematically repeated in reverse, in contrast to the honest way of the older artists who scorned to repeat themselves. But by the time of Qaid Bey, the beauty of uniformity had been realized, and it was seen that a certain symmetry and recurrence of the designs really improved their effect. This change was part of the general tendency towards symmetrical finish and architectural proportion, which distinguishes the later from the earlier Mamluk style. There is, however, abundant variety in the numerous panels of arabesque and geometrical ornament which form the borders above the 13 shops of the inn front, in the superb arched gateway of the center, and in the beautiful engaged column in the corner, next to the Sebil or fountain, with its carved drums and stalactite capital. In its original state this wekala must have been a noble building. Even as it is, one may call it almost a textbook of Saracenic decoration. Indeed, the epoch of Qaid Bey was almost a repetition of the great building epoch of En-Nasir. The Circassian mosques are usually the favorites with architects as well as with the unprofessional sightseer. Their exquisite proportions, delicate minarets, beautifully sculptured domes, elaborate stalactites in portals, cornices, and wherever angles had to be masked, and their rich marble mosaics and incrustated qiblas are perfect in taste and disposition. Besides the two exquisite mosques of Qaid Bey, those of the emirs Ezbek el-Yusufi, 1495, Kher Bek, 1502, and the Master of the Horse, Emir Akhor, Kani Bek, 1503, are full of fine work, whilst for a little gem of the best Circassian type nothing is better worth seeing than the Medresa of Qadi Abu Bekr ibn Musir or Masar, 1480, which has been restored with exceptional skill by the Commission for the Preservation of the Arab Monuments, whose architect, Hertz Bey, has devoted the greatest pains to tracing the original colors and designs and faithfully reproducing them. Another careful restoration is that of the mosque of the Emir Kagmas el-Ishaki, 1481, and both show conspicuous improvement upon the earlier experiments in restoring the Barkukiya Medresa. It is to be noticed that, in the majority of the medresas of the 15th century, the original cruciform shape is considerably modified. The medresa, though still a college, gradually usurped the position of the gami or congregational mosque. Friday prayers were held in the medresa, since few new gamis were erected. The most important were those of Muayyad, Barsbey, and Esbek, and the court and the eastern transept, sanctuary or chancel, were enlarged, whilst the side transepts became smaller and even dwindled to mere recesses. Probably the reduction of the side transepts was due in some measure to the fact that only two of the four orthodox schools, the Shafi'i and the Hanafi, had any great following in Egypt, and there was thus no necessity for the retention of the original plan of 4 separate lecture halls. The result is that we find under the Circassian sultans that a compromise has been made between the gami and the medresa, and the form of the latter has been modified to suit the requirements of the former. This modified medresa form is almost universal in the Circassian period of architecture, and the salient features, the enlargement of the sanctuary and the diminishing of the side transepts, is particularly conspicuous in the medresa of Kagmas. Even to the end, when the Ottoman conquest was obviously at hand, the Circassian Mamluks retained much of their vigor and all their aesthetic powers. There are few more interesting figures in their line than the old Sultan el-Ghuri, called to the throne in 1501, after 4 incompetent rulers in as many years had succeeded Qaid Bey. He was a man of bold decision and boundless energy. He restored order in the anarchy of Cairo, levied 10 months' taxes at a stroke to replenish his treasury, taxed water wheels, boats, camels, Jews, Christians, servants, every possible source, increased the customs dues, confiscated vast estates, and levied enormous death duties. Having restored the revenue and earned an evil name for extortion, he proceeded to spend it on great public works. Canals, roads, fortifications on the coast, the strengthening of the citadel of Cairo, the improvement of the pilgrims' route to Mecca, these were among his good deeds. His college, 1503, and tomb mosque, where, however, he is not buried, still face each other at opposite sides of the street that bears his name, the Guriya, though badly mauled by the injudicious restoration of 30 years ago. He also built a minaret for the Azhar, the mosque of the Nilometer on the island of Roda, the Sebil el-Muminin or Fountain of the Faithful in the Rumeila, the watermills at Masr el-Atika, and restored the aqueduct to the citadel. He was sumptuous in his court and generous to poets and musicians, whilst he mulcted the heirs of his nobles and robbed orphans of their dower. Fully alive to the importance of the Indian trade, then menaced by the Portuguese, he furnished a fleet in the Red Sea and sent it to India, where with the help of the governor of Diu, it defeated the interloping señors under the younger Almeida in an engagement of Chol in 1503. Finally, but too late, he led his army into Syria to do battle with the advancing Ottomans, and fell fighting at the age of 76 on the fatal field of Mark Dabik, near Aleppo, where the desertion of the 2 wings under Keirbek and El Ghazali left the old sultan alone with his bodyguard to be trampled under the horses of the troopers he vainly tried to rally. 24th of August, 1516. An engagement near Heliopolis to the north of Cairo completed the rout of the Mamluks. Tuman Bey tried to make a stand against the invaders at the Bab en Nasr, but Selim took him in the flank, and after hand-to-hand fighting in the streets, the citadel was stormed, Tuman was crucified at the gate of Zuwayla, and Egypt became a province of the Ottoman Empire. End of section 15.